Today's matchup. Afreeca Freecs. Samsung. ROX Tigers. Kongdoo Monster. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Spring Split.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to yet another day of LCK here at OGN. I'm Achilles. With me is Papa Smithy. As per usual, we'll be bringing you the action and starting things off with a bit of an interesting match. We have Afreeca Freecs, new roster coming together, the return of Marin to Korea, going up against Samsung Galaxy, one of the teams that's been slated and expected to be in the top 3 here at LCK.
And Afreeca Freecs, they're an exciting lineup. You look at the players, we've got Marin coming back 434 days since he last played. That was in the Kesper Cup a couple of years ago for SK Telecom.
I know you've been marking your calendar every
single day. I always
day.
do. I mean, Marin was the MVP of Worlds a couple of years ago. His Korean performances were up and down sometimes, but his Worlds performance cannot be denied, and he was a leader. He was a leader for SK Telecom. We wondered how they would do without him, and they won everything, so that answered that question. But on a new roster with kind of some reminiscence to the old ROX Tigers, because you've got a lot of players here that have had kind of up and down years. Spirit, for example, he's another name. It's been 2 years since Spirit was last in Korea. Had some good times over on World Elite, decent times on Fnatic, but no winning necessarily. So he's had an up and down time as well. So it's going to be another band of misfits for the Afreeca Freecs, and we get our first shot, but pretty tough ask to be against Samsung. First time out for a new team.
Yeah, for sure. And just in case you guys weren't joining us yesterday, shame on you if you did not, because we had some wonderful games. We'll just get a brief look back over the setup of the tournament. Nothing's really changed. Prize pool's still going to be the same, but a couple new logos, a couple teams coming through here. BBQ Oliver saw their debut yesterday.
Their winning debut.
Yeah, winning debut, had a 2-1 victory over MVP. But now it's all about Afreeca Freecs versus Samsung, one of the few rosters that has actually stuck together, hasn't made really any changes. We did see Haru come out in the jungle just 2 days ago after losing that first game. So we may see Haru coming through, but for now, will be Ambition starting for it, Samsung Galaxy.
And surprisingly, the bigger change might actually be the coaching change of Trace coming into the booth and helping out on the coaching side. Maybe some fresh ideas from that madman from the top lane.
Very true.
Let's introduce those teams, and we can start with the Afreeca Freecs. Really interesting lineup. Who's to say how they'll gel today, in a month's time, towards the end of the season? Marin is the biggest name, but Spirit, you know, former OGN winner, of course. Kuro, just coming off winning OGN with ROX Tigers at the time. Kramer and Tucson. Kramer and Tucson are kind of an enigmatic duo, especially Tucson coming out of retirement, retired after playing for Longzhu Incredible Miracle in 2015. Kept up his ranking, and the interesting story with Tucson is that basically for all of 2016, he was the highest ranked support player in solo queue, even though he wasn't in the professional scene anymore.
Yeah. Well, we have to see how he's going to gel with Kramer in the bottom lane. Of course, Kramer's time on CJ Entus in the summer split came to a close as they got relegated, but now finds himself on the Afreeca Freecs. So he's had some up and down performances. Spring was definitely, I guess, the kind of crest for Kramer, definitely the top of his game at that point.
But this man,
our key player,
you're talking about up and down. 2015, as high as possible, MVP of SKT, captaining them to winning Worlds, and then 2016 didn't really get the business done on LGD. And look, a lot of players there could share blame, him and all the other members of that roster that continued to just not impress in the way we expected him to. But his reputation is kind of there. His legacy is certainly there. And now it's on a new team. He doesn't have Faker to share the limelight with. So he's the one that's going to come under the most scrutiny because people expect a lot from Mara.
Yeah. But on the other side of the arena, of course, it's Samsung Galaxy. Just got to see these guys 2 days ago. Before that, I am Gyeonggi, where they face against Kongdoo Monster, who we will actually be seeing play later on today. Yet another squad that actually kept their full roster together. Didn't have any shuffling going on. And we'll see how they're going to perform. Marin coming back in. It's definitely a bit of a boost for Afreeca Freecs. I guess potentially. We'll have to see how he is back in Korea. But it's going to be a very tall order to take down Samsung Galaxy.
And this is the Samsung that lined up at the World Championship Finals last year. Also the Samsung that lined up in the first game against Longju. That was also on the red side. They lost that match, and they went with Haru for the rest of it. We'll get into some of the talk behind the scenes about some of the machinations there, but this is the runners-up for the 2016 World Championships. So high expectations on both sides. Actually showed and tweeted the wristband that Afreeca Freecs passed out that says, Afreeca Freecs #Worlds 2017. #Afreeca TV, so the sellout part is there. But they're shooting high. I mean, they spent a lot of money on this roster. Marin did not come back to Korea for cheap, I'm sure. So they've got high expectations, and interesting to see how they do. Speaking of high expectations, Crown had a good regular season in summer, an amazing Worlds. Looked right up there, even gave Faker some troubles during the course of the grand final. Is he on Faker's level yet? No, but he does have that potential, and it'll be interesting to see what new picks he's had to cook up, because we've already seen 42 unique champions that post on Reddit. It's a high number, and we might see some more today.
Yeah, I mean, just in 2 days, and who knows what we're going to see being pulled out. You mentioned him earlier on, Trace coming into the booth.
Coach Edgar still there from the World Championship Finals, but yeah, Trace joining in, looking very trim as well.
And he's also a bit trim and slim. He's really slimmed down quite a bit, but you never know what he's going to piece together for this squad, so we could have some very unique picks coming through. We saw yesterday the Ziggs bot for Bang on SK Telecom, as well as a blind pick Katarina for Faker and a Scion for ADD on MVP, which was their only game that they won in that series. So you never really know what is going to come to fruition in these drafts.
I mean, if we see a Malzahar lock from Afreeca, when you have Trace as a coach and then some of the crazy members here, that Spirit was always known to experiment with things in the jungle. Who's to say how many wave flex the Malzahar can be? But picks and bans, we are still on patch 7.1, 10 bans in full effect, and let's just see how it unfolds, because it's been a really intriguing week of LCK.
Yep, see right there, Afreeca Freecs have not played yet in LCK, one of 2 teams, both them and Kongdoo Monster, so we'll get them both out of the way, and we'll have a 1-match, well, 2-match for Samsung kind of scope as to how these teams are going to be resting, and potentially who can move up and who is probably going to be left at the bottom. But diving straight into the picks and bans, Afreeca going to be taking away Kha'Zix and Zyra to start things off. Zyra, one of Core JJ's, pretty big supports in the bottom lane, so no surprise that gets taken off the board. But LeBlanc and Camille, the powerhouses, have to get taken away. So Samsung, nothing too shocking coming out yet.
And the Zyra, it's good that you point out that it's a Core JJ special. In fact, he played it in all 3 games against Longju, despite the fact that, of course, Gorilla will play Misfortune into that matchup every time. So clearly looking for laning power when he can. So banning it away early makes sense. Force Samsung to do something different in the bot lane, because they've been in comfort up to now. Rengar's the final ban, so very much the power trio banned on red side. Let's see what's left open for first pick. To me, it's a reach to take Malzahar so early. It's locked in. Tucson has been practicing it in solo queue. There is always that outside chance that it's a flex, but given the meta, we are expecting support Malzahar.
I mean, with the Malzahar locked in, could very well see Kramer trying his hands at the Ziggs in the bottom lane.
I'd like to see Ryze Lee Sin come out here from Samsung. It's been a really big pick for Ambition in the jungle. Ashe has also been pretty contested. Samsung actually banned Ashe multiple games against Longju I guess not wanting it to be taken in the first rotation themselves. They banned it on blue and red side, now snap it up in the first rotation. Pick comps have been the story, and whether it's the instant cast CC of Rise or the range initiation of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, Ashe is very much in the middle of the meta.
Yeah, I mean, and Ruler could not be happier. We saw during the summer split, Jhin was not one of those champions that was in his wheelhouse. It was really all about the Ashe and the Ezreal play coming through. Sivir as well, as she was in that mix. But we'll go back to that, so we know that he is going to be extremely comfortable coming out with Ashe. But now flipping over, Cassiopeia locked in already for Kuro.
So the reason why we see this so early, on the one hand, Kuro's most played in solo queue was Cassiopeia. He was always a Cassio player, so maybe that's not surprising. But it's a pretty punishing lane matchup for Taliyah, which is the champion that Crown brought back into the meta, playing it at IEM Gyeonggi. There's still the outside chance that he takes not a fantastic matchup for himself, but it is a bit of a blocker pick for some of those more risky mid laners that we've seen plenty of recently. Now again, the Ryze is already locked in, so perhaps it's just the simple fact that Cassio does well against Ryze. It's not the same as before, she's not a hard counter to Ryze, but realistically, even though Cuvée plays top lane Ryze, we're probably going to see Cassiopeia versus Ryze this game.
Yeah, which means that with the Cassio locked in, Malzahar will be the support for Chusin, and then we see that Varus coming through, so Kramer going to be locking that in for himself.
And here's a respect ban, because Marin is known as the best Rumble in Korea, and that's with Smeb still around. He actually was the one, apparently, who behind the scenes was coaching Smeb to improve his Rumble. We saw blind bans of Rumble against Smeb. It's going to be the same story against Marin. If there's ever a chance to blind pick a top laner, he's going to take it. And even against Maokai, this is a matchup he's very, very experienced in. So I think smart to ban away the Rumble here, but still a lot left on the board.
Yeah. See where they want to go. Karma taken away by Afreeca Freecs, so 2 final bans remain. And Samsung, it's going to be the Elise, so choking down on that jungle champion pool a little bit more. Rek'Sai on the board, the Lee Sin there, as you mentioned, for Ambition, so could see that still come out, depending on what Afreeca decides to ban.
Spirit, interestingly, has Ghost already taken as a summoner spell. That's a Hecarim summoner spell if we ever saw one, so potential they're considering something creative. Their boss could just be trolling with the summoner spells. Lee Sin is banned against Ambition. They could have taken it early, but prioritized the guaranteed engage from the Ashe. Will be very much a farm lane against the Varus, both of them with good wave clear. And yeah, just will be the Rek'Sai. I think if Lee Sin was open, it would have been snapped up here. It is a comfort pick of Ambitions.
And so is this, so he won't be too disappointed.
It's plug and play.
Yeah, but, oh, well, yeah, I mean, you mentioned the Hecarim could very well see Olaf come through for Spirit.
Another Ghost another Ghost jungler, and also with all the guaranteed CC and reliable CC on Samsung, a way to get to the backline. Felt like Olaf was kind of falling out of the meta, especially when Courage of the Colossus has been at its strongest just because it doesn't have a way to proc it.
Well, they lock it.
They will take that Olaf to try and get to the backline, and Marin was also a known Fiora player. His Maokai is the stuff of legends, 29-1 lifetime on Maokai, so certainly knows that champion inside and out. We only saw one Fiora so far this week, predictably was Smeb. It is fun how their champion pools overlap, but he goes away from that into another pick. He was known for top lane mages. Lissandra probably his go-to top lane champion, especially in 2015. Kind of a bit of similarity there in terms of those engaged champions from the top lane. But Maokai can very quickly get to the point where it's very difficult for Kennen to lane against him just because he can get a Spirit Visage, stack magic resist, and you pointed out, not a lot of melee supports this week. We saw a ban of Taric, but no more than that. Malzahar seems like an incredibly punishing lane. I was speaking about it to you yesterday, Achilles. If you get into close range, and melee champions in general have to be close, you drop, get 3 points in your W, drop those Voidlings, they multiply, you take a lot of harass damage. So Taric is definitely being picked for team comp rather than necessarily lane here from Samsung.
Yeah, it's going to be a really brutal lane to try to get out of, but if JJ can just play back, play cautiously, survive the laning phase, then perhaps this Taric could work out, because there's just nothing but CC on the side of Samsung, so they're just going to be looking to pick people off, pretty much one at a time and then press their advantage that way. But some interesting drafts coming through. Kramer moving over to that Varus yet again at ADC. We saw it yesterday, did not work out at all.
It's amazing how this is now a hype matchup. When Marin was last in Korea, Cuvée was an afterthought in the top lane, but suddenly Cuvé's reputation is at its highest, and people don't really know what to make of Marin. So Kennen versus Maokai will very much be range versus melee in the early levels, but Maokai will kind of run away with the lane with a couple of items. Spirit versus Ambition. Ambition was a mid laner last time Spirit was in Korea, so it's just fun to see these old legacies, the old and the new, meeting on the Rift. And Kuro versus Crown. Cassiopeia versus Cassiopeia versus Ryze. It's the best it's ever been for Ryze, but it's still a Cassiopeia-focused lane.
Yeah. Well, Crown going to be really well versed on that Ryze. We'll see if he's going to be able to carry his team to victory. I'm excited to see how he's going to use that warp to, either jump out or jump into the team fights, because if he comes in with Cuvée on that Maokai, they're just going to be delivering the CC straight into the fight. But Kramer as well, somebody that we have to keep our eyes on, see if he's going to go back to that round 2 spring performance level Kramer, or if it's going to be CJ Summer split Kramer coming out to play. But a lot of questions about both of these teams and how they're going to perform. Let's just not even waste any more time, jump onto the Rift and get our first game underway. Afreeca Freecs versus Samsung Galaxy. Man, I can't wait for that intro video, but I can't even talk about that one because Crown, he's in a bad spot, has to flash away already. Hopefully we get a replay to see exactly how this transpired, but that's going to be a really rough start for the Ryze. No Ghost, no Flash. Spirit could get a very early red buff and just hound down that Ryze.
So we see that there was, the fans are still in some voice, a bit shocked by what's happened. They are getting their cheers in as they can. There was a big expedition for Samsung to get deep wards in. I believe it was Ambition and KDM that had them down. Ryze just caught, I guess, in transition, going for that invade. And Spirit's going for a very early invade of his own. Very creative jungle path. They're not even trying to start on a camp, just trying to stop a potential route for Ambition to reach a fast level 3.
Well, he's gotten, most of the small Raptors. Looks like Ambition's just going to go ahead and peel back. Might not know that that red pit is warded, though.
So the theory here is that because Cassiopeia really beats Ryze early, he feels safe enough to actually invade onto the top side jungle. He knows that Maokai won't be able to rotate either. He's now level 2, and Ambition has to run.
Yeah, Ambition, you don't want anything to do with this one.
No
Comes
mana,
in with the Unburrow. Yeah, Spirit is out of mana, but still has a good amount of damage. You can see him just swinging away.
Actually ghosted. I don't know about the ghost there, Spirit. That was a bit optimistic.
Either way, still really asserts his dominance inside of Ambition's jungle, and looks like he's going to take away that red buff as well.
So the theory here, Kennen will push up Maokai as the ranged auto attackers. Bot lane is more fighting, probably not kill pressure just yet, but already seeing that harass from Malzahar. But just to complete the point, Maokai will get pressured by a ranged auto attacker in the early game. Cassiopeia level 2 just smashes down Ryze's health bar, and Ryze doesn't even have summoners, although does have mana.
Yeah, Crown, he's got a little bit more mana here. Can he find a kill Koro? He's going to have to flash away. Nicely done by Crown to fire back without summoner spells. Really pushing his limits on this Ryze so far to kick things off.
The mana management was a little bit to be desired there by Kuro. He has to stay because he wants to go for tier as a first back. Historically, not a lot of winning for people against SK Telecom T1 in 2015. Cuvée did debut at the start of 2015, so predictably, it was a single game victory. I remember that being a really amusing game where Samsung ran just this crazy global comp with Twisted Fate mid and got a victory, but it's only a single game, and of course all series went to SK Telecom T1.
Yeah, that's a pretty brutal statistic to have coming into this. But again, as you mentioned, Cuvée at the top of his game for his career, right in this moment at the end of summer, coming into this split, this is his time.
And Cuvée defined his legacy by overcoming that famous 0 wins against KT Rolster in the World's Gauntlet to actually take down Someday, take down KT Rolster, get Samsung to Worlds, and they ran away from it there, peaked during the World Championship, which is exactly when you want to be playing your best League of Legends, and went all the way to the finals. So a matchup that no one would have talked about in 2015 is suddenly now very much the featured matchup for us.
Yep, you see KDM pushing in for some vision. He'll spot out Spirit. Doesn't really have any wards to drop, but at least they're keeping tabs on the Olaf.
I mean, look at
Ambition. Good news for Crown.
He's got 6 CS. He had to seed his top lane because, again, we talked about the extensive work that Afreeca took advantage of their earlier power spikes in lane, steal away the red buff, and Ambition's path has just been an emergency path. There wasn't a Raptor camp, there wasn't a red buff. He can't invade because his lanes are getting pushed in. This is creative stuff from Afreeca, and already good to see them try something different rather than just how many teams have we seen try to just take it to the late gaming and Samsung get beaten by Samsung 5v5. Afreeca, not interested in that.
It's pretty brutal when you're the same level as your support in the bottom lane. Level 3 here for Ambition. He'll pick up a little bit more CS as he goes back over to the Raptors, but he's got a lot of catching up to do if he wants to compete with Spirit. 27 CS to 13 at the moment. Still hasn't gone back really to buy. Just has that Hunter's Machete and the refillable potion.
Mid lane will still be favored to the Cassiopeia. CS values tell you the story. Cannon versus Maokai early, 15, 16 CS. Mid lane, 15 CS, and just a farm lane and bot lane. Malzahar kind of has a weird reputation as a support. He's a very feared support in solo queue especially, and he's a very feared support post-6. But his laning phase pre-6 is actually very much on the weaker side. Now, CoreJJ is a melee champion, so it's still pretty good for the Malzahar, but it shouldn't be a surprise that Varus and Malzahar don't open up an early CS advantage. It's just post-6 where they get most of their work done.
Yeah, you can see the call coming out for Marin. As you mentioned, having that CS advantage feels perfectly comfortable to opt into that, and a dagger as well to just assist with those last hits up at the top lane. So he'll be in a pretty good spot. It's really going to come down to those teleport plays from Cuvée to try to swing the tide of a fight. Both of them had recalled, come back in. So TPs won't be up for a couple more minutes. So we're a ways away from team fight. For now, it's just going to be these light poking out in the lanes and maybe a couple skirmishes, but I don't think we're going to see Dragon come into play for at least another 6 minutes or so. It's a Mountain Drake, so definitely is one of those that you want to pick up early.
Look at the lane spacing here. Marin is playing this top lane so smart. Cuvée has been forced to go into Doran's shield just to survive lane. Not even a Doran's ring. We often see double Doran ring to have a bit more wave clear options. If he uses that ranged wave clear, he just gets zoned by the harassment that Marin can put out on this cannon. And compare Cull, an investment item that pays off, to an emergency item in the Doran shield, and Marin looking good in his first game out.
Yeah,
Crown's just dead.
Spot. Crown, he's got a flash away. Actually, he's able to make it out with his life. Koro didn't have a flash to pursue any deeper. Spirit runs over. Ambition takes the tunnel out. I think a little bit of damage gets worked down to about half HP before he makes it out to safety.
I wrote out the eulogy for Crown a little bit early just because I thought poison was on, but there wasn't actually any poison ticking, so couldn't get the same amount of Twin Fangs despite him going down to 200 health. Couldn't quite get that kill on Crown.
Yeah, but it was damn close, and yet again, both of the summoner spells by Crown have been burned out. So it just keeps leaving him in this very vulnerable position. Granted, as far as damage goes, Koro, it won't be really soaring above him because they both have to build these tiers of the goddess, but Kuro definitely has the upper hand. He has that CS lead, so he will be able to get those damaging items in before the Rise can. For now, just has to play a bit more cautiously. Ambition as well, yet again, getting caught over by the Raptors, has to back off.
I mean, Afreeca really understand how powerful they are right now. This will be the second of 2 red buffs that will be stolen away, and picking for lane and actually playing lane dominant. We talked about win lane, win game comps yesterday that didn't necessarily pan out as we expected. This is understanding that even at level 1, level 2, they have a big advantage in straight solo lanes and exploiting it through the jungle. So specifically the top side of the map, because obviously Kramer and Tucson have just been farming, should be complemented. And think about how many competitive games experience there is between Marin, Spirit, and Kuro. These guys were all playing competitive in 2013, early 2014. They've been around a long time.
Oh boy, Cuvée does not have a ward in the brush. Has the flash, gonna pop it immediately, but it'll still get locked down by the slicing Maelstrom. He is gonna fall. Nowhere to go. First blood going over to Marin. Welcome back to the LCK.
It's gonna feel good. It's a confidence pickup. He actually went Negatron just for laning and didn't need that extra damage. There is a bit of a tweak to Cannon in this particular patch.
Has had some changes, yeah.
So basically the gist of it is that his ult does basically the same damage, that it's very much backloaded damage. So the damage often actually kicks in after the CC duration is over. So if you basically get stunned up and then flash out, you manage to avoid the brunt of the damage, but wasn't enough for Cuvée at the backup of Spirit. And so far so good for Freecs.
Yep, starting things off really well. You can see just about a 2,000 gold lead here for the Afreeca Freecs. Just under 10 minutes into this matchup. And emergency Merc Treads coming through from Crown. on top of that Tear of the Goddess, just to try to mitigate a little bit more damage.
So let's consider
this, Cassiopeia.
But let's consider how this has happened, because he's coming close to doubling the CS, up 36 in the top lane, and now has a kill. First of all, smart invade from Spirit means that Ambition can never reach the topside jungle. What's Marin famous for? Overextending and either getting a kill early or being killed. No one could ever punish how overextended Marin was, because Ambition could never visit his red side jungle because of the early pressure from Spirit. The lead grows, he's able to go cull. Juve has to buy armor just to deal with the auto attacks, let alone the magic damage, and then he can just go into magic damage from there. So even though this turns into a very good lane for the Maokai, that may be so delayed that item timings will throw any of the theory out the window.
Samsung, they're going to be looking for something. You can see Ambition Crown working their way down towards this bottom lane. Don't think they want to go for a dive onto that Malzahar or that Varus. Could just lock both of them up with relative ease. So Crown will rotate his way back into mid, but just having a hard time trying to get some harassment onto Kuro. He's got that blue buff, so he's just spamming out the poison and the Twin Fangs.
His item timings will be significantly delayed as well. Had to go emergency Merc Treads first, like Faker did yesterday. While Kuro, Cuvée, and Ambition tussle in the mid lane. I mean, Marin's just proxying at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be first brick going over to him. Didn't really need much assistance in order to secure this. Just that one kill. He was already managing the harassment so well. Flash forward, Nethergrass goes in onto Core JJ. Just stack on the Corruption Arrow just for good measure. Spirit charging in with a Ragnarok. Will be able to take him out. Second kill picked up for Afreeca, Freecs, and Samsung. They're starting to struggle. Kuro will get found by a Crown. Lands that Rune Prison. Petrifying Gaze comes out. Just going to catch the slow. Nice juke back by Crown, but they can't come up with a kill.
The instant cleanse on the CC as well to get out from Kuro. Problem in the bot lane is that Ruler saved his ult to ult Tucson, predictably, to stop the Nethergrass, but unfortunately actually hit Kramer. So in that way, while some of the damage went down, the CC duration went in. Olaf did the rest of the damage, so wasn't able to interrupt that Nethergrasp, and well, JJ pays the price. And while Samsung might get a Mountain Drake against the run of play, everything else has been going the way of Afreeca Freecs.
Yeah, just a bit of a consolation prize here for Samsung. So at least they pick this up, but whether or not they can utilize it will have to be seen as we progress through. Infernal Drake will be our second one coming up. Mission goes over the wall, but he finds Tucson and Spirit, so he's going to have to back straight back into the river.
Fans that are joining us, or the LCK for the first time this week, might be surprised to see that once again it's, all right, Marin, I have to talk about his item first. Went Wit's End first.
Wow.
So he's going to be a huge jerk. He's actually going for an AD on-hit build rather than necessarily for an AP build. We saw a bit more of AD Cannon. That was the Hurricane Frozen Mallet build towards the end of last year in other regions, specifically the LPL. It's kind of always been a China special. Basically, the theory behind this build is, specifically if you get some of the physical damage, I think Frozen Mallet will be a future pickup. It's about consistent CC duration and debuffing rather than about burst. And given that the champion has kind of been taken away from a burst role, with the burst being so backloaded that people don't stay in the range of the AoE from the ultimate as long, Marin's just kind of redefining what Kennon's all about.
Yeah, oh boy, this is going to really shake up solo queue for a while if Afreeca Freecs are able to win this game.
I mean, this build, honestly, the thing about AD Cannon is it's about the strongest laning champion possible.
Oh, reset comes through just in time. I think red buff dipped down to about 60 HP before that hit. Tucson pushing forward, maybe looking for another Nether Grasp. As we do see, Spirit has wrapped around into the bottom lane brush.
What I actually wanted to talk about was Kramer, who isn't going the Hurricane by the Ruin King build that people have been talking about a lot recently. This has been the build so far in Korea, focused on getting lower cooldown on the Chains of Corruption and playing an Ashe-esque utility role rather than necessarily hoping to kill Maokai and Rek'Sai. You see Maokai, Rek'Sai, and even Ryze, and you think, well, Blade the Ruin King's getting a lot of value. Instead, he's like, well, Cannon, Olaf, Cassiopeia, they can shoulder the damage, and I'm just pure utility Varus.
Well, Ruler, fortunately, has been having a decent time in this bottom lane, despite that kill going through, as Core JJ did go down. Ambition coming his way over, is standing on a ward, doesn't know it. You can see the tremor sense, though, as Spirit pushes in, gets a little bit of vision down. So should be safe for the time being. Don't think he wants to go over the wall into Tucson, who has that nether grasp waiting for him.
I just realized that basically every member of the Afreeca Freecs is one of those solo queue mad scientists. Marin has always played around with builds. Kramer famously was the Wits End Lucian player. Spirit innovated Hurricane, Jungle Kindred, and other picks as well. Kuro has debuted a lot of champions, famously played the mid lane Scion back in the spring season last year. And Tucson has played 2 roles professionally, loves to play pick champions in and out of meta. So you put 5 mad scientists together, and so far you get Wits End Cannon. And given that trend of so many unique champions, who's to know what else they have cooked up?
Oh, well, that's the arrow going out, catches Tucson. Ambition in a rough spot, though, will get locked down. Goes back and gets that big shield from the Taric. The invulnerability helping him out. They take out Malzahar, but here comes Spirit, here comes Marin. They're just locking up Samsung Galaxy. They have nowhere to go. They're going to pick up 3 kills for their trouble. Can't quite finish off Cube. He is just a bit too tanky. A double kill coming through from Marin. 5-2 on the board. And Afreeca Freecs, they just keep pushing forward.
And Cannon is still Cannon, even though he doesn't have the same burst going this build or after the changes. It's more focused for laning, but still very, very useful in these skirmish settings. And Cannon and Cube do have good range wave. It won't be the target just yet. It's Marin.
Oh yeah, Marin's gonna get locked up, but he's gonna take Cube for a ride. Flashes out. Now Cube way too deep. Doesn't have the Maelstrom up to mitigate the damage. He will go down in an elongated triple kill for Marin. They can't get the turret, but they take Cube's life.
And to some degree, that was pretty much the best case scenario for Samsung. They got the Taric ult in before anyone went down. That 2.5 second charge time is the difference between turning a fight and not. Ambition got in. It looked like they could turn it around, but Marin flashed over from the teleport, got those early kills. No way for Crown and Kuro to join the fight. Actually profited Afreeca, and now 6-2 and 5,000 gold. It's not a trivial lead at 16 minutes in.
And this is just unraveling here for Samsung. We thought, perhaps they were going to be a bit of a clear favorite coming into this match because there were so many questions about Afreeca with this lineup and how they were going to play together, but they're being extremely convincing. Though if we learned anything from yesterday, Papa Smithy, is that you can be as convincing as you want in the early game, but if you start slipping up in the mid game, you are just going to fall apart.
So Samsung actually engages as they ult onto Tucson, but end up turning around. Watch the fact that Ambition can actually re-engage because you're fully invulnerable. You don't take any damage during the course of the Targ ultimate, basically an AoE Kale ultimate after a duration. But Marin teleported in, flashed over, so it already committed his flash. His auto attacks need to be respected. Picture in picture, we see that Marin might even get another buff.
Oh boy.
This is Marin, remember, he is the oldest player in the league at the moment, at 25 years of age, soon to be 26 in February. He was always famously the shot caller. Doesn't matter if he's a ranged champion, gets half value. That man's taking that Rift Tower buff.
Yep. One of the oldest in the world at this point, really. I think
we were looking up, so Lemon
yeah,
Nation.
we were talking about it earlier. I think Lemon Nation at this moment is the oldest player across any region. Not
with
counting,
Trace retiring.
Not counting wildcards. I'm not too
Sure.
familiar with that.
And
But yeah, with Trace moving into a coaching position, that should make Lemon Nation the oldest player.
So to be clear, all these bolts do apply the Wits End on-hit effect, so that is the reduction in magic resist. 5 magic resist per auto attack.
Juve just using the ultimate to help clear out the wave, keep the turret alive. Does do a decent bit of damage to Marin, but that's a far cry hope of killing him. Let's see, that's going to be the Ash Arrow down into Tucson. They are able to line up the Dazzle. Ambition trying to tunnel out, but he just can't do it. Gets hit with the Nether Grasp straight into that Arrow of Corruption.
Cosmic
That's
Radiance.
the shield from the Taric, but walks straight into that Petrifying Gaze from Kuro, is just waiting for him in the river. Ruler having to flash over the blue wall. The Spirit was just sticking to him like glue, had that Ragnarok and the Ghost up. And now, after finding that kill onto Ambition, no hope of a smite away. They will take an Infernal Drake. So first Dragon here for Afreeca Freecs. Just stacking on the advantages, 7-2, about 5,000 gold in the lead.
Reboot is one of the cornerstones of this season of LCK with so many players coming back. And look at Kuro, a player who, honestly, we had a pretty set opinion about. A farm mid laner, not the best at roaming, decent in the laning phase, but chokes in big games. He's been first to roam in a lot of fights here. He was overlooked for every one of his teammates when it came to credit on that ROX Tigers lineup, and even he has a point to prove, despite coming in as reigning LCK champion.
Yep. I think we should have went with Reboot reinstalled since Huni is in LCK. had a pretty strong showing.
I'm sure Twitch chat will tell him to uninstall at some point.
It's a matter of time. I mean, you never know. Could just have another...
Hey, Twitch chat is there when you're doing well and when you're doing badly, but mostly the latter.
I'm just saying, could just have another very sweeping season from SK Telecom, so we'll see. But for now, Huni doing a good job of shutting up the haters.
I mean, he found the Maokai icon. Maybe he just needed the Korean client, couldn't find Maokai on the English client. He was like, sorry, I just where's the picture? Maybe I don't know what to say, but he found Maokai, even found Poppy. What's to say about Huni? He's redefining himself, and it's the right time on SK Telecom.
Almost like if you can't find that icon, I'm going to find my belt. He's like, oh, here it is. I found it. Locking it in.
I don't know. Daylor strikes me as someone who could find the strap as well, so.
Yeah.
Who's to say?
Well, Afreeca fearlessly pushing their way into the jungle.
I mean, all their benefits have kind of been gotten from dominating the top red side jungle, so why not give another visit?
They're doing the classic Samsung bush camp.
Poor JJ is going for a Hachani-esque walk. He's like, I'm going to kill this this ward slowly.
And he gets the
that
hit,
was probably put
and
there
then he's
ages
still
ago.
sitting there, and oh dear. Oh, poor JJ. Yeah, that was a good point, doing his best Hachani impersonation.
on Tarek, no less.
Yeah. Though Hachani was usually in the enemy jungler, not so much his own. And it looks like it's going to happen to Crown and Ambition as well. Oh, Air of Corruption comes through. Ambition will be able to flash away. Takes the tunnel out to safety, but Samsung, I just don't think there's anything they can do. You can see the pings coming out onto the Baron. They have a Cassiopeia. They have Spirit on this Olaf. There's so much damage, so they're going to shred right through this.
Afreeca Freecs have been so good at snowballing a lead, so good at picking win lane, win game, and going for picks. And speaking of picks, here comes Marin.
Ash Arrow lands on the 2-cent Ambition, trying to find his way into the pit. They maybe go for the steal. Ruler getting locked down by Marin. Can't kill him in time. The Cosmic Radiance does come through. Now they jump over onto the cannon. Will be able to finish him off, but the Baron goes over to Afreeca Freecs. I think they have to be quite happy with that exchange, and they'll just keep pressing this advantage. Now 7.3 thousand gold in their favor. And with this Baron buff, they can just knock down more turrets and stretch it even further.
Seemed like Marin momentarily forgot he didn't have ability power, and it turns out Frozen Mallet, Wits End, Hurricane doesn't kill AD carries that fast, especially with a Tarek next to him, but the zoning was effective like you mentioned. The big story here is that Ruler's time is completely occupied. Tucson also. It's a three-man Baron, but Olaf, Varus, of course, does percentage health damage to that Baron, and Cassiopeia, one of the best Baron takers possible from the mid lane, trio it down, and again, the snowball here from just winning lane, and we went for basically the most win lane, win game comp. When you go AD cannon, you're not worried about the late game. You're purely looking to harass the lane, and between his lane spacing, Spirit starting the top enemy red side jungle and forcing the Rex side to never even be on that quadrant of the map, this is like a situation that almost never comes. Usually, you get camped as the cannon, you die once, Maokai finishes Spirit Visage, you're screwed. Go AD cannon, ensure that the enemy jungle can never be there to punish the lane spacing, and this can be the result. Only 30 CS, but Marin and Spirit have decided this game.
Yeah. I mean, suddenly that kind of sheds a little bit more light on the Doran shield pickup as well by QVE, because if there was no AP listed for the cannon, perhaps he just identified early on that this was going to be the AD build.
It seems more like a solo queue trend, though,
I'm trying
because
to give
if you think
Samsung
about
some shining light here.
Back in the day, at 15 AD were the standard runes for cannon top, and you just went, you know, at Doran's Blade. We even saw in Korea we had Blade the Ruin King into ability power. Often you transition from AD to ability power, just given how W worked, but seems to just be a trend. So it was actually an early catch from Maokai, but an early catch didn't matter because he never had the jungle pressure to help him out.
Yeah, I mean, Ambition, getting invaded on right off the bat was a bit of a rough spot to be in, as well as, Crown nearly losing his life at the beginning of the game. So Samsung definitely on struggle streak at the moment, and this is looking like one of the most convincing, probably the most convincing game we've seen so far that didn't come from LeBlanc getting a double kill.
Not over just yet. There's still scope to mess up.
Rise does do some damage, as you can see right there from that Q. Overload definitely does help out, as Afreeca will be, caught in these narrow halls as they try to press into the base of Samsung. So there is some opportunities that they could bounce back. Don't want to write them off quite just yet. But for now, this is looking like a very dominant performance from the Afreeca Freecs. They just need to keep it up and close it out.
This is one of those games where I really wish I could understand the comms coming through, both get them and understand them, just because was it the fact that they saw the Ghost Flash being burned and the 2 wards being used in their own jungle that prompted the invade? Was it completely a plan from the start that, again, flowed on, like I said, okay, we win level 2 in both lanes, therefore start their red, they won't be able to collapse? Or was it a bit of both? That's kind of my question, because it was either very well scouted or very great adaptation. And with all these veteran members, it's very hard to split between those two. But it has been masterful stuff from Afreeca Freecs.
Yep. And Spirit moving over to this Ocean Drake, which recently respawned. We'll go ahead and clear that one out. Looks like we'll have a second Ocean Drake as our third and final.
I mean, Afreeca Freecs are hoping this game is over before the next Ocean Drake spawns. They're in a great spot. Their item builds are exactly where you want to. Even a Guardian Angel, a second completed item for Spirit. These champions don't scale as well as their opponents in any way. Late game, on-hit cannon doesn't do very much apart from some CCs. Olaf famously falls off in the late game. You take Ryze over Cassiopeia, Ashe over Varus. They're in a really good spot. And Taric is probably the best late game support. If he lives, gets the ult off he wants, chooses the engage, well, you're going to die. So there's a lot here for Samsung, but smart investments from Afreeca. They want to end this game fast.
Yeah. Still just so far behind as far as the items are concerned. Is Samsung. You can see still stacking up on that Abyssal Scepter, his crown.
But if you take away...
the Rod of Ages, rather, looking at the Abyssal Scepter.
If you ask me how much of a gold lead does Afreeca Freecs need at 25 minutes to win this game, I would have said over 5K. I would have said around 6 to 8K minimum. So 10K is good. Their rotations have been good. They've been smart. They've played to their win conditions. But they're not massively ahead. And if they lose one team fight and some of those item completions come from Samsung, this game can turn.
All right, well, we'll see. They have, looks like just about a 4-1 press going on as Martin's in the bottom lane, keeping the wave shoved up towards that turret. Yeah. Again, Crystalline Arrow not going to connect, so Samsung won't be able to follow up on that CC. And Marin just doesn't give any damns about Cuve's damage. You can see ultimate coming through from Crown, trying to warp in time. They do have the Twisted Advance to try to lock down Marin, standing outside of the Slicing Mails from his Crown. So he won't get stunned up, but Marin's still too fast, gets the flash over the wall, and will take him out to safety.
It's just so tanky, and because they drew multiple members, now they get that top turret. So Marin's been giving up his life for objectives. First time for Baron. Now he's just pulling away, giving up his health bar for the top lane turret, and look at that. He even pays an ode to that history I was talking about and buys a Blade of the Ruin King anyway.
Just for good measure.
He'll kill Maokai really, really slowly.
So now no one can chase him and no one can get away from him. Good stuff so far from Marin. Marin on his re-debut in LCK for 1-0. And still a pretty considerable CS lead over top of Cuve. Could very well result in a Flame Horizon before the end of this.
It's just so great that we can be excited about Marin again. He was always an interesting player to track when he played in Korea, but overshadowed to a great degree by Faker. Sure, he won the MVP of Worlds, had some very good games there, but especially in Korea, it felt like Faker was the true star and Marin did his job, was reliable, but his best play was at that World Championships tournament. He had a good domestic season, but not a fantastic one. Now he's, on a quest to get this next team to Worlds. And his legacy, if he can take a new team to Worlds like he excelled on in SK Telecom, will just be a multifaceted legacy. Because you got someone like Bengi, 3-time world champion. All the other plaudits always had Faker in his corner. Marin doesn't have Faker anymore.
Yeah. He's got Koro. He's got the anti-Faker, actually. So I guess saying anti-Faker.
I know, it makes him sound really good.
It makes him sound good against Faker.
Yes, I'm the anti-Faker.
Yeah. No, Koro definitely not Faker repellent material.
Nope.
So, I mean, that's going to be another really interesting matchup to see. Like, how is Koro going to manage, going up against SK Telecom with this new group of teammates?
Afreeca aren't really doing much to stop the potential steal this time, so they realize they need to set up a bit better. Marin isn't interested in teleporting over. He just wants to take a free inhibitor.
He's trying to poke in. They'll actually re-engage onto the Baron. Ambition still waiting in the wings. Has that control ward down, so they couldn't clear those out. Baron down to below half HP. Tusa goes over the wall with a Nethergraph, locks up Ambition. Nicely done. he will lose his life, but they get the Baron for it. Marin still sticking around in the top lane, trying to find a kill. The Crown is able to take him out.
He's gonna get Cuvée
he'll
as
be
well.
able to trade back onto Cuvée. He has no mana. Double kill coming through from Marin. The enchanted crystalline arrow just way too late from Ruler to try to save his teammates' lives. He won't finish the inhibitor, but it doesn't even matter. Marin completely styling on Cuvée and Crown.
There's no other way to put it. Style is the word to describe Marin's first game back in Korea. 434 days later, it's like he never left. He's looking fantastic in this game.
And he is just going to keep the full court press going on. We can see the second inhibitor in the bottom lane getting ready to go down. The top lane tower about to fall, but they say screw it, let's just go straight for the Nexus. Spirit jumping straight on a Ruler, able to take him out. Ambition falls to the wayside as well. Nexus is exposed. 30.5 minutes on the clock. Afreeca Freecs completely decimates Samsung Galaxy.
I mean, they stomped the Achilles, no other way to put it. They never looked like losing. Love the level 1 strategy. Whether it was a recognition or whether it was a pre-planned strategy, we're not to know, but damn was it effective. Spirit and Marin especially decide this game. Great assist by the other three. The bot lane is kind of chilling in the bot lane, but things worked out there. And Samsung looked pretty woeful. Lost the first game to Longzhu. Ambition and this World Championship final lineup are now 0-2, and you'd have to expect that Haru will come into the roster again on the blue side for game 2.
Yeah, certainly looks like a change that might need to occur. Ambition, the veteran of this roster, completely lost at the beginning of the game.
And look, you want to give Marin the MVP before the series starts because it's the story, right? We had Huni as the first MVP, and returning star as an MVP is a great narrative MVP, but guess what? Marin's the MVP anyway.
Oh, for sure. I mean, he just did so much work in that game, getting that 1v2 kill against Arise and a Maokai. Absolutely disgusting, bringing back out the AD Kennen build. I mean, the Blade of the Ruin King at the end to just have that extra shred potential against the Maokai. Did so much work in Samsung.
This season, it keeps giving Achilles. We haven't even seen Kongdoo Monster yet, but all these new teams have something about them. And at least in game 1, that something was Marin.
That it was. I mean, this whole roster, when this was put together, was a really big question mark. How are these guys going to gel? How are they going to blend together? Will they have
Sample
that cohesion?
size of 1, but looking pretty good.
But so far, so good. That is for sure. Spirit also looking quite strong on his return. But Afreeca Freecs look like they might just be a force to be reckoned with. Samsung, they'll get a second chance as we get ready to go to a break. When we come back, we will have that game 2. We'll see if they can fire back, or Afreeca Freecs will have one hell of a strong debut with a 2-0. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
To believe that I was good on my own until you came along, waiting for me to fall. Now you're gone, baby, gone. If you don't mean it, don't you say it. If you don't feel it, don't you fake it. If it's a lie, baby, don't say it's true. If you don't want it, why do you take it? How come you bought it just to break it? If you don't love me, then don't say
grab the duffel bag and let's roll.
안녕하십니까. 앵커 최동희입니다. 첫 번째 소식입니다. 상암 OGN 본부에서 대규모 시위가 벌어지고 있다고 하는데요. 현장에 나가 있는 특파원 연결해 보도록 하겠습니다. 동희우 특파원.
네, 그렇게 좋은데 스프링이 웬 말이냐?
두꺼운 외투도 무용지물이 되어버린 지 오래입니다. 아, 정말 너무 스트레스 받습니다. 이상한 상황에서 특파원 통일이었습니다. 대책 마련이 시급한 것 같습니다. 다음은 이런 시민들의 반발을 잠재워줄 소식입니다. 비시즌으로 굶주리던 시장! 하겠습니다과 청춘 부재단은 잃어버린 열정을 되찾기 위해 협력을 선언했다고 합니다. 주 5일로 나누어 양 당은 최대한 협력할 것을 약속했습니다. 이어서 날씨 보겠습니다. 네, 한파가 지속되는 가운데 다음 주에는 봄 날씨를 기대하셔도 좋을 것 같습니다. 화요일에는 뒤틀린 고기압의 영향으로 점차 맑아지겠습니다. 지난 썸머 시즌 북상한 단군 전선과 새롭게 형성된 포창과 권이슬의 만남으로 기대의 물결이 높게 일고 있습니다. 토요일 밤 깜짝 단비 소식이 있는데요. 잊지 말고 우산 꼭 챙기시기 바래요. 지금까지 날씨였습니다. 따뜻한 롤챔스 스프링을 기대하셔도 좋을 것 같습니다. 감사합니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Your MVP from Game 1. Not much of a shock here. It's Marin 7-1-0 throughout 54% kill contribution. But, you know, he didn't really need to contribute to more kills because he was just too busy knocking down structures around the map.
And I was really curious about the Kennen lock-in. It felt like it was a bit of an overreach. Rumble was banned. You're like, okay, this guy plays as mage, is famous for Lissandra, and specifically the Lissandra and the Rumble, but it wasn't AP Kennen. It was that AD on-hit Kennen. On-hit, perhaps the best way to describe it, but AD Kennen, Mallet and Hurricane have so much synergy because slows into the stuns from your passive, into the ult for more stuns. It's normally about, in team fights, just pure CC, but the laning phase is so oppressive. And from their level 1 specifically, organizing it so that there would never be any early jungle ganks. The one way to take down Marin was always chopping him down early. And then this outplay, we're going to see the 1v2. Not many mechanics are required when we do see the true 1v2. That was the flash away, forgot about that.
There we go.
We will see now the extended 1v2. Remember, they're both at full health when this starts, and he literally auto-attacks them to death. No mechanics,
boy.
just auto-attacks. Hurricane bolts, of course, hitting both of
He
them.
had to hit E to get the stun.
Ah, yes, hit E.
I'm trying to give him
He
a little
lost
more
damage
credit.
pressing E because you don't auto-attack during it.
Fair enough. But all right, well, Marin will go ahead and tie Huni for MVP points to start his season off. So, I mean, realistically, oh.
You know what that music means?
What does that sound?
Who could possibly be subbing into Samsung?
Oh, I have no idea. It must be Stitch. Nope, it's going to be Ambition
Oh,
stepping out.
now it's going to be Haru.
With Haru coming in. So this is what we saw just 2 days ago. Samsung losing their first game against Longzhu and then bringing in Haru, and they were able to close out the next two and win that series.
It's actually a very interesting translated interview with Haru after that series where they asked him, was this pre-planned? What was the story? And he actually said, I don't want to give away too much, but it was always the plan to play me on blue side, which actually I think defeats the purpose. That is quite a lot of
You
information.
kind of gave away the entire story on that. Maybe not for like picks that you want to play.
I asked some of these players in the back for like predictions and stuff, and they like give the most nothing answers. I was asking.
And then Haru's like, I won't say much, but here's everything.
Yeah. I won't talk about my champion pool, but it's these three, really. Let's really be honest. So something about his champion pool clearly makes them want to run him on blue side. Of course, blue side usually have more flexibility for picks. First pick, perhaps, of something like a Rengar. What I can tell the viewers about Haru is that ever since leaving CJ and joining Samsung, his solo queue results have been very impressive. He's been top 3 solo queue for a lot of the offseason, was actually #1 overall for a little bit. So his solo queue has been up. We wondered, why is Haru on this lineup? He didn't look good on CJ, but Kramer and a lot of other people didn't look good on CJ last year. And so far, so good for Haru.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe having the guidance of a veteran such as Ambition could help assist him in improving, but you don't really want the guidance of Ambition at this point. He's been having a bit of a rough time. I'm sure he's going to bounce back. Just a couple rough games to start things off. And Afreeca, I mean, granted, they look better than we really could have ever anticipated them to be. They had that high ceiling, but they're really living up to it. But right into the pick and ban here. Malzahar, Varus taken away by Samsung. Don't want that in the hands of Kramer.
No, what they're doing here is they want to ban Varus and first pick Ashe is my first instinct, because it feels like the bans can be auto-filled on the side of Afreeca. They have to ban LeBlanc last, you'd imagine. Crown, Samsung have been banning LeBlanc on blue and red side, so Crown has played it before. It would have been a bit crazy to overlook it, but to me, you ban Varus and first pick Ashe to at least get the Ashe, which has been very high priority. Jhin is out there as well. That'll probably be the answer. And yeah, the one you see Varus in the first round when they clearly can play Varus, it's about taking Ashe first round, because this will basically, until the foreseeable future, be the 3 red side bans in every series.
Yeah. Well, I see those off the board. Jace was something that was banned in the first round of that first game. It's going to be a very swift lock-in here from Marin. So, still more aggression that will be coming out of the top lane. Could always see it in mid, but highly unlikely. We'll see what Afreeca wants to do with the rest of this draft. Elise was also removed by Samsung in the second round, but oh boy, the hover over the Ziggs. They wouldn't have the Malzahar to go with it this time around, but they're going to go ahead and take it. They saw how well this played out for Bang just yesterday, so Afreeca Freecs going to try their hand at it as well.
I think Afreeca are sticking with lane dominance. Jace, especially in top lane, has almost no bad matchups. Even the Poppy, where Poppy can get to a good spot. There are item builds you can go as Jace to beat Poppy, even if the Poppy's able to stack full armor. Ziggs and basically any support with CC or lane presence, basically any support. You could stick anything in there and it'll do fine. Ziggs has great laning presence, even if it's Ashe Zyra, very famous duo lane that Cloud9 popularized back in 2013 summer when they first debuted. Basically any support will do just fine here, so I think Afreeca's just staying where they were. Win lane, win game. Their snowball play was immaculate in game 1, so keep it up.
Yep. And it's going to be Zyra here for Court JJ. Will get his hands on that as it was banned away in the first game.
Playing with fire.
Uwe will go ahead and lock in the Maokai yet again.
Now, Jace will, of course, do well in lane against Maokai. We saw that matchup yesterday. Outside chance, you flex the Jace to mid and go for the cannon again. That's also an option. Kuro has played mid lane Jace before. So a lot of flexibility here. I think you want to definitely round this out with a support pick. Karma is an option that's available. Doesn't do wonderfully against Zyra. Misfortune is the support counter pick, and they keep up the story. They want to focus on lane. Counter pick's a bit of a weird word. We have seen Misfortune lanes lose to Zyra, but she's very strong against the plans, and Zyra's so oppressive that Misfortune's one of the safer picks, and also can do very, very well in terms of trades in lane.
Yeah. Going to be a lot of armor shred coming through as well with that Black Cleaver. But on the bullet time, Jace more than likely going to pick up a Black Cleaver himself. But haven't seen the jungles come out quite yet, and that's actually going to be a ban to start things off for the second round for Afreeca. Kha'Zix taken away. Wasn't sure if that's something Spirit wanted to pick up himself. Seemed really comfortable on that Olaf. Could always revisit that. But Rek'Sai still on the board as well as the Lee Sin. And Elise is also going to get banned away.
Yeah, the jungle pool can actually get pretty damn pinched here. Rengar was in the first round of bans as expected. Lee Sin is obviously the jungler that we might be surprised has been overlooked, but so far hasn't been considered. On the red side, they are clearly going to be looking for a solo laner and also the jungler. And they have the first pick on red side, so they're just trying to pinch it further and maybe just take Olaf with no other jungler that can really hope to handle it. I think if you're Samsung, you have to leave Rek'Sai up and kind of accept that it's probably going to be Olaf versus Rek'Sai as the inevitable jungle matchup.
Yeah. Otherwise, both of those taken away from you, kind of just stuck with the Hecarim at that point, but they're actually going to ban the Olaf. So this could just be Rek'Sai snatched up for Spirit unless he wants to play around with something new. Still does have the Ghost on the Summoner Icon hover, but you can see the Rek'Sai coming through, and it would make sense to just go ahead and lock this in.
And now we get to know more about Haru, because The easy option here was to ignore one of Olaf and Rek'Sai and just deal with the Olaf versus Rek'Sai matchup. Now you have to think of the AD carry junglers. Something like a Graves or Kindred starts to become options that kind of fit in this draft. Speaking of fitting into drafts, they have a pick comp, and Taliyah is so powerful with pick comps. Make a lot of sense. Crown, I've said it a couple of times already this season, was the one that brought back Taliyah from the dead. No one talking about Taliyah. Played it at Gyeonggi. Now every mid laner, I check everyone's profile, they've played at least 5 to 10 games of Taliyah. So predictably it's the pick, but AD carry junglers are basically all that's left. It's either Hecarim or one of Graves and Kindred as realistic jungle choices. And look, Graves is very, very safe, but they're forced into Graves with the 5 jungle bans of the 10.
Yep, not going to see a Shyvana again, it would appear, but oh boy. That very well could be a Jace flexed into the mid lane. Rumble has made it through, and Marin, you've talked about it, be very comfortable running Rumble into the Maokai matchup in top lane, but oh, it's going to be that flip over to the Kennen at the last second. So will it be the AD build? Will it be the AP build? Marin, he has the freedom to keep things ambiguous for now.
But then you'd have to play that game, Achilles, of winning lanes, and it's looking pretty good for Afreeca Freecs. We know exactly how top goes, but can Afreeca set up the same inevitable domination in top lane they did in the previous game? It was much more about stopping ambition from ever moving to that side of the jungle than necessarily about the matchup. The matchup is great for Kennen, but can be exploited by the jungler. Different jungler now in Haru, but Samsung need to be a lot more conservative about their early game. Ensure that they don't give the free opportunity for Afreeca to run away with the game by playing through Marin's lane.
We'll see how they're going to synergize. They have that teleport from the Maokai. They have the Weaver's Wall from Taliyah, so they can both get across the map relatively quickly. If they can lock off somebody, they can take them out. Kramer, of course, will have that satchel charge, try to create some distance. I don't think you could jump over the Weaver's Wall with that. Might be a little too thick.
Might be able to, actually, with the right timing. Small thing that we actually have on our screens that isn't shown on screen is that Jace did not take teleport. Went Ignite mid lane on Jace against the Taliyah.
Really bold.
I was going to say, well, get Ashe to level 6. Everyone shows up in bot, so much CC get kills, but they're not interested in letting Taliyah roam. They're looking to kill this Taliyah and stop the globals from being as big an impact.
Well, seems like Kuro's gotten a little bloodthirsty since leaving the ROX Tigers. And I have to say, I'm a pretty big fan of it. I'm a pretty big fan of this draft overall, especially from the side of Afreeca Freecs, bringing out the Ziggs yet again. Jace in the mid lane, and then Kennen from Marin. I think he's going to go back to that on-hit 80 build, but let's go ahead and find out as we load onto the Rift for Game 2. Afreeca Freecs, can they close it out here with a 2-0, or will Samsung strike back? Let's find out.
You know what I can see, Achilles?
What's that?
There's a lot of Afreeca fans now.
I mean, you can hear it. You don't even have to see it.
I mean, the Afreeca Freecs were a very enigmatic and fun team to follow last year, but finished
They
fifth
never had
twice.
this level of fandom last year.
And they didn't have this roster last year. They didn't have this superstar names. Specifically, Marin and Spirit had a lot of fans. Marin was one of the most popular players in Korea when he was here. A lot of people look up to him with his age, the fact that he'd been through his military service. A lot of the shot caller on SK Telecom, a lot of admirable traits about Marin. And this team, it took ROX Tigers a long time to build up a fan group, and there were a lot more unheralded names on that team. It's taken no time at all for Afreeca to have a lot of fans.
No, it hasn't taken any time at all for Marin to roam into the enemy jungle.
He's just being a dick. That's what he's doing.
Yep, pretty much.
A huge jerk.
Well, looks like he's going to try to dissuade Haru from taking the blue buff. Or does have that smite, so he's going to be able to snatch it up. But Marin already whittling down Cuvée to about half HP. You see some fan-drawn signs. Got a couple out there in the audience. Hopefully we highlight some of the others.
That was a chibi Marin right there, in case you were wondering.
But, yeah, Marin just flexing quite a lot in this matchup. You can see starting with the call this time. Not even going to be going for the Doran's Blade. Just wants to go straight for that big payoff.
And you know, you can actually attest to this, Achilleos. For the longest time, the last year, when people ask me what I play in solo queue, I'm like, Kennen with Cull. Because, hey, it's Kennen. He's already great in lane. Why not go for Cull if you're against an easy matchup like the Maokai? Get the payoff, and the fact that you don't have 60 health shouldn't matter, especially if, like in Game 1, you ensure that the jungle's never there. The jungle's never there, why not go Cull?
Yeah, you're saying that you're also a dick, Papa Smithy.
That's true.
Yeah.
You know this very well.
I'm very familiar with it, but Haru actually looking for an invasion of his own. Doesn't have the smite up yet. See when he wants to show his face. And he might just do it at all. See the Prey Seeker comes out. Spirit knows that he's there. So Haru won't be able to gain anything for his time spent.
Cube's getting 2015 flashbacks this series.
I was about to say, Cube is, like, he's got to be wondering if he slipped into a time machine at some point on his way to the studio.
To be fair, Marin left and Cube got better. And then the more time that Marin was gone, the better Cube got. And now Marin's back and he's turned into a pumpkin again.
So Marin is to Cube as Faker is to Kuro. Oh, there we go.
That's a really good sign.
That's some anime-looking drawings right there.
I mean, the ROX Tigers had so many great drawings of them, so imagine, you know, their fans have largely splintered, you'd have to imagine, with all the talent going to different teams, and their fans are still around.
Yep. He's got a, I mean, you know, he's not Smeb, he's not Peanut, but still.
I don't think he's Gorilla or Prey either.
That's true. But still, there are some Kuro fans out there.
There's probably more Kuro fans than Cry fans, at least.
I would hope so for his
Mid
sake.
lane.
But yeah, mid lane, Crown gonna flash to the side. Nice seismic shot, Spirit!
What an outplay!
It's knocked right into the turret. Crown having a much better early game than the first time around. Gets the solo kill in a 1v2. Styles on Spirit and whittles down Curl simultaneously. I hope we get a replay of that because that was just gorgeous play from Crown.
Sick outplay from Crown. He understood the limits of his champion. When he got flashed on, he wasn't going to go down. Early buffered the seismic shove. Got it on and doesn't take too many turret shots to take someone down at level 4. Spirit's made to look like a fool. Nice play from Crown and a big confidence boost. And speaking of confidence, punishing Marin would really boost the sales of Samsung.
Yep, now Marin gonna get jumped on, Twisted Advance coming through. Big burst of damage from the end of the line. He's gonna fall. Kuve picking that one up with the help of Haru. Samsung, here we go, looking alive and well in game 2.
And this time it's Samsung using their information. They just see Spirit suicide in the mid lane. They realize, okay, they're not going to be that same texture of the game when no one can visit top lane. Nice pathing to top. Marin, predictably, has always played best when overextended in the top lane. Either gets punished or punishes the opponent. And we've seen one from the first camp, and now we're starting to see one from the other camp.
Yep. Kuve, he's going to be happy to go with the same build. Marin looks like it will be similar to Game 1. It has that Null Magic Mantle, so we'll be working toward that Wit's End yet again.
Camp Marin time.
Yeah, Haru is waiting up top. Just bait Marin and get him to use that Lightning Rush.
Was he spotted there? I guess not.
Oh, no, if he hugs the wall well enough, Marin did dip back. It's going to be the Twisted Advance. Haru says, hello, I'm here. Have a red buff to slow you up, but Marin flashes away.
Well.
Slow him up. Oh, they're going to flash right over the wall. They really take him out. Q from the Maokai, not going to connect, but it doesn't matter. Haru picks up the kill. 3 on the board already for Samsung.
And Marin smiles because he respects what Haru tried there. Everyone who has tried to flash that fat wall knows how hard it is to pull it off. But that's the sign of someone who's played a lot of solo queue, that is right at the top of Challenger, took the risk, could have been made to look like a fool, instead looks like a genius. And now Afreeca being surgically taken down by Samsung Galaxy.
What a start to this game. 1,000 gold in the lead is Samsung. 3 kills up. And Marin already dying twice. Complete opposite of the performance from Afreeca Freecs in game 1. And, you know, honestly, maybe Haru is just the lucky charm for this Samsung roster at the moment.
Spirit being a bit silly was also another lucky charm that they gleefully accepted in this particular game, but you gotta give credit where credit's due. Haru has been really good in now the 3rd game that he's played so far on this roster. We'll have to wait and see if there's ever a time when he actually displaces ambition for the starting roster. But when it comes to being a blue side player and then increasingly playing on the red side when they go into an inevitable 3rd game, a lot to like about Haru in 2017. That's not something I expected to say.
No, not at all after everything that happened just last year. And now Crown with that blue buff. It's going to be a hell of a nuisance up against Kuro, just continuously throwing out those threaded volleys, already on a pretty short cooldown. Now he has the mana sustain and that additional CDR to just really nail it home.
And when win lane win game goes wrong, it goes really wrong, Achilles. So the issue here is that it's very hard for Marin to have the same pressure in lane because he's been ganked so many times. Lanes that perhaps should have gone even are now winning lanes, and when you win straight up 1v1 or straight up 2v2 with globals, quickly those problems will spoil over into what should be a really good lane for Afreeca in the bot lane as well. As you can see Crown coming down, these global champions winning lane can really just turn a game super early. We might see the same sort of snowball we saw from Afreeca in Game 1, from Samsung in Game 2.
Yeah, and I mean, they have an additional tool on the map available to them to help with that, and that's the Infernal Drake. We saw Mountain starting things off. Samsung was able to take that, but then lost out the following Drakes. But this position right now, playing to the blue side, they could very well get in onto that Infernal Drake. There's no vision in the river right now. Haru could just dash right over the wall into the back line, into the back of the pit rather, and take that out solo. And that would really help start stacking the advantages up for Samsung even more. Crown has rotated down to the bottom side of the map, maybe looking for a Weaver's Wall play, but a dive with an Ashe, Zyra, and Talia definitely ill-advised, so they will go ahead and peel back.
Have the arrow. It is pinged level 6 there from Rule. That's why Crown started his roam a little bit earlier. See if they could go for something exactly as the level 6 was pinged from the Ashe. Smart to back away. He was walking up. It was an emergency, it was an armor purchase here with the arm guard first from Talia, so no Mana Stain, no Morella Nomicon. We've seen a few Talia builds. Most interesting one is the one that Fly first used in that series against Longzhu, which was rushing the Hextech GLP 800, which was not a build I've seen on Talia previously. But Crown, much more known for his more traditional builds, so I'm sure it's going to be Rylai's, maybe even an Abyssal Scepter if we see any true damage start to come through from Kramer, I guess, specifically, who is the chosen AP carry this game.
Yeah. I mean, you talk about mad scientists on the Afreeca Freecs squad. I'm going to hold that thought. Poor JJ flashing away. Is able to make it out. But yeah, you talk about mad scientists on the side of Afreeca Freecs. Fly is probably the maddest of all the scientists in LCK.
I mean, he didn't build Wit's End on Lucian, so Kramer is also right up the top.
That's true. As far as AD carries go, Kramer is probably the one. I mean, when he was in the LMS, something that he would build, Black Cleaver on Ezreal was a big one.
I mean, Black Cleaver was pretty busted at that time, though.
Sure. But, it's still just an odd one to think
Sure,
about.
I mean, it's definitely not normal, but
no one else was doing it. Let's just put it that way.
it's always interesting when that happens, because you wonder, is it because you're the smart guy and everyone else is dumb, or
you
is it
just
the Occam's
really
razor
dumb
situation there?
It's got to be one or the other.
Yep.
There's not usually any in-between on that.
So hard for Afreeca to really make the sort of pressure plays they want with the threat of that Weaver's Wall still up. Maokai teleport as well. Profiting from their early pressure plays and their smart play in the early game. It will be that first Drake as maybe a bonus misfortune too.
Yeah, Susan, he's cut off. He's got a flash over the wall. Get himself out to safety, and that will be the Infernal Drake going over to Samsung right at about 11 minutes.
The thing that shows you how this game is different is in the CS in top lane. Actually a CS advantage for the Maokai compared to being 30 to 40 CS behind in game 1.
Yeah, Cuvée, he has figured out how to go back, go forward in time. He got Back to the Future into the present. Now 3-0 still on the board here for Samsung.
Should have saved that for when they had a 9,000 gold. And you could have said it was over 9,000.
What does that have to do with Back to the Future?
Not Back to the Future.
Oh, that's Dragon Ball Z.
Really? Oh, that is Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, that's.
What's the? There's another.
88 miles per hour.
I'm just failing my references today. Doa somewhere is unhappy.
God, it's gonna be a long season of this, huh? It's all right. I will just sit you down one day and I will show you all of the movies, and then you'll catch every reference, Papa. It's okay. We're here for
I
you.
refuse to watch any movies.
So weird. Watch any TV show, but you won't watch any movies.
Mostly good TV shows, but I won't presume to watch only good TV shows.
I just don't understand it. TV shows are such a larger investment compared to movies. Saving Private Ryan, yeah, it's a long movie. It's about 2.5 hours, something like that long, but you still have never seen it. It's one of the greatest war movies ever made.
No comment.
You can't have one. You haven't seen it.
Fair.
You're not allowed to comment. Looks like Afreeca helped to slow things down a little bit here. Don't want to get caught out anymore. So Haru hasn't been able to pull off any more of those sneaky brush ganks up into the top lane.
Still, we do have that situation where the implied gold lead is larger for Samsung, because again, they are against very much a win lane, win game comp from the side of Afreeca. So while it only says 1,300 gold, they are very comfortably ahead here as their scaling is looking good. Yeah,
and Ruler's coming out on top pretty heavy-handedly with a CS lead over Kramer on the Ziggs. So he had to go for the Sorcerer Shoes very early on, just the last chapter, and then double Doran's Ring. So, not the best build that you really want in the bottom lane. I mean, granted, a lot of mana sustain, so you can keep throwing out bombs, but it hasn't been helping him get those last hits. 20 CS down under Ruler at the moment.
It's also respecting all the globals we spoke about. Every time the Ash Arrow is not on cooldown, many different other abilities can propel people like Crown and Cuvee to the bot lane, so have to be a lot more conservative with your laning phase as Ziggs misfortune as you might rather want to be.
Crown also opting to work towards that Morello Nomicon. Didn't want to pursue any deeper into that Zonia's Hourglass build with the Seeker's Arm card, so he'll have that one for later. Cuvee gonna go up against Marin, has that Maelstrom thrown down, gets a bit of damage in onto the cannon. So feeling much more comfortable here the second time around.
Just happy to continue the laning phases, start to hit their core items. I know the pressure's on Afreeca to make the moves, but being foiled so many times in the early game, they seem at kind of a loss as to what to do. So Samsung get the waves where they want them. They already have an Infernal Drake to show for their early game, and although they're spotted out, 4 men down bot.
Yep, this is going to push them out and away from the turret. Could open up for Samsung to maybe get some damage on it, but the roam down of Kuro and Spirit. Samsung going to go ahead and back off. Don't want to overstep their bounds and give away this advantage. Meanwhile, Cuvee, he's been on a whale of a time up in this top lane, just steadily junking down Marin. As that Sap Magic passive, just make sure that he is fully sustained.
Hit both his item timings early. Ninja Tabi to deal with the auto attacks, and then starting to build the magic resist as well for the magic damage side of Kennon's offense. So suddenly Kennon's losing those trades, as I hypothesized would happen in game 1.
Oh, Kuro, there is a minion in front of you. Gonna jump forward though, has the To the Skies, hits the E. Or not for that exhaust, might have actually come up with the kill. Had the ignite as well. So almost certainly would have had it, and that's gonna send Crown packing back to the base.
Actually a pretty decent back timer for Crown though, with the second Infernal Drake coming soon as top lane.
Oh boy, yet again, here we go. Rush gank coming through, Marin is able to make it out. Can't quite get the kill, but they get the flash away from him. Cuvee had to burn his, but this gives them some alone time with that turret. And they should be able to get some serious damage, and if not knock it down. Marin might just have to teleport back into lane to try to defend this, but even then, it's looking like that might be suicidal, so this could just be first brick going over to Samsung.
Yeah, even with a Ziggs, because it's such a lead in top lane and also Crown to relieve pressure, I think it has to be Samsung start, and they're going to look for a fight as well.
Yeah, Crown coming in, hops off, throws out the wall Spirit. He's able to make his way out. The seismic shove stops Kramer in midair. Tries to jump out with the satchel charge, but cannot do it. He goes down. Another beautiful play by Crown.
And we always call Crown a mastery-focused mid laner. He makes his champions do more damage, achieve more things than other mid laners can do. We've seen his Victor time and time again, even on the world stage. His Talia, the prediction on the seismic shove was cool to see. It got the job done, and things just go from bad to worse for Afreeca Freecs.
That it does. 2 turrets taken out top lane for the first brick, the bottom to follow up on that kill. Kuro was almost able to get the mid-tier 1. But Afreeca Freecs, they are in such a poor position at the moment, and now a second Infernal Drake has spawned, and you just have to think that Samsung are going to be able to snatch this up fairly easily. Spirit hovering around his Raptors, won't be able to contest, and that is going to be quite a bit of additional AD AP coming through for Samsung, and I believe that was a third Infernal Drake to follow.
And you just think of a different game where win lane win game actually panned out, and you could have got 3 Infernal Drakes and closed the game if you're Afreeca.
Oh boy, oh Crown, he finds Spirit, but Kuro hits him with a really massive shock blast, tries to get out of there, flashes away, but Kuro's with the chase, comes up with the kill. Now QV in a bad spot, Marin dashing forward, going to be looking for the stun. He'll be able to find it with the slicing Maelstrom. One more hit, he's got it. 2 kills finally picked up for Afreeca. Freecs, they put themselves on the board. And Samsung, bit of a misplay. Crown been really showing off on this Taliyah, but maybe got a little bit complacent going in on Spirit in the river.
I mean, just consider what they got in the last 30 seconds. 2 kills, including a solo kill from Marin, executing the mid lane turret after the roam from Ziggs, and stealing away the enemy blue. This game should have been decided by those 2 Infernal Drakes, but suddenly, Afreeca have been thrown a lifeline because Samsung were a bit disrespectful about their play after they'd done so well.
Yeah, and this is how good teams throw games. So Samsung going to have to reel it back in. Just about 1,000 gold in the lead over Afreeca, and honestly, you would think it'd be much more.
I mean, Crown thought he'd caught out Spirit in the mid lane, specifically because Kuro was out of mana, and he predicted that he'd be recalling. Didn't matter if he was out of mana, it was enough for a single to the skies, and QV and Marin have been tussling for the longest time. This time, QV thought he had the Weaver's Walk, thought he had Taliyah roaming first. Things changed quickly for the Taliyah, changed quickly for QV as well, and maybe will change quickly for Samsung.
Yep. Still, that double Infernal Drake's going to be really crucial for them, and Kuro gets pushed back in, and Crown just rips right through him with the threaded volley and the help of Ruler.
All right, Afreeca Freecs, you need to start respecting that seismic shove. Crown hasn't missed any of them so far.
Oh dear. Well, so far, Susin is the only one that has not died on the side of Afreeca Freecs.
And he's the support misfortune.
Pretty safe on the support. And you would wholeheartedly think that he would be the one to actually have more deaths than anybody else. But not going to be the case here. Marin,
this will be interesting.
in the brush. He doesn't have the slicing Maelstrom up yet, I don't think. Looks like it's still a couple seconds off. So kill pressure, not necessarily there. Also doesn't have the flash to really close the distance onto Crown. So he'll just be clearing out this wave. The Hurricane has been completed alongside that Wit's End. So plenty of wave clear for the Kennen.
Yeah, because there's no teleport on the Maokai, they are just sending Taliyah with her semi-global to answer Kennen with teleport. So it's far enough ahead that it's going to be swapping CS between the two, which is pretty happy, honestly, for the Taliyah.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, even if Crown had stuck around in lane, Marin just wouldn't be able to teleport. He would have to peel back before he could use it because the seismic shove would just interrupt him. But looks like this will be Crown roaming back down. Ruler,
it's
a big hit to the face from that shock blast. Goro, the item still coming through, almost has the Black Lever completed. But Ruler definitely going to have to be a bit more careful. He is a very squishy Ashe.
Feels like the Jace and Misfortune are kind of only really shredding for each other. There's some physical damage from Marin, but not a lot. Usually there's an AD carry to profit from the hyperdrive, you know, just basically instantly refreshing all the Black Cleaver stacks from a Jace.
Oh, Sheriff comes through, can't quite find Tooth, and he still takes a bunch of damage. And now Crown duking it out with Marin. That's the bomb coming through, won't be able to connect, and Marin just comes up with the solo kill.
Second solo kill, now solo killed both solo laners. Marin will not be denied this series debut for Afreeca victory, and a double MVP 2-0 for Afreeca Freecs would be a story in and of itself for Marin's career.
Yeah, and this is just an all too familiar feeling for most of the people on the side of Samsung's roster that have been around in 2015, which I guess isn't most of Samsung's roster, so let's just throw that statement out.
So QV, Crown have both had experience. KDM as an AD carry, or have all had experience, I believe, against Marin, although I have to think about when KDM actually left North America.
Wasn't it? Did he come back in 2016?
Yeah, I was going to say, you're right,
Yeah,
so it's actually just the two. Crown in summer split and QV for a whole year. So you would have thought they would have the tales to tell of Marin's SKT.
A whole year of getting manhandled by Marin for QV.
I mean, QV had 2 years of being manhandled by Someday, and it seemed to work out all right at the end.
Yeah, that's true.
And Someday was so offended and so hurt, he went to North America, Kilios.
That's a next level of tilt right there.
Never losing to this guy again. See ya, nerds. Well, this was Marin closing the distance. committed to the flash, and surprisingly, Crown was able to sidestep the Ziggs ultimate. The assist wasn't there. It was that second solo kill, and the build that was so heavily delayed. Feels like the Frozen Mallet will be done by 30 minutes, and then he's pretty much good to go.
But Marin killed him through an exhaust as well. Crown just still couldn't out-damage this cannon.
And that's pre-Frozen Mallet. There's less CC in the kit when you don't have the Frozen Mallet for slows as well. There's no running from Mallet Cannon.
Yep.
Really interesting to see. So now, you know, whenever we see Cannon, maybe this will be the new norm, just because it was a pretty heavy nerf to backload all the damage from the Slicing Maelstrom. It was about bursting opponents in lane, but now it's about continuing to keep them in the AoE after the initial stun, which is so much harder to do.
Nice shock blast from Kuro. Scouts out, finds Haru. Takes a decent chunk off the Graves. And just in time for this Dragon to be spawning. 5 seconds. And that's going to be our third and final Infernal Drake of the game. And I mean, if Samsung are able to net that for themselves, Afreeca, they've been inching back into this, but it's going to make it considerably more difficult. They are able to find it. Core JJ goes low. Kuro's trying to find a way to go in. Haru just waits for the quick draw, is able to jump over the wall, get himself out to safety. And it looks like Samsung Galaxy are going to be able to get away with that Dragon scot-free.
And the important factor is Achilles that sure, they were getting back into the game, but it was all on the top side. It was never on the bot side. They didn't have the pressure to put down a flank ward or really get a lot of information around the Drake. So the Drake RNG really does punish Afreeca, but it was Afreeca's own misplays in the early game that put themselves in this situation. However, give a couple more items to each of these members of Samsung, and 24% extra AD and AP permanently is a big deal.
Well, Rylai's Crystal Scepter completed here for Crown.
Still a good item.
Slow up as many people as he can.
I mean, Rylai's is still...
Counteract that Frozen Mallet.
Rylai's is still very powerful outside of edge cases. Champions like Cassiopeia lost a lot with not being able to get 40% slow on Twin Fangs, but if you had AoE abilities, still pretty happy with the new Rylai's, cheaper as well.
See that mid-tier 1 turret going over to Samsung. So all tier 1s have been taken by them, and even so, they still have just a very slight lead of 1.1 thousand. Hasn't really been growing for them. But that triple Infernal Drake is there as Samsung continues to just stack up the items. You can see Marin, though. He's not worried about it. Goes in onto Cuvée with that Slicing Maelstrom. Already has worked him down to about half HP. And you have to expect Cuvée doesn't really have anywhere to go except into the opening arms of his teammates. And Marin, he thinks better of this. Doesn't want to have to use a flash or even cost him his life, so he'll go ahead and peel back. Now Haru getting found by Spirit, pops up, takes a hell of a lot of damage, jumps back to collateral, and he lives a little bit longer than you would expect, but Kramer in the end is able to take him out.
It was actually pretty good communication from Afreeca. They realized that if all the members chased down that kill, someone probably died to AoE from the side of Samsung, so thought they had the kill and went back. Tucson.
Ruler throws out the volley. There we go. Finds the kill onto Tucson. Nicely done.
That said,
has to use the flash.
Yeah, does have to swap his flash. Was not ideal. And there is the meanwhile caveat of Marin taking that bot lane turret. Doesn't have the mallet. Doesn't have the Blade of the Ruin King. So for now, can't chase down and kill the Maokai, but is dictating to the Maokai, and perhaps that's enough.
It seemed to be. Gold lead has been equalized here. See how Afreeca want to keep approaching this advance. Because Baron is going to be something that pops up relatively soon here. 26 minutes on the clock. We can see, right at the moment, Samsung do have some decent coverage, some wards in the river, now one in the pit, and on the backside of it, inside the jungle for Freecs.
But you look at the items, and now the items have been hit where Samsung cannot make another mistake, and that's not death timers like you usually talk about. I see a duel up top.
Well, yeah, Crown. Throwing out the thread volley. Kuro is able to make it out of range in time, uses that Ghost Blade for that additional movement speed. TP was completed by Cuvée. Now Samsung, do they just go for this? They do have unique vision up the pit.
Got the exclusive vision. Tucson will drop a ward.
Gonna start this one up. Marin has the teleport. Doesn't really have a flanking position that he can come from. Throw out the Weaver's wall. It's really only
risky
cutting
stuff
off
here.
Bombs coming through.
Oh.
Baron picked up by Haru, and a good Night Spirit goes into the pit to try to come up with a steal. Just unable to do so. Marin, does he want to commit for this? Has a Slicing Maelstrom, has the flash, but looks like thinks better of it, would just be too risky. And Samsung taking a risk of their own, starting up that Baron, but they walk away with it and they get a kill on the exit.
But just consider where this game was 5, 6 minutes ago, before those solo kills, it felt like Samsung had it in the bag, and now they have to take a very, very big risk. They knew that Rek'Sai would come in. There's no suppression. He was going to get over the wall, and it was a crapshoot. Anyone could have got the Baron. It ended up going over to Samsung, and sure, they look good, they'll feel good about the reward, but that's the sort of thing where a coach will look at this game and say, this should never have had to happen. You should have closed out the game much earlier, just like Freecs was so good at doing in game 1. But mistakes from Samsung forced them into a desperate situation, even with 3 Infernal Drakes in the bank.
Well, they go for the Hail Mary play, and it does work out to their favor, but they're not out of the woods yet.
I mean, a Hail Mary will win you games, it'll lose you games, but it's the sort of thing you want to eliminate, because if you never have to go for a Hail Mary, then you're a much happier team.
Oh yeah, for sure. You can see using that Baron buff, they get a lot of damage in onto this turret already. Ruler is about a shock blast away from going down. Oh, maybe it'll take one more. And with that hit, Samsung, they're like, okay, maybe we shouldn't siege up against this J6 combination. They will back off.
Well, it's auto attack party in the top lane. Marin doesn't have the Blade of the Ruin King, so killing Cuvée, especially after he face checks and takes 30% of his health, wasn't a possibility. Taliyah can weave his wall. Speaking of, Ash Arrow hits
Ash
first.
Arrow does come through. Crown pops him back. That's going to be Slicing Maelstrom thrown down. Lateral damage in over the wall. Nice timing on the Zhonya's by Crown. And the kill will be picked up by Core JJ in the end. Blue buff does get handed over to the Taliyah. So Marin maybe just getting a little too zealous. And he will die.
It's actually a really deceptive Ash Arrow as well. Went through the terrain as Spirit does get the smite onto Haru.
Oh yeah, Haru able to flash away so he doesn't get popped back in by that satchel charge.
So many skill shots.
Oh. Full time over the wall. Haru will be able to limp his way out. Gets the recall off, and now Samsung are going to be grouping up in mid, trying to siege out this turret. Marin's going to be up in about 10 seconds. Wave being pushed up in the bottom lane as well by Crown, so they have their options as to where they want to shove.
And speaking of waves, they actually used a lot of different ranged wave clear abilities. Misfortune bullet time even from support, the Ziggs ultimate to try and secure a kill they didn't get. So despite having good wave clear, they are still going to lose objectives, and Kramer...
Ash Arrow comes through, Weaver's Wall pushes them away from the turret, however, not necessarily what they wanted for the kill, but that will open them up for this turret take. 5th one for Samsung, finally stretching a bit of a gold lead. 4.4 thousand, still not enough to write this game off for Afreeca Freecs. Just 30 minutes in, and it's not a whole lot of gold separating them. If Afreeca Freecs can come up with that one crucial fight, the Slicing Maelstrom on top of 4 or 5 members of Samsung, they very well could win this.
But they need to make that sort of a play, because it's a big engage play, and their comp's really not about engage. Kennen can do it, is tanky, so won't die instantly. Doesn't have the Zhonya's engage, but still has engage options. But if Kennen doesn't just get it done, if you throw out one of the Weaver's Wall or an Ash Arrow, you don't even need to go for the pick. You don't need to commit to it. You just take the turret. Isn't so much that Afreeca can do. They have to all walk behind because they're fairly squishy on the whole. So instantly, 3 inner turrets go down for Afreeca, and Samsung still in control despite having a wayward 20 to 30 minute phase.
I mean, this is just good, decisive play from Samsung off the backside of that Baron. We'll see what they decide to do now that the buff is, expired. This is where things get, questionable. You need to still be making these clear-cut calls. Dragon's not up for a little bit longer. So where do they want to go from here? Do they just buy time, wait things out for another objective to spawn? Or do they try to push their advantage?
I think Samsung are really in a comfortable position. The 3 Infernal Drakes and all the item scaling they're getting makes them comfortable. Right now, no Drake is spawning, no Baron is spawning, at least in the immediate future. And the rest of the objectives are really tough ones. It is possible for Afreeca to put down a lane ward that isn't swept and look for a Marin flank. It is possible to get engages when teams try to push on, specifically to break the inhibitor line. So for now, Samsung, I think, honestly, have to wait for the Baron and then lure Afreeca away from the comfort of their inhibitor turrets and into the open where they thrive. 2 minutes till Baron comes. Afreeca then trying to push out, put down vision. It's about Samsung clearing any and all Baron vision, pushing up some walls of themselves and punishing an overextension.
Samsung now just maybe waiting for a pick. Haru sitting in the brush in the river. Ruler ready to go with that crystalline arrow.
I don't know if that's the place to wait for a pick. The Baron vision is the only thing that Afreeca can get really angsty about pushing in, not so much the river, especially when they have no information around at all.
Well, for now, Afreeca just going to be playing back. They do have a trifecta of wards around the Baron pit. Nothing inside at the moment.
Don't have a lot of spot checking either. They only have the scrying orb from Ziggs. Couple of control wards, but 2 in the inventory, maybe even 3, can't tell on our monitors, quite small, from the Misfortune.
I'm surprised Kuro hasn't swapped over to the scrying orb.
Ash Arrow goes wide. They want Tucson.
Oh, yeah, Kube, he's going to flash forward, finds Tucson. He just gets destroyed. Ruler
Spirit's
coming
all
up with
alone.
that kill. Spirit able to tunnel out so he doesn't get popped up by the Zyra ultimate, but now just really nowhere to go. Kube is cutting off his retreat, and looks like he's just going to go down. Crown picking up that kill now, 10-4 on the board for Samsung. Marin can't even try to continue that push in the bottom lane, just gets the wave moving, has to come back to base to try to defend these inhibitor turrets. Baron's still 20 seconds out. Tucson will be up, Spirit will not.
You have to consider the people that are alive are Jace and Ziggs, so the inhibitor turrets isn't actually the big call. It is the Baron that Samsung now have a litany of wards to potentially look for a flank. Cuvée could even recall at this point and come in with the home guards. Spirit will spawn about 10 seconds after the Baron, but let's have a look for tunnels. Right now, it doesn't really have any offensive tunnels, just tunnels around his own inhibitor turret, so he can't get close. So the smite won't be here. That doesn't mean Afreeca can't try a contest.
Yeah, the shock blast doesn't come through from Kuro. Kramer only able to throw in a satchel charge, and the Baron goes down already. So much damage on this Samsung roster to be expected.
Marin's there
with that Infernal Drake, that triple stack, and yeah, Marin coming to the back line, almost takes out Ruler. He's able to make it out with his life. Marin still holding onto the flash, is able to exit safely. The rest of Samsung not able to collapse in time to come up with that exit kill. But the Hex Drinker from Ruler, definitely a heads up pick for him, keeping him alive against that cannon.
I don't even know how Marin got into that brush. It wasn't a teleport. He just skillfully evaded all the wards. I guess we'll see
He's
it
in
in
the
the
bottom
future.
lane now. This is when Tucson dies.
So this is when Tucson dies. There's still another 30, 40 seconds before the Baron was started. We saw that the timers between Spirit's life and the Baron buff were about 12 seconds the Baron would spawn before, so Spirit had nowhere to go. He knew Cuvée would cut him off. I guess the percentage chance of living was still higher if he went towards his own base.
Oh boy, Spirit though, he gets caught by that Enchanted Crystal. Arrow Ruler, with the help of Cuvée, take him out. And now Baron-empowered minions coming down the mid and bottom lanes. You have to think that Samsung will be able to take an inhibitor at least. With 35 seconds left on Spirit, big bomb coming out from Kramer, able to knock Ruler down. Shock Blast doesn't connect, however, and Marin almost dies. Collateral damage not enough to finish him off.
Yeah, the burn from the red smite, also not enough either, but the ult's been used. Ziggs has to move back because he sees Cuvée, so finally the base is broken by Samsung.
Still really risky for both Crown and Ruler to stick around here. One Shock Blast from Kuro will take them out. Can he line it up? Looks like Samsung are going to opt to back off. Big hit comes through onto Cuvée. And Samsung will go ahead and retreat as a team.
They got their objective. Breaking the base is so damn difficult to do against Jace, Ziggs. Even the Misfortune support and Kennen are pretty helpful in wave clear as well. Objective done, and it does feel like Marin's kind of a solo mission this particular game and trying to create pressure and trying to make things happen. His 2 kills were both solo kills against the tide of what was looking even early as a pretty inevitable Samsung victory. And despite those heroics, not going to be enough in this particular game unless we see a couple of catastrophic mistakes in a row by Samsung.
Yeah, and I mean, it's been complete polar opposite here for Spirit. Been really struggling in this game as opposed to the first 0-4-2 on the Rek'Sai. But I mean, overall, Freecs just haven't been able to net any kills. That 0-4-2 is 50% kill contribution. And now, Triple Infernal, shredding through that Elder Drake, and that's a massive buff to AD and AP coming through. 30 additional seconds on the buff.
36% more AD and AP for that extra time. Oh boy, everyone's doing a lot of damage, and not even to mention it's 4 stacks of true damage as well, right?
474 AD on Ruler at the moment.
Yep, he's pretty big. Nothing else to say right there. Hasn't been the
15 on Crown with the Talia, and he doesn't even have a Rabidons yet.
Hasn't been the ruler show by any means, but with those sort of buffs, you're feeling pretty good. And even their jungler is a damaged jungler, so Graves got a lot of value out of the Infernal Drake.
I mean,
4 out of 5.
You say it hasn't been the ruler show, but he's been hitting these arrows time and time again, setting up for these kills, and hasn't died. 3-0-4 on the Ashe. And now Kuve just going to push forward, tank up the turret, be that big, unstoppable, unbreakable wall for Samsung, and they will knock down their first inhibitor in the bottom lane. They can wrap right around to the mid lane and take their second.
Yeah, Afreeca, they've got wave clear, but doesn't matter so much when they all have to move 1,000 units away from structures.
Oh.
Another seismic shove. Crown has been clinical with that ability throughout this game, and yep, Samsung just ready to ink in that W. It's definitely been in pencil for at least 20 minutes, but the ink's ready. It's going to be a Samsung victory, and best thing about that is we're going to get a game 3, Achilles.
That we are. Unless they screw up terribly.
A couple of times. Maybe.
In the meantime, Marin has Flame Horizon Kuve. I don't think Kuve is too bothered by that.
We're getting towards the more and more, most inconsequential Flame Horizon of all time. You might say, oh, is that Marin being in business for himself? Has that been at the cost of his team? But I think he's done exactly what he needed to in this game. You know, there are definitely games. Oh, Kuro's hit by a max range.
Another arrow yet again. Ruler doing some work with these long-range arrows. Helps get the kill. Spirit almost goes down. Haru with his Graves pumping out the damage. And with Kuro gone, there's that big poke potential to try to stave off Samsung. It's really just going to be on Kramer.
All right, Marin, it's not going to be a victory, but you might go in the history books because you may be the first cannon to ever build Last Whisper. Don't think that's ever been done. Even the AD cannons go tank most of the time. So you got that going for you.
Well, he's inventing new builds with which to poison solo queue. That's going to be the Weaver's Wall thrown out. Haru, a little bit cut off from the rest of his team, but I think he's kind of comfortable with that one as he's already almost killed Marin. Ruler takes a big burst of damage as Kramer throws out his ultimate, but the turret is going to fall nonetheless. Samsung will not be dissuaded. Still 10 seconds left on Kuro. Should be 3 inhibs down. Don't think they'll stick around. Most members are around 50% HP, so they should have to peel back one last time before they go for the throat.
Yeah, I mean, Samsung's just playing the controlled game. Marin has been trying to create pressure himself as he almost solo kills Haru, but kind of flashes into Crown as well. That was maybe a sign that Marin's not so happy right now.
Yeah.
Talking about people getting the strap out. I think Marin might be getting the strap out this game.
The tilt could be real.
Let's see game 3.
Yeah.
Afreeca looked really good when they were winning. I don't think they've been awful when they're behind this game. This was kind of Samsung playing it out correctly. And
I mean, it was pretty close until like the third Infernal Drake came through, or that first Baron actually was really the defining moment for Samsung to start really turning on the heat.
a lot of teams have been able to shot call well when they're winning and fall away or tilt when they're losing. So game 3 will be very interesting to learn, finally, about where Freecs lie on that.
Oh, Ruler goes low. Shock Blast from Kuro still does a lot of damage. Ooh. Bombs there from Kramer.
That was through heal. It looked like it didn't do a lot of damage. Trust me, it did.
Still has the Hex Drinker, I think. So still might not have been able to kill him.
Yeah, it looks like the Hex Drinker is available from the buff bar, although, no, it isn't because the Fervor ability was active. So that was through Hex Drinker and heal.
Oh, wow. Okay. Got the double pop for his troubles, but Samsung, they'll get a free Baron. Ruler heal up off of that. And now with 3 inhibs down, 3 waves of super creeps pushing forward, they should be able to close out this game here. Took them considerably longer than Afreeca Freecs in game 1, for 11 minutes longer at the moment, but doesn't really make it any less convincing.
Samsung did drop games against the likes of Kongdoo Monster as well, so haven't had a perfect series in a while. This one will join that as well. There's the arrow on Kuro.
Yep. Makes a big hit, but Ruler has to flash away. Bomb won't connect onto him. He's able to make his way out, but Spirit trying to flash out to safety. Can't do so. Kuve pops him with the ultimate. He goes forward. Looks like he's going to get a Guardian Angel pop for his troubles, but the Nexus towers have been falling. Nexus now exposed. Several members of Samsung are low. This is the Alamo for Afreeca. Freecs to see if they can pull something off. Martin tries to go for the TP into the back line, but realizes, I don't really have enough time for that. Cancels it, but it doesn't matter. Samsung, they still come up with the win. 14-4 in the end, 14,000 up. And they will take us to game 3.
Zigspot and the Afreeca Freecs no longer undefeated, Achilleos. Both of them were quelled in one fell swoop in this game. Pretty standard Samsung game. They played their normal style, although maybe we have to mention that it's a pretty standard Samsung game with a new jungler. This wasn't Ambition. Ambition continues to go without a victory in LCK so far this season, and you'd have to expect Haru will continue and retain his spot for the third and final game. We've seen the best of Afreeca. That one got away from them. Really interested to see our third game because, sure, at the end of the season, it might not be a big victory of who took down Afreeca or Samsung on this day, but I think confidence is going to be a very interesting thing to examine on the Afreeca side because they would have been on cloud 9, no pun intended, after game 1, and who's to say where they are after game 2?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, we saw how tightly the jungle pool was pinched in that set, and Haru still looks very comfortable on the Graves. An older pick, but he makes it work. The camp out on Marin really helping Kuve get ahead in that matchup and be able to maintain his level of play in that game.
The Ruler's feeling the heat. I think we all are, even though it's cold in Seoul. Let's see who can take game 3.
Sweet talk so sweet that I'm getting a toothache. Too good to be good, shouldn't eat it. You talk like you need me, like you never leave me, until I begin to believe that I was good on my own, until you came along, waiting for me to fold. Now you're gone, baby, gone. If you don't mean it, don't you say it. If you don't feel it, don't you fake it. If it's a lie, baby, don't say it's true. If you don't want it, why'd you take it? How come you bought it just to break it? If you don't love me, then don't say you do. Days pass since I've seen a trace of your face, so some young things got your attention. How they just be honest? You said that you promised, my disbelief lost its suspension. I was good.
The clock's ticking, the cops are coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll. The clock's ticking, the cops are coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll. Let's roll. Let's roll. Let's roll. Let's roll.
안녕하십니까. 앵커 최동희입니다. 첫 번째 소식입니다. 상암 OGN 본부에서 대규모 시위가 벌어지고 있다고 하는데요. 현장에 나가 있는 특파원 연결해 보도록 하겠습니다. 동희유 특파원.
네, 특파원 통이유입니다. 롤챔스 스프링을 앞두고 매서운
좋은데 스프링이 웬 말이냐?
두꺼운 웹툰도 무용지물이 되어버린 지 오래입니다. 아, 정말 너무 스트레스 받습니다. 이상 상황에서 특파원 통일이었습니다.
대책 마련이 시급한 것 같습니다. 다음은 이런 시민들의 반발을 잠재워줄 소식입니다. 비시즌으로 굶주리던 하겠습니다과 청춘부재단은 잃어버린 열정을 되찾기 위해 협력을 선언했다고 합니다. 주 5일로 나누어 양 당은 최대한 협력할 것을 약속했습니다. 이어서 날씨 보겠습니다. 네, 한파가 지속되는 가운데 다음 주에는 봄 날씨를 기대하셔도 좋을 것 같습니다. 화요일에는 뒤틀린 고기압의 영향으로 점차 맑아지겠습니다. 지난 썸머 시즌 북상한 단군 전선과 새롭게 형성된 포창과 권이슬의 만남으로 기대의 물결이 높게 일고 있습니다. 토요일 밤 깜짝 단비 소식이 있는데요. 잊지 말고 우산 꼭 챙기시기 바래요. 지금까지 날씨였습니다. 따뜻한 롤챔스 스프링을 기대하셔도 좋을 것 같습니다. 감사합니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Your MVP from Game 2 is Haru, coming in on the Graves out of the jungle, 4-1-3, 50% kill contribution, but it wasn't so much about how many kills he was a part of, it was getting his lanes ahead, and he did just that.
I mean, his pathing in the early game, I think, is what divided these two teams, what opened up the lead for Samsung. Okay, Spirit turret diving in a bit haphazard fashion worked as well. You'll notice that Haru is on 200 points. He got 100 points in his debut match in the Gangnam studio. We are going to be sharing the MVP between both studios, so confirmation on that as well. And Haru, 3 games, 3 victories. Ambition, 2 games, 2 losses. Haru so far really has been good. And when he came into CJ Entus in summer season, the thing that defined this player was solo queue. He was an excellent solo queue jungler. Very hard to bring that style into a team that was, falling apart in many different ways. With CJ Entus, who ended up being relegated, and the mechanics clearly were on point. That flash is not trivial. Don't try that one at home, people, because you will screw it up and waste flash and look silly.
Well, do it at home once that sandbox mode comes through. And
It's on the PvE.
yeah, so go on the PvE, you can try it out, but once it hits live servers especially, you can master those flashes. You too can be a Korean jungler.
Oh, baby. Well, I don't think too many people in 2016 were trying to become a Korean jungler Haru, but if he keeps winning, keeps playing like this, maybe there is another top jungler out there in Korea. Speaking to Crown before the series started, and he called Haru a super rookie, and even though, I don't know if that really applies given that he played a whole split, if he does come up as he's been doing, there's going to be a lot of people talking about Haru as another promising jungler in Korea. We could have some mid laners other than Crown and Faker, that'd be good too.
We can expand the pool just a little bit more. Do have Tempt, who picked up his double MVP yesterday.
Tempt's
Trying
good.
to climb up the ranks, but let's go ahead, jump into the pick and ban here for our third and final game of this first best of 3. Afreeca Freecs back over onto the blue side.
Let's see if they continue with the win lane win game that won them game 1, that could have won them game 2, but some catastrophic mistakes in the early game put paid to that. A lot of respect both to Ambition and Haru with these Kha'Zix bans. To me, this is just a sign that Afreeca don't want to deal with the champion. Samsung's bans, are they just going to be the 3 that we've seen every time? It feels like anytime someone leaves one of LeBlanc, Camille, or Rengar open, the result is a victory for the blue side team. So given those are penciled in, let's see what Afreeca want to pinch, because you can be creative with your bans on blue and then just get a champion whose answers inevitably you banned away yourself.
Yep. Well, the Zyra taking off the board. yet again here. So Afreeca going back to that ban like we saw from game 1. So if this is the Jace to follow up, they will have the exact same bans.
Malzahar first pick was the game 1 ban. Let's see if Samsung gonna get feisty with that LeBlanc, because LeBlanc is the champion right now. It's left open. Ryze here would probably be a smart ban. If you banned Ryze, you could basically get Malzahar with no cost as a first pick, because we're expecting that LeBlanc to be the final ban. If you leave Ryze open, you know Crown will take it.
Well, it's going to be the Jace, so they're just going to stick to the same bans we saw in game 1. So Ryze could be something that comes through for Samsung. Wasn't too impactful in game 1, but that just comes off of how snowballing the start of the game was in favor of Afreeca Freecs.
And look, the Malzahar obviously pre-6 didn't do much, but after 6, I think Afreeca made a lot of plays with Tucson on the Malzahar, so they will once again elect to take it over Ryze. A lot of teams would disagree with them on that. I think, for example, KT Rolster was really prizing the Ryze for pawn. Samsung now will take the Ashe, but wow, look at this. Kennen taken away, and Cuvée has played a lot of Kennen. Kennen was, of course, the champion that slayed the dragon that was Someday in that famous KT Rolster win over... Sorry, KT Rolster lost to Samsung that took Samsung over to Worlds. So Cuvée previously has played it the AP style, and now basically he's throwing a gambit to Marin saying, okay, well, what else you got?
Interesting. Sure, Marin has some sort of answer to this somewhere.
Will he just play Rumble? That's the big question here. It's not a fantastic laning matchup early, especially. It's a bit of a skill matchup as it develops. Marin usually wins skill matchups on the Rumble. His Maokai is also legendary, and there's another pick that he could try, but Maokai into Kennen, of course, is what caused so many headaches for these teams in previous rounds. Samsung actually get Ryze in their second rotation of picks, so they're going to be pretty damn happy about that.
Yeah, and the Malzahar Varus bot lane coming back through from Afreeca Freecs with Olaf to boot. So looks like they're just going to be trying to piece together as much of the same composition as they can. The Kennen being taken away by Samsung does throw a wrench into that plan, but I mean, they could just go ahead and get this Cassiopeia again in the mid lane.
Well, the other thing is, right, Achilleos, the plan was winning lanes, and there are lanes that win against Kennen. So I think the bigger factor was they had a winning lane than necessarily Marin's a sick Kennen player, because Marin can play quite an interesting champion pool. He's got a bit of an eclectic champion pool of his own and also the meta. So where they go from here is not necessarily constricted. Elise is banned away. Once again on the side of Afreeca. Okay, Maokai is banned. So this does heavily suggest it's going to be AP Kennen rather than AD Kennen. And again, is a respect. Guys, missed a stat. Well, I'll say it many, many times this season. In Korea, not including his games in the LPL, on SKTS and SKTK, SKTS and SKTT1, Marin was 29-1 on the Maokai. Karma taken, one of the better choices against Malzahar in lane, so maybe this will force the Misfortune support from Core JJ.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Karma banned away from them again in game 1, so Afreeca are just really trying to play back to that game 1, but the question is, are they going to get the same start? Because it was with Ambition coming in on the right side, he got absolutely destroyed at his Raptors, couldn't get his red buff, it completely threw off his jungle, and they also got both summoners out of Crown, but things are going to be a little bit different this time. Lee Sin finally showing his face. We saw it banned in game 1, not picked in game 2. So this is going to shake things up a little bit.
Can they? I don't think they can afford to go Orianna Rumble. So much magic damage if they do. But Orianna will be one of the safer choices to take into the Ryze. No Cassiopeia, because it was one of the bans, the first ban of the second round.
Well, they will take the Orianna, but what's the final piece of the puzzle going to be from Marin? Oh boy, it's going to get locked in.
Okay, this is his famous Rumble. Marin, again, the story is that, and Smeb has confirmed this, that Marin really taught Smeb how to level up his Rumble. The two kind of befriended each other after Worlds 2015 and talked via the client during 2016, because Marin was still playing a lot of solo queue on the Korean ladder. A lot of magic damage on the side of Afreeca Freecs. And they're going to go for the Taric again. This is really interesting. It's been the answer, and I say answer with inverted quotes, to the Malzahar. To me, picking a melee support into Malzahar is never worth the trouble. But basically, if you see a Malzahar walk up at level 6 and you ult preeminently, then okay, the Cosmic Radiance will still apply. Potentially you'll get it off. But if you're a melee champion and there's, you know, a pink ward in the brush, you're ulting the Taric. There's not going to be that same window. It's going to be flash ult or just ulting someone face checking. So pulling off the Taric seems really difficult, but if you get to the late game, Taric's wonderful.
Yeah. But, I mean, I guess core JJ, Samsung as a whole, Trace as the coach, does have confidence in this pick going into the Malzahar. We didn't really get to see it in game one, but again, Afreeca, they just had such a heavy snowball kick off that game that we don't know how this is going to play out on a more even playing field. So this is their chance to actually make this work.
And they don't have the Cassiopeia versus Ryze in mid lane that has that level 2 advantage. So that same red side invade is now looking so much more risky. But it was the creative start that really propelled Afreeca in game one. And let's see if Spirit can find a bit more confidence and a bit more comfortability on playing that. Olaf once again. The Olaf looked great in game one. It looked a lot more wayward on the ROX side in game two. Different kind of matchup. A bit more of a comfortable one for the Ryze, although Orianna in the late game can certainly do plenty of work against the mid to short range of that Ryze. And
has the Olaf for a ball delivery system, can just pop the Ragnarok, run straight into the middle of the enemy team.
And then bot lane, same bot lane as game one. So should go the way of Afreeca Freecs, but Malzahar, you know, pretty much waiting for that level 6.
Yeah, we'll see if Ruler can line up the arrows like he did right there in game two. Really helped lock down a lot of those picks that Samsung got to help them win it. Let's go ahead, get onto the Rift for our third and final game in this first best of 3 of the night. Afreeca Freecs versus Samsung. This one's for all the marbles.
Kennen is the first champion revealed here. Notice, not much ability power. Actually, the observers did us a solid and clicked over to the character information during the loading screen. 21 lethality on this Kennen. So obviously not flat armor penetration like it once was, but percentage of that is going to be relevant in the early game. Basically tells you that we are going to be seeing AD Kennen. Most likely. There is still a world where you go AP Kennen. Again, Cuvée is more known for his AP Kennen. He also went Thunderlords, which again could be AP Kennen, but Armor Pen is there and a bit of Magic Pen. So interesting stuff here. A lot of information, a lot of questions about Cuvé's start. Not confident enough to go the Cull. Cuvée fan.
Somebody drawing up the Kennen really quickly. So they had since first round champion.
Yeah, we do hand out the boards here and pens to create some cheerfuls. While you're watching, you don't have to bring all your fantastic artwork from home.
I mean, as well as Afreeca Freecs and Samsung both giving out a plethora of gifts to the fans. There is autograph posters from Afreeca Freecs. You could pick your favorite player. They had it autographed, and then you also got
Who's your favorite player, Achilles?
You also got the entire team. So I have everybody, but I did take a Marin poster. So
you're a Marin fanboy, huh?
I do have that. Why he's back in Korea. It's been a while, man. Had a really good game 1 and game 2. He's trying to drag the team across the finish line. Just wasn't able to do so.
And now we get something that we were robbed of all of 2016. We get to see back in Korea, Marin on Rumble. Yeah. This was the champion that kind of became a meme about Rumble because he would always push up recklessly at level 2, level 3, and either get ganked or get a solo kill or get a gank for himself. It seemed like all the action played around Rumble's lane, but this time it's actually Marin going for a walk. He's trying to get information about the path.
Yeah, won't really find anything, and now Haru pushing in. Thought maybe he would wrap around to the red buff. Definitely could get a kill on the Spirit if he had done so.
So the reason why he did that roam is that he needed to have information to see if he was going to get that level 3 gank that we were talked about, because it's very easy for Lee Sin to start blue side, path up to top, and kill Rumble. This time it's not going to be the jungler. It's actually going to be Crown.
Crown zipping his way in. Marin goes back in for the trade, gets stunned up. Rune Prison immediately thrown down. And he is just going to die in this exchange. Doesn't even pop the flash. Knows that he's dead to rights. First blood handed over to Cuvée. And you can see the smile on his face. Not even angry about getting ganked.
This always happens when Marin plays Rumble. Someone at the end of this season needs to make basically a greatest hits of Marin dying or getting a kill between the time of 2 and 5 minutes. Happens every game. It's something for you to look forward to, Achilles. It was inevitable. This one was creative. It wasn't the jungler. He actually went to check out the jungler, got ganked by the mid laner, so probably going to be shouting at Kuro and comms.
Yep, nicely done by Crown. He used the Ghost early on in the game, but it wasn't to get away this time. Now, got to be pretty happy about that. So you can see the tier already coming in. 4 minutes for Crown. That is going to be really bolstering for the Rise to just get his build rolling. Double Doran's Ring and boot start for Kuro. So Crown definitely going to have the upper hand for now as he clears out these waves and tries to get them underneath the turret in time to deny some CS from Kuro.
So
Words are
Cull
hard.
and an Apta. So that does still suggest it's going to be AP cannon. It's still Proto Belt, most likely. Crown's decided he's not interested in laning phase.
Working his
I haven't
way
seen a
down
mid
bot.
laner roam this much since Aurelion Sol was around.
And he comes down. He's
Optimistic.
really going to find it. Yeah, he gets spotted out, so he's going to have to roam back up. He'll be able to catch the wave by the look of things, so won't be losing out on a whole lot. But yeah, I mean, just really aggressive roams from Crown looking for these openings. And the Ghost is almost back up, so could go for another one in a little bit of time, get some damage in onto Kuro, and mitigate some of that with the command Protect.
But sort of freedom he wasn't afforded by the Cassiopeia in game 1, so using that newfound freedom to stretch his legs a little bit, see parts of the map he just was denied from seeing in game 1.
Taking a tour of Summoner's Rift.
It's pretty much as he left it. Hasn't changed too much since Tuesday.
Well, for now, be down a little bit in CS, but still stacking up that tier as best as he can. Looks like we have actually Haru and Core JJ starting to roam up the river. Might want to go for a bit of an invade. Finds Spirit over here at the Raptors. He spikes a big one. Stun does connect. Spirit not level 6 yet. Goes low. Oh, one more hit would have done it. Haru doesn't have the Sonic Wave up to go for the kill.
And while they don't have the same laning pressure with another support, the Bastion link on the Lee Sin early damage means the Dazzle will connect. He's going for another gank here.
Finds it
Kuro
onto
between
Kuro.
turrets.
Gets the Sonic Wave. Does he want to go for this? It'd be underneath the tower, and Core JJ has to flash over the wall. Barely stays alive. Pops the heal onto himself.
Oh,
The
so
slow
low.
comes through. Flash forward by Kuro. Comes up with the kill. Haru gonna have to exit as swiftly as he can. And just a bit of an overstay.
Line
Really
6.
greedy play. And here comes the red carpet laid out for him. Crown getting locked up. Kill picked up by Kuro. Kuve too late on the roam down to help turn that one around.
No
Has to
blast
just
cone
wait over
here.
the wall. He's actually going to go in with this one, but the command Protect is there. Kuve's able to get the answering kill, but all in all, that's a 1 for 2 in favor of Afreeca Freecs.
I don't know about that, Samsung. Haru was channeling some solo queue hijinks right there. You kind of see why they went for the Taric, because when you leave lane, you get that CC early that you don't have as Lee Sin, and you can potentially just go for those big Thunderlords kills, but the moment that you're level 4, level 5, playing between turrets this early in the game, you know you screwed up. And Rumble, even though he responds very late, consider that Rumble was in lane till, what, 2 seconds ago. This is not a place you want to fight against a Rumble. Hits level 6. Suddenly there's no exit available for Crown, who dies. Kind of result a lot later because he assumed he had a way to get out of lane. And what was looking pretty good for Samsung is now line ball 7 minutes in.
Yep. Still have a bit of a lead from that first blood, as well as a couple CS leads in the top lane and the bottom lane, as Ruler has been out farming Kramer this entire time. But definitely not where the lead could have been, Bob Smithy.
Getting his build on early, and you know,
As he doesn't have any vision in the river at the moment. But Haru gets spotted. And Spirit looks like he's just going to take over where he left off and finish off the Scuttle Crab.
it's kind of fun though that we had one game where Afreeca were way ahead 10 minutes in, second game where Samsung were way ahead 10 minutes in, and now third game where it's all even. So we've seen a bit of everything this series.
Got the extremes in the middle ground, so couldn't ask for a better way to finish out the series.
And the best thing about some of these new rosters is that you look at the calendar and it feels like we've got a game that no one can miss every day. You know, when you have 5 teams that are all to differing degrees really exciting to track, when you include Afreeca and Longzhu with the big 3, KT, SKT, and Samsung. Then you got the teams that are coming up. We're going to see Kongdoo Monster for the first time. If they easily dispatch their opponents in Series 2, then they're going to be another team that, you know, is on the rise, as you could see by them making the Gyeonggi final.
Yeah, we'll get another look at the ROX Tigers and see how they're able to fare in that matchup. I mean, Kongdoo has looked pretty strong. That's going to be the equalizer. Comes out from Cube. gets overheated, so he has to peel back. Cube was dangerously low.
And Marin easily wins that trade, even though it looked like the equalizer was in a bad spot. It guaranteed that his overheated Flame Spitter was going to hit for full damage. And then obviously Kennen doesn't really have any defensive stats to speak of.
Cube shows himself. Marin might take that as a sign that something's up. You can see he is playing pretty far back. It's going to be the Sonic Wave coming in. Oh, Haru not fast enough. Marin reacts, flashes to the other side, and just gets kicked underneath the turret.
I mean, it's such a well-known thing, the insect kick now, that the only way to guarantee the kick is kick flash, and even then, if you're early enough on the flash, you'll still be kicked towards your turret. And the cost here is that showing himself in top means they're going to get this first Drake. It's only a Cloud, not as high priority as the 3 Infernals we had last time. And notice that Samsung don't actually punish this. The one way to do so would be for Lee Sin to stay top and look for a dive, but with Kennen ult down, with Lee Sin ult down, so it was going to be pretty tricky to pull off. So no cost at all, just a free objective to Afreeca Freecs.
Yep. And Cuvée still continues to confuse and surprise with this build. Haru, though.
He's dead.
Yep, there's nothing you can do against this one. Just gets burned out. Marin picks up his second kill. Already has the Haunting guys. So, a lot more damage on the way.
Fun thing here is that this game in particular feels like an experienced pro jungler against a solo queue jungler. Like, Haru's making some really impressive moves, and I don't think this was necessarily the case in the 3 wins that he had, but this is him overstaying for pressure. He's like, all right, I lost the Drake. I need to start taking camps. I need to do something. We couldn't get the turret dive. I must make something happen because every action leads to a reaction. Well, unfortunately, his overstay becomes the new action. The reaction is the easy pincer by Marin and Spirit, and there was a kill there. And now Tucson standing in a control ward.
Yeah, that's
he
going
wants
to be the
this.
shockwave. Crown going to flash away.
Doesn't have the
Pops the
range.
Ghost. Yeah, Tucson actually used his flash.
He's optimistic.
Yep. So wasn't able to come up with another grasp. Meanwhile, in bottom lane, Ruler and Core JJ whittling away at that turret. Get good amount of damage in. Haru does find Tucson. That's going to be the arrow coming in from Ruler. Finds it yet again. And Haru is able to pick up the kill. Nicely done by Samsung. They put another one on the board. And those are the picks that they need to play around.
Yeah, Tucson just thought he was safe in the river, and unfortunately he was not. Sharks were all around. This time it was the Ash arrow from distance that guaranteed the kill, but I hazard a guess that Haru would have had it one way or the other.
Yep.
Especially with Tucson's flash down.
It's a nice straight shot coming through from Ruler. Didn't have to try to predict any movement. Just knew that he was going to be able to land that one. So nicely done by him to put another on the board. You can see Spirit now, he has to spend some time in this bottom lane to help out Kramer so they don't lose this turret and give that first brick gold over to Ruler. Flash here by Kuro, but Haru follows up with his own. Gets the Sonic Wave, Realm Warp coming through from Crown. Kuro trying to run back, but he just can't do it. Rip Prison comes down, the Overload will kill him. Flash over the wall from Cuvée, takes him to safety. And looks like he'll be able to make it back underneath this tower. But Marin, ooh, does he want to go for this? Lands that electric harpoon. And that's going to send Cuvée packing back to the base for sure.
Cuvée might be ahead in CS, but he is losing every all-in trade that we see, so definitely not too much to worry there. Haru didn't have to use his kick because the Ash arrow registered onto Malzahar, and that's why they came into this play. Turned into something of a geometry problem here. There were some angles going on as well, so the protractor meant there was no way for Kuro to get out. He falls down. So still even, Achilles. 1,000 gold is not much to speak about at 14 minutes.
No, not really. Things will get a bit more interesting, I'd like to think, once that Mountain Drake does come up. Because Cloud Drake picked up for Afreeca, as mentioned, not going to be the most impactful at the moment. So when that Mountain Drake comes in, should have some contention over that. Cuvée is able to keep ahead in CS. He's keeping his head above the water for the time being, despite losing out on these trades.
And that was mostly
in the lane with that Negatron.
It was mostly because of the early game, right? Mostly because he was taken out in the early game, had to play conservatively. Doesn't have any advanced vision on the red side jungle. You can see no blue wards anywhere near the Rift Herald or behind into the camps. So he's always kind of on his toes to be turret dive. Does have flash back up to say flash a kick, like he was able to do earlier, but can't play as overextended as he wanted, and that's why Cuvé's going even despite every time the camera mouses over a trade. It's going the way of Rumble.
Yep. still opted in to that Proto Belt. He's had that completed for a bit of time now. And Samsung
Big fight
coming
time.
into the bottom lane. Core JG flashing forward is able to find Kramer with the stun, but
Big
they get the
equalizer.
turret. That might have been a bit more than they could chew. That's going to be the Radiance coming through from Kara. QV arriving. 4 men stunned up with the slicing Maelstrom, but he still goes down. Kramer finds the kill, and Ruler is swift to follow. Will that be a triple kill? No. Goes over to Kuro. Samsung committing way too hard for that turret. They're going to lose theirs in the bottom lane by the look of things, and they lose 3 members simultaneously. Afreeca Freecs completely turned that one around.
Samsung and probably the viewers at home got baited by the fact that the cannon was on so many members.
Haru
Kuro
finds Kuro, is able to pick up yet another kill. So a bit of a consolation prize. They'll maintain the gold lead, but still lose a hell of a lot more than they would like.
And that's the thing, Marin teleported top. He realized he can get a lot of turret damage down. Cuvée had to teleport to bot lane, so they may actually lose this turret even though Rumble isn't fast. But coming back to my original point, this was with everyone roaming down. Marin is in the right place at the right time, doesn't need to teleport. The equalizer is beautiful. And then, okay, Cosmic Radiance hits. You see Kennen, and Kennen's like, I can get a 5-man ultimate. The exhaust, exactly at the right moment. Cuvée, not level 11, and the damage is so backloaded that basically they get stunned. Everyone from Samsung walks towards them because they were running away before, and that means everyone's in the equalizer damage. Everyone's funneling up. So Cuvé's positioning actually baited Afreeca, so it actually baited Samsung into taking more losses than they would have had to.
Yep, and now it's just going to be a 1,000 gold lead here for Samsung. Good on Haru to identify that he could go in and kill Kuro on the backside of that fight. Definitely a bit of a reprieve for them, but both of those bottom tier 1 turrets going down. Marin not able to finish off the one on top, but it's dangerously low. If Spirit comes up for a dive, they could kill Cuvée and that turret very quickly.
So they're going to be building Rylai's as well. The build path has changed a little bit, but it looks like it's going to be Rylai's on Rumble. Still as good on Rumble. After this changes to slow, the Harpoon slow isn't relevant, so the fact that he still gets 20% slow on his Q means that he doesn't lose out. Obviously, the item itself doesn't have the same gold efficiencies, but does fit Rumble if you want to build it. Could also go in other directions. I guess Protobelt became the item build after Marin was last seen in Korea playing that Rumble, so there's an outside chance he'll go for that second, but heavily expecting the Rylai's.
See, Haru just heading up to the top lane. Slicing Maelstrom is there for Cuvée, as well as the Dragon's Rage. Haru's still hovering around.
Wasn't spotted coming in.
Yeah, that ward was thrown down after the fact. Now he's spotted, though. And Freecs in the bottom lane. They get a heck of a lot of damage in onto that tier 2.
Yeah, they had a feeling Lee Sin was topside, so they knew they were good in terms of numbers. Kramer also gets free time on mid lane turret because he was unaccountable.
Oh, Ash Arrow comes out, not going to connect. Haru getting rooted by that corrupting arrow. And now has to dash to safety. Spirit did pop Ragnarok, so they do get that big ultimate away from the Olaf.
But no Crystal Arrow, no cannon, no cannon teleport, so they can walk up and take some shots on turret. But now they think better of it. Kramer's build is still very much in its building block phase. He doesn't even have his Zeal item started yet.
Interesting to see that he goes for the Essence Reaver and not even the Tear of the Goddess. We saw Vera's ADC yesterday, and the Manamune was very much an item of choice. But Kramer, again, doesn't really conform to standard build paths.
I didn't actually see his build max order. If you don't go tier, you can just max E first. The original...
The Hail of Arrows?
The Blade of Ruin King build, when we finally do see it, is the original Varus build, which was max W, so EW into Q last. Leave Q at one point, just kind of for scouting. So if you don't go tier, you can just not have the same poke, but still be relevant. Again, that's mostly Blade of the Ruin King, so perhaps he's going to be conservative with his Qs.
Looks like it might be Essence Reaver into Hurricane.
Hurricane path's not a surprise. It feels like every AD carry is itemizing Hurricane. I even heard there's a new Jhin build where Hurricane's one of the items, so...
How does that work with this 4th shot?
It doesn't... every auto attack is 1, so even though you don't get 4th shot every 2 autos, no.
Gotcha.
But Essence Reaver double Zeal item is a new build people are trying out.
Interesting. Well, people are experimenting. I mean, I suppose that's how we ended up with that Ziggs bot lane as well.
Some of them are abandoned. experiments. Jenner's last AD carry, now over at Paris Saint-Germain. Pilot. Loved to go Rageblade Tristana. That was a thing he tried. I think he went Rageblade Ashe as well. He loved Rageblade, that man.
I mean, we've seen Rageblade Tristana multiple times. I mean, that made its way into NA as well.
It's something. It was a Q-Max, so it's just going to be more conservative because it does take multiple auto attacks to get back the mana compared to the increased max mana of the tier.
Samsung have definitely pumped the brakes a bit. Weren't able to take that Mountain Drake. Did go over to Afreeca, so they have 2 in their inventory at the moment. And they're just barely under 1,000 gold ahead. Kube, he pops forward. That Proto Belt gets a bit of damage in onto Marin. But now Koro arriving in the top lane. They're going to be looking to knock down this turret. Crown has roamed his way over. Still might not be enough to hold on to this. They see Tucson waiting in the wings. I think they just have to let this one go.
He doesn't know he's in a ward, but Marin has been sitting on these items a long time. He's probably got quite a lot of gold here, so doesn't want to bait his team.
Doors waiting to throw out. Oh, never mind. I already threw out the arrow. Just didn't connect. Didn't see it until it was flying off the screen.
He's in the ethers now.
Hits that dragon that's like flying off the back of the map.
Is it beyond Shyvana from yesterday?
That was a bit of a flunk, if there ever was one. Spirit, he's going to get locked up. Hasn't popped the Ragnarok yet, so showing some restraint there.
That was actually cool. He actually popped Cosmic Radiance as the ultimate was channeling, so they came in invulnerable, but didn't do anything from it. So the cool factor definitely outweighed the usefulness, but that's an interaction to think about for the future.
I feel like that's how most things work, at least with products, is the cool factor outweighs the usefulness.
But you can see like a pre-planned Cosmic Radiance, Bastion Link, Massive Dazzle instantly with everyone invulnerable work once upon a time.
Sounds great in theory. Marin, though, overheated. In a bit of a rough spot. Just going to get kicked right into the wall so he can't go anywhere. And Crown will finish him off for the killing blow. So nice little roam down. And what do you know? Marin was overextended.
A little bit different outside laning phase. Had flash, but Haru was smart and just get the mini stun against the wall. Don't go for any hijinks. Didn't need to go for a ward hop. The kill's not the most consequential, though. They'll get a bit of information around the red side jungle, but this game is probably going to be played a bit more around Baron. Although, as I say that, there is a Drake spawning in 50 seconds, so any advanced vision you get might serve to guarantee this Drake more and more over to Samsung.
Which is definitely that they definitely want. Double Mountain Drake for Afreeca. That would be pretty bad if you're Samsung. They've already been able to knock down 2 turrets. And the bottom and top side of the map, and the mid is pretty much dead anyway. So they're pretty close to getting rid of all of those tier 1s. So if Afreeca are able to get that Mountain Drake, it's going to be rough times for Samsung. Ruler looking like he's going to have to back off. They could just dive him if they really wanted to. This turret's 2 hits from dead. So they'll just go ahead and write this one up.
Confirmation of the Rylai's as the rush, or second item for Marin. Yep, spent a lot of time taking that top turret. There is 3 outer turrets down for Samsung, who haven't really been able to dent the mid and top lane too much.
And now Afreeca Freecs with that turret dead, they could just kite back down to the dragon. It's what Samsung would have to expect is being taken. They do throw out that orb and get the dissonance off onto Core JJ, knocks him down to about half HP.
Need some sweepers as well. They only have a single one.
Oh, boy.
Samsung.
Samsung, they're really running a bit of a
We don't see the
gamble
health.
here.
It's at 4,000 now. They might just get it.
Afreeca Freecs are roaming up. Can they get there in time? It's going low. Can they kill him on the exits? That's going to be the red carpet thrown down. Tucson flashing forward. Is able to find Core JJ. They take him out.
Here's Olaf.
Oh boy, Spirit sprinting forward, jumping onto Kube, who flashes away. But a big shockwave comes through. Ruler goes down. Kube on the other side of the fight gets burned out by Marin with a flame spitter. Crown trying to run his way out, gets silenced. The Malefic Vision's ticking down, and the axe flies straight and true from Spirit. 4 members dead on the side of Samsung. They get the Baron, but only 1 person's retaining it. Afreeca Freecs completely win that trade.
There's something magical about that Righteous Glory Ghost Olaf. As you said in Champs, like the perfect ball carrier. Gets a really big wombo ult. A lot of gold over to Samsung. Baron no longer an objective. The Drake, they're not rushing towards that either. Haru wants another answering kill.
Just kicks out onto Tucson, doesn't have the Sonic Wave. Had to use it to get in there, and that's going to be the tier 2 going down in mid and top. Afreeca Freecs profiting so much from that near ace.
Oh, get my breath back. Samsung, you know, another thing you can do with Cosmic Radiance. This is really cute. Didn't even get Lee Sin in there instantly, but it's early enough in the game. They were posturing towards the Baron, so towards the Dragon, and then obviously Afreeca is surprised with what happened. Tucson gets a kill, and if it's just Core JJ, happy time to Samsung, but Turbo Olaf walks in. Tether range is still there. Big wombo, nowhere for Ruler to go, nowhere for Crown to go. And they get 2 inner turrets as well and cancel Baron buff on everyone except Lee Sin. Really hard to say how much of a victory that is for Afreeca, but a victory nonetheless. And Spirit feeling pretty good. Some catharsis after a weak Game 2 performance from Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, one hell of a turnaround. Seems like Olaf might be one of those things you have to target ban away from Spirit. I mean, thinking back, I believe LS is, he put out a tier list just a couple days ago, and Olaf, much to his much to him being upset, put it in, you know, B tier selection for Olaf. But Spirit's really pushing it to be an S tier in this game.
Yeah, especially when Courage continues to be toned down a little bit and Courage junglers are less in vogue. I think there really is a spot for Olaf. He's one keystone that really fits him away from being, I think, A tier or a really top tier jungler. But in the right hands, and especially when you're looking to dominate 1v1 jungle matchups, like Nidalee used to be able to out-duel every enemy jungler, Olaf can often do that. And then you get games where with like game 1 where you walk in, his level 1 is really, really powerful, and you can dictate the game. So you're right. This now becomes one of those bans where, especially on blue side, why not ban Olaf?
Oh, RO gets the kick in, but he just puts him closer to his teammate, so not quite the angle that he wanted. Good flash by Marin to make sure that he didn't get shoved into the awaiting arms of Samsung's team.
Looks like Abyssal Scepter might be next item for Marin. Not really many options for non-Magic Mantle for a non-tank like the Rumble. Not going to be a Spirit Visage, you wouldn't think. So
Guardian Angel
there. Guardian Angel is a possibility, but Abyssal Scepter
he had the gold to just buy it out.
Marin's buys is so greedy. He sat on Ruby Crystal, Amp Tome for a long time, bought up a straight up Rylai's. No Magic Mantle and Abyssal Scepter. Not a trivial amount of gold either. But, you know, he's going to be another one that's going to get in short range. And this is the build where he's like, okay, I flashed before. I don't need a Zonias. I'm going to get in, overheat, put down the ult. If I die, I'm going to take half health bars of other people with me.
Well, Freecs have certainly gotten control of this game, but they still have to be a bit concerned with Cuvée. You know, building the AP on that cannon, there is that potential that he could get that massive slicing maelstrom down onto multiple members of Afreeca and really turn the fight around.
But there's another step to that, Achilleos. The famous play where Smeb exploded 3-4 members at Worlds. This doesn't happen anymore because the damage is so backloaded. If your flash is up, you will evade probably about 2/3 of the damage after the stun duration goes down.
All right, so slicing maelstrom into a 5-man dazzle from Core JJ.
Sure, but that's the thing, is like, if there was the setup CC, you'd be like, yeah, it could still happen. But like when the setup CC is a sick dazzle, I don't know, like I guess it's possible.
I mean, I think that would at least earn Core JJ MVP from one play alone, if he was able to pull that off.
So what I want to see is the Bastion is onto Lee Sin. All 5 members of Afreeca are next to a wall, kicks them into the wall for the mini-stun, and then dazzles as the Slicing Maelstrom is going. That's the very achievable way to get the 6 Slicing Maelstrom damage.
Sounds perfect.
Sounds optimistic.
All right, go ahead, Samsung. Do it.
Stand next to that wall, Afreeca. Also, Olaf, forget to ult.
I mean, when you're, you know, when there's no Poppy in the game, you're more likely to stand next to a wall.
You are right.
You kind of sleep on that. I mean, sometimes when there is a Poppy in the game, you still sleep on that. We saw that yesterday.
People forget that the terrain, especially around mid lane, the corner of the entrance into the river for Baron Vision is, just, as we see on our screen here, is definitely a Poppy favorite.
Yep.
The stadium here, the OGN stadium is really quiet. You know, both sides of fans.
It's tense.
It's a tense atmosphere because although I say that at the end of the season, you know, people won't necessarily remember who won this game, it doesn't take many wins and losses to separate finals opponents. As Haru opens up with ult, no one else is around right now.
Oh yeah, Tucson throws down that nether grass. We can see the radiance coming through. Cuvée, it's a bit chunked out. Uses the proto belt just to create a little bit more distance.
Rumbles in base. Marin looking for a purchase. Probably just going to walk up now. If Marin had teleported, there was no way for Ryze to match him. But not to be. Get a big ultimate out in the Cosmic Radiance, and the CDR is not that high from Core JJ, so still pretty decent cooldown there. But Kramer's flash is down. That's one thing we might have missed there, which could be consequential, because Varus, of course, mobile AD carry, so Lee Sin certainly has an obvious target for the next 4 minutes or so.
Freecs did get some good vision deep inside the jungle of Samsung. For this Baron that's about to spawn in about 30 seconds. There's also going to be another Dragon, just under a minute. Cloud Drake, so definitely not going to be the priority at this stage of the game. More of an afterthought. Uwe, though, getting jumped on by Marin, throws down the equalizer. He'll get the stun and flash away, but Marin, he might be able to chase this one out. Meanwhile, here comes Spirit,
Olaf,
wrapping around from the other side, throws out the smite. And they are able to snipe him with that Electro Harpoon. But, you know, Haru got a blue buff, so that's good.
The crowd's laughter will do enough as a response to that particular point. It was in the opposite quadrant that Afreeca wanted to pick. A pick around the Baron buff might have meant the Baron could be started. They may still look.
But, I mean, you get rid of that massive
start.
AoE stun from Kuve fighting inside the pit, so that's still going to be a pretty good look if you're a Freecs.
But it's the time, Achilleos. The 40 seconds when
Marin.
it's someone
there we go.
right next to Baron is consequential, but when, you know, by the time they get there, it's only 15 seconds. The teleport can come through.
This is really, okay. The round's going to go in. Overheat does come through from Marin, so he has to just run away. Has that blast cone to take him to safety. Crown,
wow, Crown really wants it.
The wall. Yeah, he wants to try to take this one out. Looks like he will be able to win this trade quite handily. Marin flashing out, gets the slow from the Electro Harpoon, the speed up from the scrap shield. Meanwhile, Baron goes down. Spirit finds it, and Crown can't come up with a kill. So all 5 members from Afreeca Freecs will be able to maintain that Baron buff.
And we didn't even talk about Baron being taken down the whole time. No picture-in-picture. What you doing, OGN? But regardless, Baron buff is a big prize. Crown wanted to make sure that the teleport user didn't have Baron because it's always the most consequential. Marin walks bottom, has Baron buff, pushes even faster, and has the minions. Then suddenly the numbers will really start to tell you. Haru came for the contest, and Tucson did this in Game 1. He does it again in Game 3. Suppression means no smite, no way to get over the wall. It's a targeted ability as well. You don't often think about the peeling Malzahar ult, but very relevant in that case around specifically the Baron as an objective.
Yep. And Cloud Drake does come through. And now, Afreeca Freecs with all of this move speed that they have acquired.
Hey, Olaf appreciates it.
Oh, for sure.
Olaf definitely hits that like button on Cloud Drake. It's just Olaf and Freak. Those are the 2 people.
Very lonely fan page for Cloud Drake.
Hey, it got better. It's pretty good now, let's be real. I'm much more of an Ocean hater myself.
Really?
Yeah, the first one. If it's the first one and you take it pre-10 minutes, sure, but I don't know, Ocean's not that great.
I feel like in like a very CG situation, it could work out decently well. But all right. Either way, speaking of Siege, Afreeca Freecs grouping up now into the bottom side of the map. There's 4 members here with Marin rotating up to the top side to get that wave moving forward. And the wave clear here from Samsung is going to be rough. They have to rely on Crown, really, to try to reach marks as best as he can. Cosmic Radiance comes down.
Not been in love with the Cosmic Radiance usage.
Yeah, not really sure about the Taric in general, honestly.
Taric's really good in the late game. If you get the right ult, there's a lot of ifs. There's so many conditional factors to make a melee champion already work. It's not Tahm Kench, where Devour is pretty straightforward. Much longer cooldown. So I don't know about forcing the Taric. Kind of reminds me of some teams forcing the mid lane Echo so far this week. Can be good in the right circumstances. Doesn't need to be good in multiple circumstances.
Yeah, that was a worrisome one that we saw yesterday. But another turret, another inhibitor likely to go down. Spirit sprinting in. That command protect. Mitigate a little bit more damage. Ruler doing what he can to hit these minions, but he can't really walk up to get the majority of the wave. From the arrow comes out.
Equalizer!
Crown. He gets taken out. Equalizer as well, helping that big shock wave. Will help work down as Kuve and Crown fall. Tucson does go down to the side of Afreeca Freecs, but I think they're going to be quite all right with that exchange in the end. They want to stick around. Marin has the TP. Spirit's still here with his Guardian Angel. Do they want to go for the end? Looks like it's just going to be getting the waves, moving back into the base. Taking taking their time with this one. 30 seconds left on Cuvée and Crowd.
Yeah, Marin's looking to wait to teleport onto a minion just to help with this siege. 25 seconds plus on 2 members. Afreeca want to end it now.
Yeah, it does look that way. TP coming through to keep the minion alive. And the turret already falling. The first one goes down. Afreeca Freecs looking to close this out. 340 minutes. Or JJ not going to find anything. Spirit just running straight onto Roller's face. Still has the GA up. Takes him out the shockwave. Back up off cooldown. They find Haru. That's going to be the game. Afreeca Freecs on their debut. Spirit and Marin both back in Korea come out on top.
What a big story for the Afreeca Freecs. It was a tough ask to face a Samsung team that had already played once on stage, that already just won IEM Gyeonggi the last tournament before LCK Spring started, but they take down the victory. Spirit can smile after a woeful game 2. Marin had a great series. We saw the best of Marin this series. We saw some frustration as well, and we answered the question. Okay, they can snowball a game and win it. They'll lose a game 2. How will they rebound from losing that game 2? The veteran status clearly helped them. Didn't look like Marin was rustled. Spirit put on a vintage performance on the Olaf in the final game, and Samsung probably thought this was going to be the season where their regular season form would match what they showed at Worlds, what they showed in the offseason. And so far, they've played 6 games. We're not sure who their starting jungler is, and now they're only 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, the starting jungler is going to be a really big question, because that's going to be the first loss suffered by Haru.
Because the question becomes...
he still played fairly decently, but it just became rough. I don't know.
And the question becomes, Haru's 3-1. Ambition 0-2. How often can you start Ambition if you're not picking up that first victory? Because 3-1's still good, but 3-1 has only contributed to 1 match win, 1 match loss because they're starting so slowly.
Yeah. All right, well, really nicely done by Afreeca Freecs.
And I'm jazzed to Kilios because, okay, we haven't seen Kongdoo Monster, but we're getting the confirmation of what everyone suspected when these rosters that were coming together. This is going to be the season where working out the victors, working out the losers, it's going to be so much more difficult because a lot of these teams raised their personnel, the macro players coming along with it, that'll develop over time. And picking the winner of LCK Spring, easy to say SKT, but there's quite a few other names that have to be in the discussion.
Well, I mean, you mentioned Kongdoo Monster, not having seen them. They want to come out with a bang on this first series because just on Sunday, they do have to play against SK Telecom, so they want to have a strong showing, maybe instill a little bit of fear, a little bit of wavering in SK Telecom's confidence.
But the confidence is we have to talk about is Afreeca Freecs. Marin, coming back from a woeful year, winning a series means so much. Spirit coming away from a couple years away, it means so much, and that man Spirit is your MVP here. I think especially given just how much he struggled in Game 2. His performance here, I think he was most under the magnifying glass in Game 3. And 209, no deaths on Olaf, a hard commit champion. Pass marks for Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, really good kill contribution rate as well. 69% to finish things out. And I mean, once he got that righteous glory, it was just hilarious to watch him zipping forward, but just landing these axes consistently, helping get these kills.
But it's not the mechanics of this play, it's Kilios. It's why are they there at 5 minutes? Why so much aggression?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it got punished in so many different ways. Again, there was a different game where they didn't go for such big plays, but it's something to be said about how all these highlight plays is Samsung going for target games.
Yeah. And the Taric, yet again, Cosmic Radiance, gets on to 4 people, but they're not fighting actively, so they're not really getting any profit from that big ultimate. And Cuvée, despite his best efforts locking up multiple members, the Freecs are still able to roll out on top of them, and this is the big sprint coming in from Spirit right here.
Oh, look how fast he is. Ghost, Righteous Glory. Hey, maybe even speed up on the dissonance. Really nice stuff. Nowhere for Ruler to go. You play with fire. Olaf was always the natural predator of an Ashe because Ashe, sure, got the slows, got the poke, but doesn't have an answer to Ragnarok. Yeah. Big, big win for Afreeca Freecs.
Absolutely. Great way to start things off from them. We're going to see them later on Sunday as
Watch
well.
Watch for this ult here. Again, he was exhausted, so Tucson. Credit on these exhausts, but not a lot of damage coming onto these members. I feel like Marin's definitely a bit more on track with how to use Kennen in the new version because I remain to be convinced that AP Kennen has the reliability of what it brought before.
Well, now Afreeca Freecs starting things off with that 2-1 victory. Might be able to make it another, second victory on Sunday as they will take on MVP. But speaking of MVPs, we have to throw over to our interview. So Joel, take it away with the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Joel with your interview translations, and what a start for these guys, where they made their return back to LCK, and in their first game of the season, both Marin and Spirit for Afreeca Freecs earned their MVPs today. So let's have an interview with them. Really expecting something very wonderful for today's interview. Can you give a comment?
일단 아프리카 프릭스 뭐 팀원은 물론 사무국분들까지 정말 열심히 준비해 왔거든요.
And for us as an organization, Afreeca Freecs worked really hard before the season started, and I think it's really paying off today. Spirit, you're looking at Marin as you're falling in love with him. What is that expression you have on your face right now? Before I start saying anything, I want to say sorry to Marin for, because I felt like I really didn't contribute as much as he did. But in the end, you guys got the win, so that's all that matters. A lot of people have been giving your attention to your return to both of you players back to LCK. How do you feel about that right now? It seems like a debut almost, but it's really a return. With the first game of the season, my hands were shaking. I was so nervous throughout the game. It was only during the first part of the game, and I was pretty comfortable after that. And I think I felt comfortable right after that. One thing we were surprised about your AD cannon pick was the first game you really dominated Cuvée with his Maokai, but you got dominated the second game. What happened? Yeah, first game was pretty easy for me, but so I expected the second game to be the same, but I was pretty complacent on my part. And I was supposed to be more aware of the opposition jungler, of where he was at all times, but I think I was a little unaware of that.
A Marin story.
How do you rate Cannon as a champion right now? AD Cannon is very good in the laning phase of 1v1 when you're going solo, but in the team fight it does contribute a little less than an AP Cannon would. But I was trying to make a decision out of looking at the team composition, and I thought AD Cannon was the best decision there. For me personally, for Spirit, I've never seen an Olaf player as good as you did today. It's something like Olaf isn't really an A-tier champion, but when you grab it, it just becomes a very good champion. And one of the things we talked about within our teammates was choosing a champion that we feel the most confident in. And that's the reason I picked Olaf today and ended up in a good result today. And when he was casting, Spirit really talked about the benefits of having Olaf. And let's look at a video right here. This was unbelievable how this turned out. This was where Spirit, you went all out, and we just thought this wouldn't happen. What was going through your mind when this was happening? Yeah, this was totally my shot calling. Told my teammates to go all in on this one. This definitely wasn't an easy matchup for you guys with facing up against Samsung. I feel like you guys really were expecting a very tough matchup against Samsung today. But how do you rate Samsung as a team right now? I think every team in LCK is really strong right now. And we were worried about just Samsung as just one of the stronger teams right now. But fortunately, we were able to pull out the win. Spirit, we were worried about some of the comments being made on the solo laners, that you had to do a little more contributions to help them benefit themselves. I think our bot duo really proved themselves well today. You know, from all of the doubters and all the people that were really worried about them, I think they were really stable and really solid throughout, and I think they really proved to everyone that they can be a winning force and contributing to the team as a whole. And we will just look over the replays and we'll look over the game and we'll just continue to improve as a team so we can become a better team altogether. And lastly, Marin, can you give us a last comment about the win today?
이제 팀원들이 이제 다른 팀들에서 다 모여가지고 이제 좀 합체가 된 상황인데 다들 좀 증명하기 위해서.
And for us, we were a very special situation where we gathered from all different locations, and we were really about trying to prove ourselves as players and as a team all together. And I think we're gonna just continue to do that. So keep rooting for us. So that is the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel, for the translation, as always. So there you have it. Freecs, a team to watch out for. And Marin and Spirit having a very fantastic debut back into Korea.
And it just means a lot, I think, especially for long-time viewers of the Korean scene. Spirit and Marin are legends of Korean League of Legends, and it's lovely to see them back, starting off with a win as well. Afreeca, let's talk about this organization. They put it all out there. They've gone and got clearly an experienced roster. They've spent money on these players. They've made a big bet, and the fans turned out with a lot of support. They've clearly picked up a lot of old fans of Marin, of Spirit, of Kuro, and they've given their fans something to be proud of. So really nice debut for them. Be interesting to track them again this weekend. But our next matchup, ROX Tigers versus Kongdoo Monster. 9 teams we've seen, 1 more to see. And if Kongdoo also put up a good level of performance, every match looks great in LCK.
Yeah, I mean, everything, a really high level of competition, teams exceeding our expectations. We're going to go to a quick break as that game is not set to start for about 10 minutes. Got to get the players set in the booth with their settings, so we'll be back in just a little bit. We'll see you guys then.
Just need a little something to hold on to. Another day at the puppet show. Now I'm heading back to you. When show. Now I'm heading back to you.
Coming up next, ROX Tigers, Kongdoo Monster. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Spring Split. matchup. ROX Tigers. Kongdoo Monster. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Spring Split.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we actually cut back to us today.
OGN outplaying us.
Yeah, I know.
Nice
It's
rotation, OGN cameraman.
Catching us off guard, but welcome back all the same, guys. Now getting ready to get into our second best of 3 of the night. ROX Tigers coming back in. Going to try to pick up a win this time after they suffered a loss at the hands of that pesky KT Rolster squad. But going up against Kongdoo Monster, the last team that we have not seen play so far in LCK. So we're going to see what these guys really have to put out there. Kespa Cup, strong performance by them for what it's worth, and I am Gyeonggi as well. Giving Samsung a little bit of a run for their money. It was a really oddball final that we did have there. A bit of a mess across the board. But still, this team, one of the 3 that has stuck together. We just saw Samsung perform. They did pick up Haru, but for the most part, that roster all together. Same here for Kongdoo Monster, so won't be seeing many changes coming from them. But first of all, let's go ahead and take another look at the ROX Tigers.
It's not the same ROX Tigers that opened up against KT Rolster man for man, because guess who's back in the top? It's Shy, the top laner that has been with the CJ organization for his whole career. Actually did an interview where he spoke about how it kind of really hurt him emotionally to have to distance himself from CJ, to have to leave the org. Got his chance to kind of make his name in LCK again. And the question is, where's his champion pull at? Because Shy came back. It was a wonderful game when he did out of nowhere in the 3rd game of a series, right before the start of the 2nd round robin in summer season. And he could definitely play Trundle. But after that, there wasn't really a second champion. That was kind of his issue. So I hope he's been working on his champion pool. It's been done in some secrecy. I was looking at ob.gg and things like that. His account is, right now, no one really knows what he's been playing. So at least when it comes to the public, so perhaps he's opened up. If you look at some of his legacy picks, Shen was always one of his best champions. We've seen that already in LCK. Tanks were definitely his purview. Singed was one of his famous ones. That'd be fun to see as a key player for the ROX Tigers, and definitely over this split, will be Mickey. He provides the firepower that kind of needs to be put in there after the loss of all the star names with the change in the ROX Tigers.
Yeah, I mean, the latter half of that quote certainly stands true. Depending on how Mickey plays, will basically determine how this squad for ROX Tigers does in round 1. But there you have it, Kongdoo Monster up on your screen. And as of late, what we saw at IEM, Seoul has been an absolute monster in the bottom lane for this squad. His Jhin is a force to be reckoned with.
I mean, this is definitely a battle of the key players. Sure, it's not mid versus mid, it's mid versus AD carry, but both of them have someone that kind of needs to strap the rockets on, that needs to get the carry pants on for their team to really get the victory. And I think Kongdoo, do have other members that maybe didn't show themselves very well. Like Gyeonggi, for example, Punch, the only roster change after going to Challenger, is one of their key players as well. Did not play very well at IEM Gyeonggi, and they have some deft hands in Edge, Guga, and Roach. Tigers, you know, they're basically Afreeca with Key at the end of the day. Songwon and Linderong saw a lot of play. Sure, Shy is in there as well. There's not a lot known about either of these squads or where their power level is right now. So honestly, a 2-0 to either side or a 2-1 would give us a lot of extra information we don't have compared to where we're at right now.
Yeah, just had an article come out today actually about this Kongdoo roster squad. So Kongdoo has decided to fully invest in this team, not just as a title sponsor, but being the full supportive role, backing them 100%. We're EM Fire before we saw that in spring of round 2.
And even before that, Achilleos, they still have a champion star to their name because they are credited with Najin Swords Champions Winter 2012-2013 win, which seems outrageous.
We've had some qualms about that one in the past, but this iteration of Kongdoo Monster seems like a team that actually might be worthy of maintaining that win.
Unfortunately, we had to make a trade. We lost CJ's wins there in Challenger. We got back Kongdoo's Najin wins, so we don't have all our stars, sadly. All our stars, you know, kind of like marbles, they've gone left, right, and center, but really interesting series. Again, it could go either way. My expectation is that Kongdoo will cement themselves 4 to 6 to 7. 4 through 7 is my expected finish by Kongdoo Monster, and that's even in a world with Afreeca and Longzhu now really putting out their names towards a playoff spot. I think Kongdoo have a really high ceiling. A lot of their players aren't known to Western fans, but you know, I had the same expectations for ESC Ever summer, and they struggled. So
yeah.
The expectations have to come crashing down for one of these squads in LCK. Not everyone can finish in playoffs.
Yep. And we'll see how Shy is going to fare up in the top lane. You mentioned, you know, a little hesitant to move away from the CJ squad, but would you rather be on an LCK team bearing the name ROX Tigers, has a lot of fame to it at this point, or would you rather be on potentially the best team in Challenger? So I think he did make the right decision coming through over onto the ROX Tigers, but needs to cement that starting spot over Linderong. Because really, ROX Tigers, it's pretty much the Afreeca Freak show plus key.
And I come back to your original question about would you like to be on the ROX Tigers? And I think you'll find it's kind of a difficult question to answer because you're following in the footsteps of a team that will never be paralleled. This team that came from nowhere with no title sponsor, with no gaming house. You know, they eventually got all these things, but they struggled on the outside for 2 years, but they did the business on the Rift for 2 years. I think expectations are very different for the new ROX Tigers. They've rebranded in terms of logo, still the same name, but different fire to their current Tiger. And the book's kind of open on the new ROX Tigers. I feel like, you know, there's very much been the end of a chapter, the start of a new one. They weren't necessarily completely outclassed by KT Rolster, but they didn't look like winning that series either. And now it's Kongdoo, so we'll see how that one goes.
Yeah, we will. Straight into the draft we go. You can see here already Ferris going to be taken off the board. Another player, Edge, somebody that's been known to pilot that pick, but Sol could always operate with it in the bottom lane. LeBlanc from the side of Kongdoo, and Ash coming out from Tigers. So a lot of ADC focus from the ROX Tigers. Camille going to be the second ban from Kongdoo, and we can kind of expect that it's going to be Rengar coming out as well. Maybe the Kazakhs, but Rengar's definitely been the biggest one that's been that third and final ban.
I mean, double AD carry ban screams first pick AD carry. Jhin is Sol's most played, so that'll be the obvious one to take away. I really want to see Sungyun on the recently buffed Kalista. Kalista now doesn't drop in terms of spears, and Sungyun's best champion historically has been the Kalista. Now, Kalista in a tank meta, which it still feels like we're in, is sometimes tricky to pull off, so no guarantee we'll see it as early as this week. Maybe Coach of the Colossus needs to be hit a couple of times and tank itemization before we see the Kalista, but it will hit the Rift. ROX Tigers will play a Kalista game in 2017 Spring.
I mean, we were surprised to see it at IEM Oakland when Veritas ran it in the bottom lane alongside Thresh. So completely different animal now that those buffs have come through. But so far, ROX going to start things off with the Jace pick. So still a lot of priority being paid to Jace.
But which is peculiar given they banned Varus and Ashe, which tells me they got something different coming, because the AD carry pool has basically been Varus, Ashe, Jhin. That's what we've seen ad nauseum. Sure, there's some room for some Ezreal, which may just be Sungyun's choice and be happy to play the matchup. Or maybe there will be something a bit more creative from the side of ROX Tigers bot lane. Speaking of creative,
and there you have it.
No one's banning it yet, but teams are certainly locking it in. It's 1-1. We saw a win from Bang yesterday. We saw a loss, and it's locked in. So time to go to Silly School, and it's back to the Ziggs bot lane from Sun.
All right, so let's see how this one's going to fare against the Jhin. Both are fairly long range.
I mean, this is also the most annoying duo to be in terms of sieging. So, is it time to just lock in Braum or ban Braum? This is one where suddenly the second round of picks gets interesting, because
let's just get a Xerath in the mid lane for Mickey.
Is script on or off?
Yeah.
Whenever you see Xerath in the Korean server, you always have to be a bit suspicious. That's definitely the one. But, yep. Zyra there for laning power. Malzahar was banned, so the Malzahar Ziggs get free kills after level 6 lane was denied, but Zyra certainly packs some laning power. Now, it was this duo that didn't do so fantastically in the last series, and the lane counter is available. This has increasingly been, the first round has been basically AD carry support and something. AD carry support jungle, the most common. Jace is a flex pick, so AD carry support, flex pick, or jungle has been first rotation. And now it gets interesting, because ROX, with Ziggs and Jace, we know what they do well already. And do we see Kongdoo answer it with bans? or do they expect a pivot? Because it could just be a full-on poke siege comp from ROX Tigers.
Yep. Well, going back into the bans here, round 2 Kha'Zix going to be the first one taken off the board by Kongdoo. So going to be trying to pinch down on that jungle pool now as they already have the Elise locked in, trying to limit the options for Songwon. See where Tigers want to go with this one. It's going to be Syndra away from Edge in the mid lane.
For now, just banning away power. Could also, I mean, Jace honestly does pretty well against Syndra mid lane, so probably further cements that maybe Shai would be going back to his carry roots. His top lane Ryze was very famous once upon a time. He and Flame brought that into the meta after, I guess, 7 Ryze reworks ago. Who knows at this point? At least in the second ban, so they want to keep Songwon's champion pool a bit more constricted. Really interesting, because neither team is definitely locked into where they're going, but Kongdoo have pick options and Tigers have poke options, so you think you know where these teams are going. So far, the bans haven't really changed anything, because if any team... I don't feel like Kha'Zix fit this team comp to begin with, for example.
Yeah. Well, just want to really take everything off the board that they possibly can. Cassiopeia going to be the final ban from the Tigers, so trying to limit as much as they can in the mid lane, but Ryze is available, will be locked in for Edge. So where do you want to go if you're the ROX Tigers? Because not having that Cassiopeia, a very good harassment tool against Ryze in mid, now no longer available for them.
I think it was between Ryze and Talia on the side of Kongdoo Monster. Those were kind of the picks that made the most sense when you have as much lockdown initiation as they had. You wanted something with pick nature, and Ryze can certainly do that.
Jace mid for Mickey, as the Maokai is locked in for Shai. So won't be seeing him go to those carry routes quite yet.
And then the jungle. That's kind of the one where the pool's been hit pretty hard. There are also options. Rek'Sai, for example, will be passed over if we do see the Olaf lock, but Rek'Sai will be the more reliable conservative choice.
All right, well, they will go ahead and lock that one in to go up against Punch's Elise, which is going to be one of his biggest comfort champions. Now just going to be looking for this top lane for Kongdoo. We've seen it before. We've seen it twice now. This Singed could come out a third time.
Maokai's a little bit better against Singed than Poppy, but here's still a good matchup for Singed. We talked about how against these tanks you can go Fiora, just try and assassinate with that tank shredding ability, or you can go Singed and get the farm and get the map pressure on and force the enemy jungler to camp up. Maokai, Rek'Sai have very low kill pressure onto a Singed unless we see further battle on the Rek'Sai and some other creative things and a real overextension, some turret shots onto Roach. Both these players, as far as we remember them, are tank specialists. Roach can play a bit of carry, but it's not his wheelhouse. Shai has basically been a tank-only player for the longest time now. Singed is always fun to track, one of my favorites for sure. Big benefactor of the way the meta is. I think both standard lanes and 10 bans have allowed Singed to open up, and let's see how it does here against Shai, someone who definitely knows is Singed.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw Ixu play it yesterday. Wasn't quite as clean. So now Roach going to be taking the same pick that a lot of the ROX Tigers' former teammate tried yesterday. We'll see how he is able to pilot that up in the top lane. But, I mean, overall, nothing too shocking coming out. Jace mid making a bit of a resurgence. That is, interesting to see that it's kind of moved back into the mid lane, not always just stuck up in the top. But another Ziggs game yet again here, Songyun coming in.
It's going to be a really interesting one. Return of Shai. Two teams who are expected to kind of struggle. One of them is going to push forward, finally get a win on the board. The other one, especially if it's ROX Tigers being 0-2, already looking like a long season.
Yeah, definitely want to come out with a win here and try to make that a 1-1 count as far as the matches are concerned. See if they're able to do so, or if Kongdoo are going to give them a run for their money, because again, this squad having stuck together since the Challengers, since they qualified through back into the LCK through Challengers in the promotion tournament, they've looked really good.
And then ROX Tigers, very hard to get a read on. This Afreeca lineup, when they weren't running Ixu, when they weren't running Lyra, struggled more often than not. So they have a pause in-game, just so you know, guys, why taking a little bit more time to go through the lineups. Rek'Sai versus Elise, Invader's advantage for Elise, but someone's going to have his hands full, I think, dealing with the Singed problem in top lane. or you just abandon it and try and make the plays elsewhere.
And that's always the trade-off that you have to make when it comes to the Singed, especially if he goes full-blown proxy. Don't think that we're going to be seeing that here from Roach. It is a possibility, but it is a bit of a gamble. But, you know, how do you go about deciding if you're the ROX Tigers? You know, do we try to just lock down the Singed, kill him repeatedly, or do we just let him do his thing, win the rest of the lanes, and then just get ahead, so far ahead that we do enough damage that the Singed doesn't matter?
I mean, in the mid lane matchup, we have seen a bit of Jace mid only because it can itemize into Hex Drinker very safely and get through hard matchups. Pretty good matchup against Syndra. In this game, it's mostly because they've got the Zig spot lane, so they need to get physical damage from somewhere, and the mid lane is where they're going to find it. Shy a different day maybe would have been frisky enough to go for the top lane Jace, but doesn't really seem in his pool anymore. And Zyra versus Misfortune. A year ago, madness in the bot lane. Now, as standard can be.
Yep, nothing too shocking there. And honestly, the MF is going to complement that Jhin fairly well. But let's go ahead, get right onto the Rift for this first game, and see who's going to come out on top. ROX Tigers versus Kongdoo Monster in their LCK Season 7 debut. Just kidding.
It looked good for a second there.
Yeah, it was, we were running decently well, and then we had another pause come through. So it looks like we might have a little bit of an issue inside the ROX Tigers booth, so we'll be getting that taken care of so we can get the game underway. But I was just about to say, as we loaded into the game, this MF can complement the Jhin quite well. We've moved away, you know, from these big armor pen or lethality builds from the Jhin, but now with Misfortune coming into the bottom lane, Black Cleaver, a staple item pickup, so that armor shred does come through for her, so Jhin doesn't have to worry about building that so much.
I think just simply in terms of a lane trading situation, very easy to set up the Deadly Flourish when there's such massive range on the Make It Rain that sure, Make It Rain doesn't do that much damage, but sets up the Deadly Flourish. Jhin does the rest from there, so powerful laning phase, and standard lanes what brought Singed back, and it's the reality, so that's why you see mages and very rarely some melee supports.
Yep. But Punch, we'll have to see how he's going to do. He's been a little bit shaky. Definitely a good addition for this roster.
I think that's harsh in terms of his most recent data point was shaky. He was poor at IEM Gyeonggi. Was it the scenario was his first international tournament? Hard to say. Throughout Challenger and the Challenger promotion, he was deadly. He was very strong. His Nidalee, I guess, no longer a big factor, but Nidalee was a big pick for him. Another one of those peanut school of new age junglers that plays invading junglers most confidently. So, I mean, shaky, again, he was so consistent before Gyeonggi, then poor at Gyeonggi. So, gets to make his big re-debut, in, I guess his LCK debut, because he's never played in LCK outside those promotion matches. Only player from Kongdoo that wasn't on the roster last time we saw them in the LCK.
Sure. I mean, so Nidalee has really fallen off the face of the planet. I mean, I kind of want to go off of that one because you do bring it up. Do you think that there is a context in the current meta 7.1 that we do see Nidalee come back onto the table, or is she just pretty much like out of there?
I think
because we've seen some really constricted jungle pools, but Nidalee has not even been hovered yet.
She's still a really edge case. There's been some love taps in terms of buffs to her that kind of are incrementally pushing her forward. Anecdotally, when I play solo queue, Nidalee's can still go off, but before her power farming and her ganking were both strengths. Now the power farming's toned down a little bit. The ganking's still strong, so there are edge cases I think where Nidalee could come in, especially Maokai top lane, Ryze mid lane, you know, lots of setup CC. The spear hits, you get the kill. So I think we might see it, but in terms of it being super meta or the first pick, first ban status that we saw for what, a year and a half, I think it's a buff away from that.
Okay. Well, you never know. Sometimes, I mean, we got a Scion.
Nidalee finds a way.
We got a Scion in top lane just the other day, so I wouldn't be too shocked if we do see Nidalee come out if we get multiple jungle bans. But for the time being, I guess she's just gonna disappear into the Nether, and we'll see her eventually.
But we're not going to disappear into the Nether because
no,
Songyun has a keyboard problem, is what we were told.
We are stuck here. So Songyun, yeah, we'll have to try to get that taken care of. You can see we have the ADs working on this feverishly right now.
I assume they're working on getting a new keyboard rather than fixing his current keyboard. I don't know if they're you know, they're coded for that.
We could have a keyboard tech just standing by. It'd be a really niche job.
Yep.
But
An important job for this particular context.
I mean, you can find that in Korea, I'm sure. I mean, there's that massive keyboard shop just not that far. Well, it's in Yongsan.
That's true.
So a little ways away, but
once upon a time, not far away. We used to be near Yongsan Station, which
I
is
almost psyched myself out.
That's true. Famous landmark in Korea, big transit train station. Now over in Sangam, hence why we call it Sangam East Stadium or OGN East Stadium. That's the suburb that we're in now.
I mean, we went from being in the original studio that was on top of a mall.
Yep.
Next to a soccer field that was also on top of a mall.
I mean, we are still on floor, I believe, 15 or 16 high. I think it's technically 15.
We're kind of in between
14 and 15.
Yeah, well, I guess at this level we're kind of 15. I don't know. The studio spans 3 different floors.
That's
so
true.
It's a little hard to discern exactly where we are as far as our placement goes. But
we are far above the fans, which, you know, naturally, unfortunately, creates some superiority complex. Being an LCK caster.
I mean, there's people up in the nosebleeds that are above us.
Not that many right now.
No, yeah, that's true. Not many.
When the Afreeca and Samsung fans vacated, slightly less fans. Kongdoo definitely still building their fan base. And the ROX Tigers,
I mean, you know,
there are more Afreeca fans, there are more SKT fans, there are more KT fans. Probably someone went to follow Cry at EDG, but predictably, it's going to take a while for this new ROX Tigers to build the name they had once upon a time.
Yep. Definitely need to prove themselves. You can see, though, audience members, they span all ages, and that man, he is knocked out. He's like, oh, this pause. Woke up right at the end. But not in time to see himself on the big screen.
So close. Yeah. So near, yet so far.
So far. But, yeah, that man is operating on, like, my old sleep schedule.
And Kongdoo Monster are operating on your taking off your jacket level, because, of course, they are very smartly dressed now. If you follow Overwatch, they wear overalls for some reason.
I don't know why they have
It's pretty cool that they have
odd
overalls and suit and tie.
But the suit and tie just look so much
They look
better
dapper.
than the
They look
overalls.
very dapper.
Yeah. I'm not a big fan.
Is this Kongdoo like talking about their fandom of League of Legends, being like, I don't know about this Overwatch thing, overalls, I guess. Maybe they saw
It's too new.
Ghostbusters and they were like, this is cool.
Which, what?
Overalls?
Oh, I see. Okay. Well,
my reference was all right there.
I mean,
don't look at me that way.
Those are like full blown like onesie.
Onesies?
Yeah, kind of.
They're wearing onesies?
It's kind of a onesie.
They should wear onesies. Monster onesies.
Hazmat suit that they got going on.
It's good that they updated that logo, because the onesies would have been weird before.
Yeah, definitely. I want to see a League of Legends team come out in a bunch of onesies. That would be interesting. They sell the Tibbers onesie now on the
That's true.
on the Riot store, so you can always get the.
I don't know if you can use that as your logo, like iconography, or like your get up.
Probably not.
Probably not.
Modify it. You're like, this isn't Tibbers. This is something else. Just give it another name. Just I don't know. Change it up a little bit.
I mean, things are a little bit different in Korea. I was actually inquiring about the sweet new KT jackets that they're wearing, but see,
So
unfortunately, the thing with these large telecom members, where budgets are a bit different when it comes to things like merchandise, is that they just kind of go to a big manufacturer, in this case the North Face, and just say, make us 6 cool jackets. And then if I want one, they're just like, well, we only made 6.
They can
like,
make so many more cool jackets.
Where's my
and
cool
sell
jacket?
them at a premium.
I still the one thing that's always eluded me for League of Legends merchandise was to get the General's jacket, the famous Dade jacket that he gave to Pawn. Pawn's here now.
Go ask him. You never know.
I don't know if it's going to fit me. I might have to get expanded. But I mean, putting it on the wall also would be pretty cool.
Just have the have our.
That's a one-of-a-kind thing.
Have our makeup
match worn. That's kind of a thing, like I know in wrestling they're like match-worn tights, which for some reason people want. A match-worn Dade jacket, that's pretty cool.
Sounds a little bit gross, but
Hey, people like what they like.
That's
I don't
true.
own any. I don't judge anyone that does.
Well, if you manage to get the jacket and it doesn't fit, just take it to our makeup and costume girls, and they'll expand it for you. So I mean, obviously you guys haven't been able to see it because it was on the back last season, though. But Papa's
to their
shirt
credit, they've at least learned.
Yeah, but Papa's shirt originally was much too small.
It was
last
ballooned.
season.
I didn't put on weight. They just misjudged me horribly, even though they took measurements.
Yep.
I don't know what that was about.
I think that they were just
maybe
making
it was
look like they were taking measurements, but they were really
no.
just
See, you know what it actually was? It was like a girlfriend hint when they're like, "Seems too small for you. Maybe you should lose some weight."
Maybe
you should. It's like,
if you slim down a little bit, I think
it's
this
like
would
you
fit
took my
you.
measurements. Like you should know this, and they're like, "Oh, for some reason, I think maybe you need to." And I would check the scales, and I'm like, "What happened here?"
So he just ended up with a giant camouflage patch in the middle of his back,
which
on his
led to
shirt.
depression and ice cream, and here we are.
Yep. And
now they just buy bigger clothes.
Yeah, now you just got to get bigger clothes in the end. But, hey, man, I don't know. But I wish you best of luck on your quest to get the General's jacket.
I mean, China was far away. He's in Korea now. Eventually, we'll see KT at this studio. He'll probably try to avoid me. I'll bring some backup.
I think
corner
we
him.
see them Saturday, actually, now that I think about it.
Look at that schedule. We've got the time now.
We have BBQ Olivers versus KT Rolster on Friday.
Ooh, that's going to be a competitive. Well, I mean, both of them are 1-0.
I mean, I'm excited for the match, but I'm also excited to see if they bring the fried chicken truck back, because I could do with that right now, actually.
We probably should eat it off the broadcast. Yesterday we
had our one-off with that one, so...
you say one-off. You know, we could still return to it. Don Monty returned to Star Wars jokes. Why can't we return to eating fried chicken?
That's true. That's a good point. We can always do that, but hopefully they have the chicken truck. But
please hire me for Worlds. Some of my famous things are eating fried chicken on your stream.
I mean, if Riot is now open to selling sponsorships and everything.
That's true.
For being on screen, so very well could have a fried chicken sponsorship.
Yeah.
Who would you get? I mean, I guess it depends on where.
I mean,
Worlds
Korea,
live.
it's very difficult.
Well, yeah.
I mean, one day, hopefully, there'll be another Worlds in Korea, and when that does happen, and if they do choose fried chicken sponsor, it's going to be difficult.
We'll have to see where it goes. I mean, if it was in America, you could get KFC or Popeyes, something like that, to be
Where
a
do
big
you fall?
sponsor.
So, I mean, obviously, you're more familiar with the American chicken chains. We're in Korea. We're kind of spoiled for choice. A lot of Korean fried chicken is the same, but slightly changed. Sauces are different. Where do you fall in the American? Because, I mean, KFC, Southern Fried Chicken, I guess, I've seen around. Popeyes, of course, is famous. What's number one? What's up there?
It's so hard because you're really just trying to pick the best-looking piece of crap. I think all American fried chicken chains aren't that great. There's an executive from Popeyes.
See, now you do realize that
stream,
as you continue this, your potential future sponsorship options are going down.
That's true.
You're supposed to say they're all equally amazing. I mean, spoiled for choice.
I would probably pick Popeyes, but again, not a huge fan. I'm not a huge fan of American fast food chains in general, unless it's Taco Bell.
Really?
Taco Bell.
That's your one.
Yeah.
So Lifetime, the whole desert island. You're on a desert island, and for some reason that's a cool fast food chain there. Weird. But
It's one of those things that I never feel good about eating,
but
it's always delicious, and I just can't help it. But McDonald's, every now and then get a McDouble, something like that. But the one that I think that everybody overhypes is In-N-Out in California. Everyone always freaks out about In-N-Out.
This chat's not happy right now, just to be clear.
Well, we can't tell.
The people that like In-N-Out really like In-N-Out.
Oh, I know.
Swear by it.
My girlfriend is one of those people, and
she's probably not watching.
We've had she's asleep, but we've had many an argument over In-N-Out because I don't know. I don't get the hype. When I moved to California, working for Team Liquid, they're like, "Oh, we got to take you to In-N-Out. You never had In-N-Out before?" And I was just like, "Oh no, but I've heard a lot of good things, so I'm willing to try it." And I tried it. And I was just like, "Man, you guys really ruined it because you really hyped this up, and it just didn't deliver."
Well, I did my broadcast prep when I was at Worlds, and that wasn't looking at stats and watching VODs like you might think. I did that as well, but I knew I needed to try every one of those America-only chains because I lived in Dubai and we got Red Lobster. We got a lot of the things that kind of went international,
boy.
but some of them don't go international. Chipotle, for example, had to try that. I've had that. In-N-Out, another one that hasn't gone international. Five Guys. So now I actually do speak American fast food. I can speak to you about these quintessentially American products because I've tried them.
You want me to drop another bit of blasphemy?
Blasphemy, you say?
Yeah.
What you got over there, Achilles?
Chipotle? It's overrated. It's not great.
I mean,
overpriced.
Okay, that's probably fair. It hits the spot, and you feel a little bit less bad about yourself eating it.
I think it depends on where you. Okay, so I should actually rope this off because there's a lot of people in esports that live in LA and they freak out about Chipotle, and they have so many. Yeah. So
just like you guys might think we're going to bring it back to League of Legends, but we're not. There's no League of Legends to talk about.
We're about 15 minutes into this pause, but we're just going to keep it rolling.
Hey, I've learned recently that it gets to 0, and then
it just counts into the negatives for a while.
And then you know what happens after a couple of those minutes? Because it gets red as it gets close to 0. Then it gets to the negative, and then it says, pause for a while. It basically says that. It literally has a text and doesn't even give you a number anymore. And that's when you know that it's going to be a long, long pause.
We saw that one at IEM Oakland, actually, the one time, and I was like, what's going to happen when it hits 0? And then it just goes -1, -2.
And then text.
And then
Text comes next.
And then the numbers just stop, and then you just sit there until
But
it's
that
all taken care
that
of.
hasn't always been the case. They must have added that due to longer and longer pauses.
Yeah.
Back in the day, I was casting online with Pastry Time. I think it was IGWE, so a really big China game. Back when those two were at their full power, and the game paused a couple of times. I assume it was just connection issues, because back in the day, these international tournaments, when they were played on the internet, were actually played on the Singapore tournament realm.
Okay.
Between China and Korea, so kind of like halving the ping issues. And there were some connection issues. And after a couple of pauses, there was this issue, and they didn't communicate it to us at first, but it turned out the Jarvan couldn't auto-attack.
Wow.
This literally couldn't auto-attack, so they unpaused, paused it, couldn't fix that problem. The timer hit 0, still couldn't auto-attack. We got a full remake 35 minutes into a game of a final.
Speaking of the timer reaching 0, looks like we might have our problem taken care of.
We might do.
Oh,
Let's get into
there we
it.
go. Let's go ahead and watch the intro again. Okay, seems like everything is taken care of.
Understandably, the Found's a little bit fatigued after that extended break, but hopefully the quality League of Legends will bring us back, as Shy isn't playing Rumble, by the way, OGN. Even that person fell asleep.
All right. So, mistakes were made, but we're back in the game. Looks like they got the Keystone Mastery correct, at least, so that one's taken care of. But, all right, just a brief recap. We do have a Singe in the top lane here for Roach. And now a bit of an invade coming in from the ROX Tigers. Mickey, Songwon, and Shy will be pushing through. Throw that ward over the wall. So Punch and Roach are aware. They'll peel back away from the red buff, and it's going to be a big delay for Punch. Songwon looks like he's not going to stick around long enough to take that red. Saw that ward come down from the Singed. So he'll just move over and get these Raptors instead, but Punch is here. This is looking oddly reminiscent of our first series.
And the Invader's advantage at the start. But Jace, even though he is stronger level 1 than Arise, isn't pulling up. He is playing on the left side, so there's more. I mean, Jace has an inside track to help out, but obviously will be very telegraphed when he does. So for now, just sharing experience. Both junglers going to be less of a factor, and that does probably suit Kongdoo Monster more than it does the ROX Tigers, because hey, if Sin's just playing true 1v1 with no jungler, he's pretty happy. Someone's just literally chilling.
Yeah, this is just a game of chicken of who is going to go for the Raptor. Both have wards, so they see this, but it looks like Punch is going to go ahead and pull away. Songwon will be open to take away this big Raptor. It was about a 3-minute back and forth battle over one camp.
But what it does mean is that ROX now own the top side, and Singed will have to be slightly more conservative, I guess is the best way to say it. As Mickey tanks the minions for far too long, gives up most of his health bar. That was pretty poor stuff there.
Yeah, I mean, if Edge had a bit more mana, could have flashed forward, try to go for that Rune Prison with the exhaust, and maybe come up with the first blood. But Mickey definitely going to have to watch himself a bit closer. Already used that health potion to take himself back up. So for now, Edge is going to have a bit of an advantage in this mid lane. We'll keep our eyes on this one. Soul opting to go for the longsword start as opposed to the Doran's Blade. So we'll have a couple more of those biscuits.
I think we saw Prey. I believe Prey did this in his first game for Longzhu. Bit of a change, I agree, but just means really fast serrated Dirk. It's probably going to be the build that Prey showed us on day 1 of the tournament, which is Yoma's Ghost Blade into Infinity Edge. Still have that armor penetration, I guess lethality more accurately, into the Infinity Edge for really strong 4th shot and 4th shot on the ultimate. So rushing Yomu still very much in vogue despite the lethality changes.
Yep, you can see just a lot of poking back and forth coming through. Cougar going low, gonna have to hang away from these minions, so Songyun just can't get that instant pop on the Q-bomb. For now, Soul, he'll be maintaining CS pretty decently against this stage. You see Punch going for a really aggressive invade at the red buff. He'll be able to take this one away.
It's a little bit much to call it an invade just because it was after this will be taking a lot of damage here.
Yeah, heal comes out from Songyun. Flash forward, last shot, not enough from Soul. Almost had it. Punch, he's waiting in the wings. Can he find this? Would be able to close the distance with a repel. Here we go. First blood coming through. Kongdoo Monster pick it up. Nice pathing by Punch, but flashes away. Flash forward by Songwon. Gets the knock up. Songyun out of mana. The heal from Soul. Enough to keep him alive. Nicely done. Kongdoo communicating well in that dire situation. Able to walk away with the first blood, but they had to use a hell of a lot to get it. Exhaust from Cougar, both summoners from Soul, and the flash out of Punch.
Yeah, crucially, Songyun out of mana, no mana. A W there to knock him back would have been a kill. Another Q would have been a kill, but didn't have it. Songyun can't make much happen. With 31 CS, he probably can still get the first buy he wants, which is Lost Chapter. We'll see if that's still a possibility, but the reason why I said the invade shouldn't necessarily have been kind of so called out is that it was vertical jungling. ROX Tigers took over the enemy red, then their own blue, and so the red buff made sense in the bot lane. The lane was in a good spot as well. Fortunately, we have another pause. We'll wait and see if we get information about it. I imagine it's not a keyboard issue anymore.
Yeah, it seems like it's still coming from within the booth of the ROX Tigers, though. So just having a couple of issues. Hopefully we can get this one taken care of relatively quickly so we can get back into this one. Because we finally got our first blood, finally started things off. And I'd like to keep that ball rolling so we can see how this is going to unravel here for both of these teams, or how this is going to develop. Because again, ROX Tigers having that 0-2 finish against KT Rolster just 2 days ago, haven't been able to put, you know, a map win on the board yet. So certainly want to turn their luck around.
They won at least a 3-game series here. Obviously a win 2-0 would be lovely, but ROX Tigers need to pick up a game win here because their schedule doesn't get any easier. They actually have some really tough matchups in the next couple of weeks. So this is definitely the most winnable series, whether it's from a game or overall series perspective for them. And Kongdoo want to impress. Kongdoo are coming in having made it to a final. They are coming in looking good. A lot of analysts are predicting them to finish very safe of the relegation spots. So glorious debut for Punch especially is what they've been looking for. And Punch has the first blood. So far so good.
You know, oddly enough, both of these teams will have to play against SK Telecom. Within the next couple days. It's going to be Sunday for Kongdoo Monster, and then Tuesday here for the ROX Tigers. So, as you say, big, crucial win for either side. Kongdoo definitely want to kick things off with a bang in their first match back in LCK. But can't have matches if you have tech delays with your peripherals. Oddly enough, you need a keyboard and a mouse to play this game.
True story. True story, Achilles. We don't have any more information about what this latest development is. We'd love to see some more League of Legends, but for now, we just get to look at the still very smartly dressed members of Kongdoo Monster. Jackets are off.
So they really went for the one-up over Jin Air, because Jin Air has the shirts that have
the fake.
The decal tie that is placed on it.
Yeah, Inori, when he was doing the second stream over at Worlds, actually had one of those shirts. Looked pretty deceptive. Sometimes they do really look... They're interesting. I don't know what prompted that. I mean, you understand it looks like a tie, but you don't have to wear a tie, get the mechanics behind it. But I don't know if that was popularized somewhere.
Well, not sure, but either way, Kongdoo Monster going the extra mile, actually putting the ties on. But for now, it's going to be figuring out the issue. Still looks like it is coming from Songyun's side of things. Well, either way, hopefully we just get that taken care of quickly. We can dive back into the game and enjoy some more League of Legends.
Taking a peek at the items and kind of the game state on our side monitor where we see the game paused. Pause timer is at 10:30, if you're wondering. Everything's pretty standard. No big gold lead. I guess the Ziggs once again losing lane is a bit unfortunate, but while Songwon owning the top side, i.e. the enemy red and his blue, helped out the Maokai in terms of pressure from Sin. Definitely can't proxy when, you know, Rek'Sai's on that side of the jungle. It also has the flow-on effect of the enemy bot lane, knowing that Ziggs and Zyra don't have their jungler on their side of the map, so makes it more difficult to push. As we're going to get a replay of the kill. Deadly Flourish missed here. The exhaust here onto Soul's actually really, really good. It would have just died straight up to the auto attack from Key, but pathing from Elise, who had stolen the enemy red buff, kind of under the nose of the Rek'Sai, was pretty clear. And then you just see Songyun completely out of mana. At this point, sitting on about 20 mana, so he gets a short fuse auto attack no more. A Q there, wouldn't have got into heal range, would have got the answering kill, double buffs as well. Ziggs with double buffs would have changed a lot, but not to be.
Yeah, that would have been a hell of a lot of harass, actually. Just constant bombs, short fuse with a red buff. Is consistently working down your enemy, but unfortunate for ROX. Not able to come out with an answering kill, so Kongdoo just have that slight little lead. Though, I mean, this has given Songwon a lot of time in the jungle, 26-9. So, I mean, First Blood, obviously there for Punch, going to be really good. Keep him even in gold, but definitely needs to get back into the jungle and start farming up so he can maintain that advantage.
And we'll see what that CS translates into. If it's a Tiamat and then you go aggressive and kill the enemy at least, then happy days from the side of ROX Tigers. But as you say, 400 gold versus some of those smaller jungle minions that only grant the 10 gold, like, for example, the Raptors.
Small Krugs.
Small Krugs. To be fair, the smallest Krugs also give 10 gold, so it's happy times for gold at least. Experience was nerfed on 7.1. Just to reaffirm if you're joining late, we are dealing with a keyboard issue as far as we can tell for Songyun. Been paused for about 21.5 minutes now. We are on patch 7.1. Teemo is disabled.
I still love that that for whatever reason.
Hey, there was a time when we wouldn't, like, for example, if it's a champion that was completely out of meta, sometimes you just wouldn't talk about disabled champions, but we had 2 Teemos. 2 of them back in LCK, as we're actually hearing that we're going to get back into game very shortly, hopefully.
Yep, seems like clock ticking down yet again, so we should be able to dive back in here. So hopefully we have everything taken care of and don't have any more issues as we jump back into the game, because I'm ready for some more League of Legends. We have plenty of League of Legends actually coming up with, I believe, EU LCS starting in less than 24 hours, Papa Smithy.
Yeah, it's exciting. A lot of Korean players now over to EU LCS. I know for one, I'm super excited to see what to make of Kakao in 2017. I'm hoping Kakao in 2017 LOL doesn't become a meme, but you know, he's got a lot to prove after struggling in the LSPL. The ROX Tigers lineup, I'd say they have a lot to prove, but I mean, no one's going, will they make it to the final like they did last season? Like, that's just not a piece of logic
that expectation has kind of gone out the window.
Well, when everything changes, like they lost their like social media manager, their coach, all 6 players. Like, you can't lose any more than that.
I mean, honestly, I really enjoy the mentality of the Afreeca Freecs, as you brought up with that wristband that they gave you. You know, Afreeca Freecs Worlds 2017, because a lot of the teams in their preseason interviews have said, like, yeah, we're going to do our best. We want to make it into the final, but SKT's probably going to win Worlds. And they just have that acceptance, whereas Afreeca Freecs are like, you know what? We're going to Worlds. We're going to win it.
Yes, you say that. I see it more as we're going to attend Worlds 2017, not necessarily win Worlds 2017, which, guess what? SKT can attend, but Afreeca can also win. So
that's true.
I think it's more of a participation medal they're seeking rather than necessarily the win.
Maybe they're just saying that they're ready to book their flights to wherever Worlds is going to be held.
I mean, if they book
year.
them now, you know, I imagine Riot might be willing to tell them. If they book them now, they'll get a discount, I guess.
I don't even know if there would be flights available at this point for October, end of September, whenever it's going to be this time
usually
around.
more than 6 months out is probably a tricky one. But I assume the timetable will be the same. Right, hasn't made any announcements for international event locations just yet. They announced, of course, that NALCS finals will be back in Canada.
Yeah, I think it's in
British Columbia, if I'm not mistaken.
I forget. Is it Vancouver?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
It is in Vancouver.
Yeah, so Vancouver. So that'll be fun, showing the Canadian crowd some
I'm
love.
willing to announce that I believe the LCK final will be in Seoul. I don't know that for 100%, but, you know.
We're going to the Bahamas, baby.
It's not Busan weather is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, definitely.
We're not having a beach final during freezing winter. At least, please, OGN, if you're listening, don't do that.
I mean, it might not be that as cold. It's not going to be that cold by the time that the...
it's like the end of cold, still sort of rainy
around.
season, so...
That's true.
It's still not beach weather.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's never beach weather.
Why?
I don't like the beach.
What's wrong with the beach?
Lots of things. It's like, you know, Cougar being stuck in the river right now has to flash over the wall.
He had to use exhaust himself, but didn't have to flash, even though they turned on to him.
Oh, right. I was talking with this about to Doa when I was doing Overwatch with him the other day. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the beach. A lot of people are like, oh, I love the feeling of sand between my toes. I actually abhor it.
Don't get in the water, and then the sand washes off, Achilles.
Okay, but then I'm in the water, And I also don't like the ocean.
I mean, what's to dislike about this? It's a body of water. Like, what's the problem? Do you not like baths either? How do you feel about showers?
I know everything that's in
You
a
are
bath.
smelling a little bit, you know.
Oh, thank you. It's so hot in here, Papa. No, I know everything that's in a bath, whereas there's millions of creatures that could devour me if I swim out too far.
You just strike me as someone who's like petrified of Australia, just by
Oh,
reputation.
I mean, I look. There's like 2 phobias that I have: thalassophobia and arachnophobia.
I'm not going to repeat the first one.
Thalassophobia.
What's that about?
It's just fear of, I don't know, deep water.
Okay. Sounds like fear of something else that wouldn't be broadcast friendly.
Okay, yep. Dylan also brought this up when we were talking about this. It starts with a TH, Papa.
Look, Kongdoo Monster
Not a
changed
PH.
their logo, okay?
That's true. I wouldn't be able to cast Kongdoo Monster if I had that, what you're talking about. If you guys can't figure it out, just use your imagination.
We're all about the power of imagination.
Your
here on the
R-rated
LCK.
imagination.
We're not rated for R, actually, so we should avoid that.
Yep.
What are we? M? PG? I think we're M.
Well, this is a television. Well, theirs is a television.
I'm pretty sure any
broadcast,
LCS has a rating on it.
Does it?
I think so.
It would have to be T for teen, right, to go along with the game?
I guess so. That's what I was thinking. Okay, it is T for teen. Okay. That makes sense.
I mean, there's no cigars.
I know.
So it's definitely not rated M. Plus, you're Australian. I can't even imagine what your M rating would be.
We have M15.
M15?
It's like 15 years of age and above to go to that movie.
Well, I know what it implies. I'm just trying to contemplate what would be involved in that movie. Because we have PG-13.
Yeah, we have that too.
You have a 13 and a 15 rating?
Yeah.
Why?
And an R18 rating. I don't think we have an X rating. That one we don't have.
That's so weird.
Maybe we got it recently. I forget. I've been out of
we don't
Australia
have,
a while.
Well, we don't have an X rating anymore. We have NC-17. Which is basically, if you get an NC-17 rating, no one will see your movie in theaters.
You can't sell it in stores, right?
You can sell it, but you can't. Theaters won't take it. They usually consider it as being too risky. So actually, one of the cool things that happened, there was a documentary made, I believe it was just called Bully, and
Video game called Bully as well.
Yeah, there is that, Rockstar Games. But AMC Theaters thought that the movie was so important, and it got slapped with an NC-17 rating. They said, you know what, we're going to show this in our theaters, which was really cool for a movie theater to do, because not many other chains would take that risk. So they decided to do it, watched it, pretty good.
Now you just send movies on Netflix. You don't really worry about ratings anymore.
Yeah, you can always see it there. So. I mean, Netflix is also, they helped produce a documentary, I think. It was Netflix. About, maybe I'm thinking before Netflix's time, I forget. But it was actually about NC-17 ratings. So it was just about, you know, they went and talked to directors, you know, Matt Trey Parker from South Park about their original cut for their movie. And it was just a lot of interviewing, you know, like, you know, what was in your movie that gave you this rating? How do you try to negotiate with the MPAA, that kind of thing. So it's a pretty fascinating documentary.
We're going to put a rating on this game, be Z for boring. Nothing's happening.
Yep. This is about as bad as Game 2 of BBQ
I mean,
versus...
no one has any momentum. That's the issue, is that with all those pauses, it's very, very hard as a professional player. You know, it's nothing to do, like, obviously there's casters you have to fill, and that can be frustrating or fun depending on the mood you're in, but for the players, you know, you get yourself so worked up, you play that practice game, you expect to go in and then to have, you know, accumulated about 30 minutes of delay. It's a struggle,
yeah.
Honestly. Didn't even talk about the Dank Seal build. 3 Dank Seals. I actually misspoke last time that we saw the multiple Dark Seal build. I wrongly intuited that you could get extra. I thought of it as extra regeneration because that's what obviously what you think about from potions and corrupting potion and thus interacting with the Singed ultimate. But in fact, it is just from potions.
Yep. No, just from those 3 corrupting potion charges, which means that you'll be holding on to that.
It's still very cost effective.
Quite some time.
It's still very cost effective. You get a lot of value, and you don't really need to build anything else to Singe. You get a Catalyst, and you're kind of K, so it still is a really nice new build that does help Singe get through from some of the trades in lane, so it's still good.
Ah, yes, those hefty trades from the Maokai.
I mean, Maokai's base values aren't awful, especially when you're not planning to build Magic Resist anytime soon. He's going to go Righteous Glory into, I guess, it's a Rock Portal. That's been kind of the standard build from Singe so far.
the anti-fun build.
I mean, the Singed is having fun.
Oh, sure, but whenever the Singed is having fun, most everybody else is not. Good harass coming out of the bottom lane finally here from Kongdoo Monster. They'll get the recall out from Songyun. He already threw the ultimate to try to clear the wave and minimize the amount of damage that'll go through on the turret. So you can see they won't be able to get a whole lot. Of course, the Jhin, not the most adept when it comes to clearing those out.
I'd really like to see Rek'Sai play more around the bot side. After the first blood went down, I thought it was time to just start clearing bot side, pushing wards down bot side, because Ziggs and Zyra playing defensively, they're both swishy, you know, they both open up and you just wait for the curtain call to kind of take someone down. And the fact that Soul has a 25 CS lead and could just go so well with long sword, you know, 3 potions into straight up Youmu's and the swiftness boots. There's been no pressure whatsoever from the ROX Tigers on the bot side, and you lose a lot of Ziggs if you're not executing the first turret and rotating. If you're playing so defensively. He's in the mid lane. Mickey actually is going to trade with. There's a kill off screen that we're going to have to get back to. Mickey trading edges here as well.
Songyun went down. And now Songwan coming in, gets rooted with a root prison, knocks up edge, but hasn't got much damage. And actually, Roach going to come in off that teleport. Guger comes over the wall, trying to slow up Mickey with that Make It Rain. That's with the ooze thrown down, but still can't close the gap. Keith throws out the ultimate just in case. So Mickey makes it out with his life, but Songyun did die off screen, so we're going to have to take a look at that one. Looks like it might have just been a curtain call snipe out by Soul.
I mean, both ults down, so you can kind of guess what happened, but we'll get a video confirmation of that. Songyun full health, walked up. And this is what we're talking about, is that if you don't have any pressure, if you're not Ziggs under the enemy turret, getting hits in, looking to execute and rotate, you're just squishy mages getting assassinated by the early power of a build like the Youmu's Ghostblade Rush from Soul. So I liked what ROX Tigers did, just to heap some pressure onto Singed and maybe stop early proxy. But then you needed to go the next level and say, okay, we drafted Ziggs Zyra. We need this lane to overextend. My job is to own the bot side jungle. And Songwan, crucially, did not do that.
Yep. And this is really going to give the upper hand now over to Soul. Once he gets rolling on this Jhin, he is quite the formidable opponent. 1-0-1, kick things off, and comes back into lane with a BF sword on top of that Youmu's Ghostblade, so he's going to be in a really nice spot. Keep missing that shock blast. Really going to hurt him in these exchanges. It's the edge really winning out in that regard.
And his item build is actually a nerf to Jace. You used to be able to go straight at Dirk into the more Malmortius and both win trades and also have the more, so naturally very, very strong against a mage, but cooldown reduction does help some carries, but I feel like Jace really craved that armor penetration and no longer so easy to itemize into it early.
Yeah, surprised that he went the full mile with the Maul Malmortius, not just the Hex Drinker to start things off, because obviously, like Edge early on, not going to have a whole lot of damage as he's stacking up the tier. The Rod of Ages will help him out a little bit, but again, something that just has to build up over time. But went for the full item instead of, you know, getting that Youmu's Ghostblade to kick things off.
I mean, against Ryze, you kind of have to take Exhaust because of the all-ins.
Sure.
And Exhaust plus more, maybe Mickey thought he'd actually win out, you know, akin to going Ignite on other mid laners. Or just taking damage, but
I'll just pop that ultimate.
Yep, he's fine. They're just laughing at each other.
Shy. Yep, that is the fight that we don't need to see, observers.
Yeah, no proxy. The wave clear from Maokai is better than Poppy's. For some reason now, we get this delay.
Hey, you've been playing League of Legends for...
This is a delay that's unique to the Korean server. There is, every hour, there's a pop-up that says that you've been playing for an hour, 2 hours, you know, consider taking a break.
Be 4 hours at this point.
It's never been in the Observer client before, but here you go.
A little bit odd. But yeah, I mean, that stems from, actually, some people might not know this, some people definitely do, but to play League of Legends in Korea, to play a lot of different games and register for websites and whatnot, you actually have to provide your registration number, basically your social security
equivalent
number.
of, yep.
Yeah, so that would be the Korean equivalent. So when I first moved to Korea, I actually couldn't play League of Legends for about 2 weeks because I didn't have an alien registration card. So I didn't have that number to actually log in. So that's why whenever teams come into boot camp, they actually have to be, you know, they have to be provided those accounts by right. Of course, they want those anyway, so they don't have to level up, and they can be placed at about a diamond level to start things off for their ranked climb.
And the other issue is you can't move your account to Korea either.
Yeah. But yeah, so they're able to track your time played in PC bongs and whatnot. So actually, if you're, I forget what the age cutoff is, if it's 18 or 16, if you're trying to play League of Legends in a PC bong because you're registered with that ARC, they'll actually just cut you off, kicks you out of the game.
Age restriction is important here. What I want to touch on now is we do see an interesting strategic option. Because they've had so much trouble laning, that is going top lane and trying to kill the turret before anything, but we're going to see action finally.
Going to try to kill Roach first. Looks like they might be able to do it. One more auto attack will take him out. Songwon able to come up with the kill. Turret now going to be in danger. Cougar still has that bullet time if he can throw it out to try to clear the wave, but looks like he won't be able to get into a position to do so. But they get the turret, but the first brick still goes over to Soul, who's splitting down in the bottom lane by himself. Going to push that wave right up to the tier 2. Might even be able to get some damage in onto that.
And ROX went all in to try to get the first brick. They realized that after entering bot lane and Sungyun dying from full health, they needed to end the laning phase. The best way to do that was the rotation. Cougar.
Not enough to kill him quite yet.
Not
just
level 11.
Yeah,
it wasn't level 11 either.
Oh,
They're actually
wow.
going to take a second turret as well. This is just Youmu's Ghostblade and 2 parts of the Infinity Edge. Able to just Youmu's away. But just to finish the point, it was smart for them, and you think, okay, you have to win the race. It's 2/3 health and you have a Ziggs. But to confirm the kill, they actually saw Ziggs use the satchel charge. Very long cooldown on that early. Didn't have the satchel charge up to
pop the turret.
To execute the turret, and thus the race goes to Soul. He gets a second turret as well. Big cost to pick up the 1 kill.
Yeah, that's definitely the most damning thing, is getting that tier 2. So nicely done by Soul, sticking around, knowing his limits, and just having his teammates to help track the recalls of ROX Tigers.
And just a judgment error from Sungyun. A kill is not worth losing first brick. First brick is so much gold, that's 600 gold.
650, I think, over onto Soul, and that's enough for him to complete the Infinity Edge. So 2-item Jhin coming in, long sword on top of it. It's going to be doing quite a bit of damage, 1-0-1 on the scoreline, and really pushing ahead in the CS numbers.
Especially because 0 gold of the 33,000 has been spent on armor. There is no armor purchases at all from the ROX. That's not even a cloth armor into a Ninja Tabi. So, yeah, that 4th shot is killing anyone.
Yeah, he is going to be hurting even the likes of Shy on that Maokai.
But I actually like what ROX did. The laning phase, clearly, the moment, as I said, that you entered lane and died, you're like, okay, we still need to rotate this Ziggs. Keeping him stuck in 2v2 will not do that. Going top, going for that execute, sure. In the end, they kind of botched pulling off the first turret, but I like to see proactive plays when a team is behind, because it shows that they're thinking that next step and smart enough to have some game sense to try to look for something good out of a bad situation.
Oh, sure. Just a bit of a misjudgment and misplay there by Songy to throw that satchel charge, where it would have been so crucial to get the first brick. That'll give a bit of a gold lead over to the side of Kongdoo Monster, 1.5 thousand, 22 minutes. It's nothing really to worry about if you're the ROX Tigers. If they continue to make these proactive plays and actually pull them off, start edging forward, then they might be able to turn this one around in their favor. Ocean Drake has spawned, second of the game. Kongdoo might be looking to make a move on that as they get some vision priority around the pit. Looks like they will go ahead and start this up. Should be able to take it out. Not really worth fighting over as far as the ROX Tigers should be concerned.
Guy's teleporting really deep here.
Oh yeah, Songwon actually
fight.
Comes in over the wall. Shy, they haven't yet seen him. Throws out the sapling, so they know where he's at now. Nice repel to dodge out the Ziggs ultimate, but he throws down the minefield punch in a bad spot. Has to flash out over the pit, but Shy is following forward with this Maokai. Songwon throws out that Prey Seeker, able to help confirm the kill. As Maokai will take this away. It's a 1-for-1 as Cougar finishes off Key. And looks like they're just going to go ahead and peel back.
A lot of the carries there were out of position, so we didn't actually see focus fire on any members, 1-for-1. But crucially, the Drake did go over to Kongdoo. Still, overall win for Kongdoo. Shy went for his teleport after the objective could not be picked up, and the damage dealers weren't in position to get 2 or 3 kills and punish them.
And Soul's going to get some, well, maybe not alone time as Shy does walk up. And Mickey is able to rejoin, but he got a couple shots in under the turret. That big 4th shot, taking off 300 HP from it. So, just chipping away at it as best as they can. So Kongdoo will still come out on top.
Yeah, still pretty finely poised. I think Kongdoo's just been playing smarter. Because again, teleport's channeled, objective is gone. So, unless the rest of the team is calling for you to saying, we can get the kills, we can clean this up, it feels like an overuse of the teleport. Sure, they get the Singe teleport as well, but they don't even get a favorable kill trade. To go for one is just, you know, it's a slight loss to the ROX Tigers. Maybe it won't mean the most, but in terms of where the team is at strategically, it doesn't fill me with confidence.
Yeah. Definitely not looking good. I mean, and this was a team that looked like they were holding their own, at least initially in Game 1 versus KT Rolster. It was fairly close as it went on, just a couple thousand goals separating
close
them.
Now.
Oh, sure, but I'm saying different caliber team. But ROX just haven't been able to pull off a favorable trade yet.
I like the rotation top, but again, didn't get the maximum from that either, so... And early days.
And then they lost a hell of a lot of it on the back end, so...
It's very hard to work out what ROX Tigers' goal should be this season. Some people would say, you know, pushing 6th, maybe even making that 5th place. Other people would say avoid relegation, so... It's kind of an open story here, the ROX Tigers. Is delay tactics in full display.
Song Yoon threw out the big bomb as to clear out the wave. Buy some more time here for this mid lane turret. Looks like it'll be effective at least. Let's see how much longer they can hold on to this though. Cougar has the bullet time, could use that as a zoning tool with the curtain call to try to push people away from the tower. Maybe even get a pick. But Roach, he's just gonna keep being annoying. Rotates down to the bottom side of the map, just tossing Shy around as best as he can. He's just going to keep clearing out waves. He has nothing to worry about at the moment.
Do love using the team skins. The Samsung Singe was coming out from Roach. I saw the back animation was actually SKT from Marin. That was funny. Remembers his roots. Singe just being singed.
Yep, pretty much. Already has the Zerat portal completed with that Righteous Glory. Still 2 Dark Seals in the inventory. Hasn't been able to get any stacks onto that yet. Just the 1.
In case viewers are wondering, those stacks are not separate, so you don't have 2 stacks overall. It's just the 1 stack.
Yep. And now Kongdoo still just poking forward. I mean, they can pretty much control this entire bottom side of the jungle since that tier 1 tower has been taken. And if they can get mid as well, it's going to give them a lot of priority over Dragon. The Realm Warp thrown out. Edge not wanting to follow in. The turret hadn't died quite as quickly as he might have liked to be able to go in and try to find a pick.
Well, the War of Attrition is won by Kongdoo. They get the objective they want, and that's kind of been the difference. It's been a game of inches, but it's been Kongdoo inching forward, getting the objective, getting the Drake, taking the turret, which kind of separates the 2 teams. And you look at team comps, and they're kind of hard to evaluate. We're still in this new world of Zig's bot, where you're like, okay, I have an AD carry. Zig's strength, and the reason why we see it right now is the mid game is even more powerful than other AD carries at taking structures, which is one of the main goals of a auto attack carry, like for example, Ashe or a traditional AD carry. But in the late game, you know, really thinking about the damage types here, a lot of burst damage from Ziggs, but not a lot of consistent damage. A lot of physical burst damage from Jace, some consistent damage, but more about shred with the hyper. So very, very difficult to achieve is, okay, finally a curtain call.
There we go, curtain call opening up.
It's Roach.
Able to make his way out of the range. Fourth and final shot has not gone off yet. Will catch Songwon. Roach has come into the backside, but they just all turn right onto him and they take him out. Big bomb coming through Shy. He'll be able to walk away with his life. He goes forward with the Truth of Skies, trying to get onto Soul. Shock Blast connects. Songwon, can he finish him off? One more attack will do it, but Soul, wow, turning around, comes up with a kill, flashes away from the Shock Blast, gets the root onto Mickey, who's finished off by Cougar with the Make It Rain. Speaking of Cougar, in a bit of a rough spot, the short fuse passive does come up. He will fall. 3 kills picked up for ROX Tigers. They'll come out on top of that trade as they only lose 2. Edge is going to try to turn that around, though. Finds Key, comes in with a Realm Warp, and they'll hold on to the turret actually in the end. So at 3 for 3, turret still stands for Kongdoo. So even exchange for ROX, can't really ask for much more. Could have gone significantly worse for them, but man, Soul really showing off on the Jhin.
And look, AD carry in 2017 is a meme, but we saw Deft on the first day of the season go crazy on Ezreal. And then when we get to the back end of this fight, we can talk about Soul. We talked about some of those Singe plays. This one was optimistic. Remember, not the most armor and magic. This just ended up dying. And Shy on the Maokai is always going to be better at eating focus fire. But Soul was Deft-esque in this play. The use of summoner spells in particular able to walk away, knows his damage output, instant burst down, still has his flash up, flashes away, turns around, hits the deadly flourish as well. If you're being compared to Deft, that is a big compliment. And Soul, wonderful at IEM Gyeonggi, wonderful in the promotion series. This kid is coming together and maturing in front of our eyes.
Oh, for sure. And then we didn't see it, but Key, obviously going down right at the end of that as Edge is able to Realm Lord Port, finally got a kill credit on the board. So 1-0 for him, but 2-0-3 for Soul. Has the Lord Dominic's regard completed, working on his Zeal at the moment. So he is going to be in such a strong position.
I really like what Roach did. So Roach and Maokai are proxying because, of course, it's singed. But he put down the Zarot portal super aggressively so that the minion wave could never get to the bottom outer turret and actually allow the Maokai to auto-attack it down. So it's intercepting the minion wave as if Singed was running in it, as just whether he's there or not. So going to occupy Maokai's time. And the longer that you keep up an outer bot lane turret, you don't get your minion wave pushing into the inner to the inhibitor, the harder it is to take Baron, because you need that vision, those minions pushing to take objectives on the other side of the map.
Yep. And speaking of on the other side, Edge, the top lane, finally able to knock down that final tier 1 tower. So Kongdoo, still not the largest of leads, 2,500 just about, but continuing to press these advantages. Have 3 dragons with that mountain coming in most recently. And now just taking away the jungle of ROX Tigers.
And my impression is, again, like mid-game Ziggs, mid-game Jace, Ryze in the late game, very powerful. Jhin in the late game, there's not the most threat on him unless they get a really nice flank from the Maokai. So I think you just have to take the multiple different ways that AD carries scale over a Ziggs. So I really do think you inch forward. Maokai would take over Singed. I think Maokai is by far the strongest tank in the late game, but I give the slight advantage in the late game to Kongdoo, and then very simply they've got the Drakes, they've got the early lead, they've had the map control. So Kongdoo are ahead, and this game, if ROX don't make something big happen in the next 5 minutes, it feels like we move past their real area of efficiency with items.
It's such a tough position to be in if you're ROX, because, well, the easiest tower that you could take would be that bottom tier 1, but you can't even do that because Singed has just been denying waves from moving forward. Sangyu is actually going to be able to get a lot of damage in, does have that Lich Bane completed as his second item with now a Void Staff on top of it, so he is able to get a bit of damage in.
Kongdoo want to fight.
Yeah, Roach has run up from the bottom side of the map, pops it goes, maybe looking for a way in, or maybe just proxying some more minions. ROX, do they want to pile in, dump everything in onto the
Sand? On Jhin.
The answer is no. Turn call coming through. Soul's going to take a hell of a lot of damage. The bomb thrown out from Songyun will work him down. That's effectively going to take him out of the fight. Big Root coming through on Edge. Pop-up with the ultimate from Key. They take him out. Edge completely gone, not even able to flash out the safety. Big twisted advance forward from Shy. Going to get rooted. Tossed back in underneath the tower. Still alive, but he goes out. Finally, his Soul is able to finish him, gets a root for the deadly flourish onto Mickey, who is finished off by Punch. So 2 picked up for the 1 of Kongdoo Monster, and they will continue to trade favorably.
Yeah, ROX Tigers thought that was their fight, but then Shy went under turret and is not terribly tanky against the damage from Jhin. Consider, the only armor he had was Sunfire, where you're paying a lot of gold for both health and the damage passive. Soul opens up, and it's interesting that the enemy AD carry, or at least the enemy bot laner in Ziggs, is the one that basically dissuades him from ulting. He just ults him himself, he's rooted in place. And Soul is low in health, Edge is dead, and you're like, alright, this is the ROX Tigers fight. They burst down the Ryze, they don't have the same threat. But when Shy goes under turret, watch how quickly he dies to Soul. 800 is the 4th shot, because Shy doesn't have 2 to 3 armor items, doesn't even have a Ninja Tabi. Nice turnaround from Kongdoo. ROX don't know their own limitations.
All right, well, Kongdoo, they're going to push theirs to the limit as they start up this Baron. Scrying Orb does come down in the pit. Ziggs Bomb comes through, but it's actually going to be picked up the last hit here from Edge. So Baron does go over to Kongdoo Monster. Can they exit safely is the question, and the answer looks like it's going to be yes. Mickey has to go down to the bottom lane to answer that wave that's starting to chip away at the inhibitor turret. Roach for a toss, but won't be able to get to Songwon. He tunnels out to safety towards that tier 2, but now Kongdoo Monster grouped up in the mid lane, going to be looking to knock down a tier 2 tower. Another one for that matter. But wave clear is still there from the Songyun, from Mickey. They'll go ahead, peel back. They have a lot of gold to spend.
And Singed impact this game is very deceptive. You know, he's 50 CS down, he's 0-2 and 4. We've seen him run into teams and die. We've seen him blow Ghost and do nothing. You might think, okay, this game's being won in spite of Singed. But the bot lane situation, where the minions have been pushing in so aggressively, where the outer bot lane turret is still up, is what has allowed the safety for Kongdoo to go for this Baron, because the ROX Tigers have to keep tending. It's basically there's like an overgrown, there's weeds growing again and again in the bot lane. They have to keep gardening them because they can't take the outer bot lane turret. So therefore, the objective on the other side of the map, the Baron, is safer and safer for Kongdoo. And now they're finally sending multiple members bot with the Baron buff and Singed. It's literally the map pressure he's caused, but the map pressure has been very important.
Yeah, and they get the flash away from Songwon, one of the few people that can actually get into the back line, get on top of Soul. Not going to be able to tunnel forward, flash in, and get that on Burrow. So, Kongdoo Monster just winning this game an inch at a time. Going to be looking to change that figure pretty soon as they move the wave up, try to get onto this tier 2 tower. Cougar will go pretty low as he eats the bomb from Songyun. But Roach now throwing that Zorat portal in right at the blue buff. And is going to start trying to whittle away at that final tier 2 turret. For the ROX Tigers, Kurt Cole opened up, going to be looking for Songyun.
Finds enough for this.
He might still be able to find the kill. No, fourth bullet not going to connect, but that shoves him back and takes him low enough that he can just push right forward, take out that turret. 746 damage on the final shot from Soul. They knock it down, just one more turret standing in the top lane. And then it's on to the inhibitor turrets here for Kongdoo Monster.
And the zoning there, important from Roche. Basically, Curtain Cole plus Singed Ghost, everyone needs to back away because there is always that threat of the flip. No one is tanky enough for the 4 shots. Not even the Maokai, who's got a counter Zorat portal of his own, just to try.
True desperation.
We haven't actually touched on it this season, but the big change with Zorat portal duration is that the minions die a lot faster, basically they last 5 seconds instead of 10. So you need to actually position the Zorat portal more aggressively, but the damage to turrets is much higher. So it's all about, okay, if we have map pressure and I can put this Zorat portal, you know, 1,000 units, not even much more, away from the enemy turret, it'll actually have a real effect on taking that turret. So even though Singed auto-attacking doesn't kill turrets very fast, the Zorat portal and him proxying minions is enough to create turret pressure from a Singed.
Yep. And he's going to keep maintaining that, sees that. Shy has his own Zorat portal, should be very easy for him to walk up, sees him popping right out of the brush. So just 5 hits, and there we go.
Well, we don't need to see that lane for a while.
Yep, we can leave them be. He's roaming down, but I don't think that his presence is really going to change anything when it comes to taking out Roach.
Nope. This is Singed. I, for one, invite our Singed overlords. I'm a fan. More Singed, less Maokai, please.
I want to see some Singed played not in the top lane. Show me some mid lane Singed. That would be intriguing. It'd be pretty awful, but it'd be intriguing.
I mean, I've seen it in solo queue, but you can say that about basically any combination of lane and champion. Singed support. Where's the world where that works?
I don't know.
I don't think it can work, but that's definitely... I mean, you would have said the same thing about MF support, so who's to say what the definites are in League of Legends? Last year certainly created some very crazy scenarios.
Well, I'm sure Riot is happy to see Singed potentially back in the meta. He's kind of on the cusp of it. Still very niche, but he gets taken off the list of potential remake champions for them.
So one small item purchase I want to touch on is the Edge of the Night by the Jhin. We don't see a lot of this item. Obviously, Kha'Zix and some of the other serrated Dirk abusers might pick it up. But the big story here is there's 2 times when he wants to pop it. Usually when it's an AD carry, you pop it when you're sieging, so you have 10 seconds of safety. But actually the interaction here for Soul is to pop it before the Curtain Call ult, and then you don't have to respect the Ziggs bomb, which is the only ranged thing that either hurts or really will dissuade him from ulting. So that's a really interesting purchase that he definitely didn't have in the recommended build, or this is not a ProBuilds.net pickup here. This is just a really smart adaptation because no one other than Ziggs, and I guess you could say a Maokai teleport flank that we've seen none of so far this game, will threaten. And yeah, really cool. And another thing that Soul's very on board here. He's a big Jin player. He was actually the first Jin player in Korea back in spring 2016, I believe it was. Maybe even 2015 summer. I forget now when Jin was released, but he was the first to play it even before Prey, who went on to become associated with the champion.
I think it was spring round 2, because I started casting and I remember us having our first Jin.
Okay, there you go. You're on the ball there, Kilios, and so are Kongdoo Monster. They're playing this right. Sure, it's a bit slow. Between everything, this has been, 70-minute game because of the pauses.
Yeah, effectively. But, see, that final outer turret does go down. Kongdoo Monster poised to pick up this second Baron that's going to be spawning in about 45 seconds. Outside of that, Elder Dragon going to be a ways away. See that one come up, but I mean, Kongdoo, either way, either the Baron or the Elder Dragon, definitely some juicy targets for them with those 4 dragon buffs that they have.
Poke still hurts a lot. No armor purchases outside of Singed. Means that Jace EQ is still doing a lot. Now, naturally, as you get bigger health pools, you get a little bit more sturdy. Even Misfortune can take 2 before she's at about 100 health.
I find it interesting that Mickey opted to go for the Mortal Reminder. It's not a whole lot of
Singed.
I mean, do you really want to commit an item just to kill the Singed?
I mean, if he's in the face of your Ziggs, yeah.
I suppose.
You really need to. There's nobody who's really getting benefit from the Black Cleaver. It's not even a Tiamat Rek'Sai, so he's the only one. So it's not just turn on the Siege, take away 25% of his armor, and have your AD carry kill him. So any help there is for Ziggs to do damage, I think is pretty important. So I understand, at the start, but anything to help kill the Singed is a happy time for the ROX Tigers.
Fair enough. I will accept your answer. Speaking of Singed, and the Ziggs, there he goes. Still gets the toss off the satchel charge and Songyun. Oh dear, nowhere to go. And yeah, Mortal Reminder's still not gonna do enough to take him out, still full HP. Edge now coming into the base, locks down Key, takes him out. 3 members of ROX Tigers dead, 40 plus seconds on the clock, and I think this is gonna be the game right here. Shy still has that Guardian Angel, gets a big shield from Courage the Colossus, but it still gets popped all the same, and Kongdoo Monster, big hit from Soul, takes him out. They are poised to win the game right here at about 42 minutes.
And this time Singed actually team fights well too. It wasn't just running around and dying, it wasn't the gardening, it was actually a really nice pick, as once that flip is cast, it overrides other abilities, got it in, got the flip, goodbye Ziggs. Ziggs now 1 and 2, negative record for that bot lane Ziggs, and Kongdoo Monster vindicating some of the higher expectations. It wasn't necessarily a nail biter, but Kongdoo did it right. They did it smart. Wasn't a tutorial victory, but it felt like one. And it's the sort of game where the coach is like, guys, you did exactly what you needed to do.
This is one of those times where I really would like to see the damage charts here, especially for Soul. 606 on the Jin. So not the 17-2 performance that we did see at IEM from him, but still, knowing his limitations very well.
I mean, the highlight of the
on
game,
the edge of the knife.
Highlight of the game definitely is outplay around the blue buff, just
popping Songwon.
It's players like Faker and Deft where their summoner spell usage, they never blow flash when they don't need to. They never blow heal when they don't need to. And he was so on point with all of his resources and his understanding. And in the chaos, people make mistakes. And the best players, they thrive in that chaos.
Yep. Well, you can still see some smiles on the faces of the ROX Tigers, so maybe not discouraged by the Game 1 loss, but certainly going to have to turn on the heat when they come back in for Game 2, because Kongdoo looking very consistent still. Soul on this Jin, an unstoppable force, and you have to think that Tigers are going to have to try to either ban this out or take it away very early on in the draft.
Competitive second is still second to Kilios, and no wins so far for the new ROX Tigers.
Yep. Well, we'll see if they're going to be able to change that. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll have Game 2. We'll see if Tigers can put a win on the board, if Kongdoo will close out 2-0.
Never begin to believe that I was good on my own until you came along, waiting for me to fall. Now you're gone, baby, gone. If you don't mean it, don't you say it. If you don't feel it, don't you fake it. If it's a lie, baby, don't say it's true. If you don't want it, why'd you take it? How come you bought it just to break it? If you don't love me, then don't say you do.
grab the duffel bag and let's roll. duffel bag and let's roll.
Through the endless daydream, I saw you on the way back.
일단 이즈한테 궁쓰는 그 녀석이, 해설과 신음을 오가는 그 녀석이
Through the blurry darkness,
지구보다 더 큰 질량으로
on the twilight, we've been far away.
나를
My fear,
끌어당긴다.
somewhere else,
순간 나는 아리의 매혹을 맞은 것처럼
like a blossom
사정없이 현이에게로 이끌렸다.
around you.
헐 대박! 이번에도 아저씨랑 같이 하는 거예요? 완전 신나!
Miss you, and your laugh like
쿵 소리를 내며
faded
쿵쿵 소리를 내며
of tears.
다가오는 것 또 저놈이다.
All around me is your light. With you, everything so shines. How can we leave all behind? 'Cause you
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, your MVP. From game one, let's go ahead and take a look. It's going to be its Soul. What a big surprise. 606 on the Jin, 92% kill contribution. I mean, the guy got 2 turrets by himself on a single push as Jin.
And he's a rising star of this league. There's nothing else really to describe how strong Soul's performances have been when we've seen him. Was great in Challenger, was the best player on Kongdoo Monster when they were just not a very good team way back in spring 2016. And, you know, he's got a lot of tough competition. This is the same league that now contains Bang, Deft, and Prey, the 3 best AD carries in the world by my estimation. So it's going to be tough for Sol to crack top 3, but if he ever does, the world is his oyster.
Yep, I mean, beautiful outplay right there, helping to get the follow-up kill onto Mickey after killing Songwon. And, I mean, this man just knows his limitations. Shy, not having any armor, having some rough times throughout the game. And it's just rough times overall for the ROX Tigers.
Also like to credit Roach for the best Singed performance we've seen in a while, which sounds like a weird thing to say when Looper got a quadra kill in the playoffs last year, but Kongdoo Monster really know their role, and I'm not being the rock over here. I'm not telling them to shut their mouth. I want to see more of it because this was really good from Kongdoo. It was clean. It wasn't necessarily the most exciting. ROX probably a bit bemused that they've now lost 3 games without being smashed or pummeled, but this was like a strategic pummeling. They knew exactly what they needed to do. They knew their win conditions. They played to them. Great stuff from Kongdoo Monster.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see if they can keep the ball rolling, or they'll give up a little bit of territory to the ROX Tigers. Be coming back in. Seems like we're not going to have any roster swaps, so Linderong's still going to be sitting off on the bench as we go ahead and dive into the draft. Kongdoo now over on the blue side. Malzahar, the first thing they take off the board.
We'll see if Kongdoo want to play another game where they get the big advantage in the top lane. Feels like we have seen mostly top lane picks very late in the draft, but the Singed into Maokai really opened up the map pressure strategy they were looking to play. Tigers up predictably will have the 3, we're expecting the 3 bans that every red side team's been forced to make, Camille, LeBlanc, and Rengar. Waiting for the first team to kind of move away from that and either question whether the enemy can play one of those OPs or have a pre-planned strategy, because for now, it's been pretty predictable on the red side.
Well, I mean, we've seen the Rengar make it through, and it's crushed. We've seen the LeBlanc make it through yesterday, and Tempt earned himself a double MVP with the help of that one game.
I mean, Camille, Rengar, and LeBlanc have won games on their own, so you get why they get the respect they do, but does that just mean they're permabanned, or does that mean that teams are finally spending their scrim time coming up with answers?
I mean, we did have Camille make it through the draft day 1 of the LCK, and Jax was picked as a counter. Didn't go that well.
I think Jax can work, but it's like so late. You need to max E second, you need to get CDR from Trinity Force, and maybe something like Glacial Shroud. I get the theory. If you have a very low cooldown Counter-Strike, it can do some things, but the outplay on the Camille, I think, is the real answer.
Ooh.
So it is the same 3 bans, but Punch goes for the champion that he's looked the most impressive on. His Lee Sin was really good when we saw it. As a first pick, it's a bit surprising, but a lot of the strong picks are taken out.
We'll see where Tigers is going to go with this, because, I mean, a big one
Kha'Zix is going to say.
Ooh,
is
yeah.
the one that I was going to mention. So Lee Sin over Kha'Zix. Remember, this is 7.1, so Lee Sin's damage has been adjusted down, specifically on his ultimate. A lot of people respect Kha'Zix. We even saw Kha'Zix banned against the Tigers, despite the fact that the Tigers were running a poke comp, which there's not a lot of synergy on. If you're gonna run, if you have Shy on your team, suddenly you can put together something like Maokai Ashe Kha'Zix, where basically if Kha'Zix gets going, you have excellent lockdown to take things on. If we do see a Corki, it's going to be a Mickey pick. He's definitely going to play it this season. Famously, Dopa, or Apto as he was originally known as, has been popularizing climbing with that mid lane Corki, but you need the CC to set him up, and if you run Kha'Zix and Corki, it's a very low CC team because those 2 members provide nothing between the 2 of them.
Oh, with Ashe taken by Songyun, I'm sure Sol will be more than comfortable to just go ahead and lock up this Jhin again, and this is another opportunity for him to build that Edge of Night and just have that shield, pop that as he goes into the curtain call. Suddenly, Enchanted Crystalline Arrow is not going to do a damn thing to stop you, and Rise for Edge coming out again. So a lot of comfort being picked up by Kongdoo Monster.
Yeah, those 2 recycle. The Lee Sin is new. And now we'll see where we're going to see. We're expecting support, but because no support's been drafted by Kongdoo, it's a little bit harder to use this 3rd pick for support. Traditionally, it has been AD carry support and jungle in the first round. Could also be a Maokai take here again, but because the Singe is on the board, they don't want to, so it's going to have to be just a Cassiopeia to answer Rise. So this matchup we've seen a few times, definitely slides towards the Cassiopeia, but Rise more competitive than ever in the matchup.
Yeah, I mean, this was banned away by the Tigers over on blue side, so now they get their hands on this one for Mickey.
So do the Tigers have to ban Singe just because Shy's champion pool is
Apparently
completely
yes.
susceptible? Because Shy's champion pool realistically is the tanks, the Courage of the Colossus abusers. The champions we thought would completely take over the top lane is the whole champion pool of Shy. So I think it's smart to just ban away Singe because it does prey upon low wave clear.
Yep. And Bard also going to be banned away here, so a bit of respect being shown to Key. This was one of his big picks that we saw last year. While on ESC Ever with Loken.
And now I wonder, does Kongdoo ban the Maokai? Because this is basically saying, guys, we're going to pick Maokai instantly. We've banned Trundle to steal away the resist from a tank, and we've banned away the tank that does well against other tanks. This is basically, hey, Shy's playing Maokai, how you doing? And Maokai, Kha'Zix, and Cassiopeia delete Baron. They're the trio, one of the best trios at taking Baron. They're giving them the Maokai. If ROX take a champion other than Maokai, I'll be super surprised. It's still an outside chance that Shy's saying, look, I'll play Maokai, but we've been so obvious, I'll leave it to last pick. But this draft is set up for Maokai. That's why they're hovering it here.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I'd be really shocked to see them lock in anything other than this, and there we go, Shy.
So is it Fiora, Achilles? That's the question. Is Fiora is not necessarily a champion I would associate with Roach, or is he just going tank himself and letting Maokai get through the early game? Because I really am a huge fan of ROX's draft. It's a pick comp. It has the backup of objective deletion.
All right.
Lawless is a flex pick, but that's not so important.
Oh, okay. Let's keep things ambiguous.
Still heavily expected to be Tahm Kench's support, but I'd love to see it in the top lane.
Would be a really fun treat if that's where it's going to go. But yeah, I do think that you're correct with Tahm Kench going into the bottom lane so he can keep Soul safe early on away from those Enchanted Crystalline arrows.
Key is considering making this the most pick comp, the ultra pick comp right here.
Yep, I'll do it. All right, so Key going to be locking in the Thresh for himself.
And now he's like, all right, Tahm Kench, I know in lane you've got the counter, but we've got plenty of backup engage over here, so you can only devour one person. We'll wait on 20 seconds to confirm that it is Nautilus top. Our matchup between Nautilus and Maokai. A far cry from the Singed, who was able to dictate the pace of the game in the previous one. And Kongdoo with a lot of familiar champions for sure, but still a little bit different all in all.
Yeah. And I mean, this is just looking, again, fairly just comfort pick coming through for Kongdoo. The Nautilus, can't really go wrong with that point and click CC on the ultimate. You can land the dredge line. We're beyond 20 seconds, so it will be Nautilus top for Roach with Cougar coming in on that Tahm Kench. So just going to be at a Devour bot pretty much to just keep Jhin safe in the bottom lane.
I'm just a really big fan of the draft from ROX. This is a draft I think that is very, very powerful on 7.1. A lot of different engage. Tahm Kench, not enough to deny the engage. Kha'Zix, the fact that he doesn't have to just be a resetting assassin, the fact that he's so well at taking neutral objectives, literally from 20 minutes onwards, you need vision all around Baron, because if they ever either blast cone or sneak into the pit, Cassiopeia with blue, Maokai to tank it forever, and Kha'Zix is very, very fast damage onto either Dragon or Baron.
Yep. All right, well, Kongdoo, gotta make sure that they don't allow for Songwon to start the snowball with this Kha'Zix. So a lot of pressure on Punch to really deliver with this Lee Sin. It's been such a massive pick for him. The Elise as well, as we saw in Game 1. Strong performance there, but can he carry it forward and come out with a victory here in Game 2?
And with the schedule, another honorable loss does nothing for the ROX Tigers. They do not want to end up 0-4, then suddenly 0-8, and be battling to get out of the relegation position.
Yeah, definitely not. Well, let's go ahead, jump straight onto the Rift for Game 2 and see if Kongdoo can close this out or if Tigers have something to say about it. All right, welcome to Summoner's Rift. For potentially the last time tonight. And oh no!
We're fighting the pauses, Achilles.
Oh dear.
How about another 40-minute methodical game with a 30-minute pause? we've eaten, so now we don't have food as a topic anymore.
I prefer to not do that. But yet again, looking like we're having some issues inside the booth of the ROX Tigers. Might be key this time around. But either way, it's got to be frustrating, not only just for, the viewers out there, you guys on the stream, but these players as well. You talked about how taxing it could be. Already went through about close to 30 minutes of pause in Game 1 right at the start. But now Game 2 to follow up as well. This could really derail the potential momentum from Kongdoo Monster coming into this.
I mean, on the other side of the coin, it could also lead to the lingering questions on the side of ROX, because they haven't been demolished. I've said it a few times. Haven't been demolished in 3 games, but they've been comfortable second. That's kind of the reality, is that maybe some early games that were fine, but games get away from them. 0-4 would be... It would be one of those competitive 0-4 situations where they've shown heart, they've shown hope, but they've got no points. And again, the season gets away from you. You can now have a chance to look over their future matches, but we know they're against SK Telecom in their next one. I believe they have another tricky match after that as well. It just really doesn't get any easier. And when we've already mentioned 5 teams that are going to be contending for first place, let alone playoffs, it's struggle street for ROX Tigers.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I mean, SK Telecom just coming up in a couple days too. So not going to have nearly as much time as they might like to prepare for that that match, especially if they lose here in a 2-0.
Yeah, Key having some issues, so it isn't Songyun this time. So I guess
still that pesky bottom lane.
Yeah, that's right. Songyun and Key. Fusion of the Afreeca Freecs and ESC Ever. ROX Tigers inherited more Afreeca Freecs than Jin did. Jin got Snowflower and Iksu, whereas on the side of the ROX Tigers, it is Songwon, Linderong, Mickey, and Songyun. So 4 out of their 5 players they could field were ex-ROX Tigers. Key the only one who doesn't have competition from a Tiger.
Yep. And as you brought it up, actually, so SK Telecom on Monday, and then it's going to be the ROX Tigers next, or not the ROX Tigers, they're going to face themselves. It's going to be Samsung versus ROX Tigers next Sunday.
And then,
So
the
definitely
issue
some
there is
tough
you might be like, okay, we got the tough matches out the way, but the problem is that then you're coming into more winnable games with no wins on the board. Desperate for a win. The enemy team knows that. Look, I know that you're smiling over this. They've clearly got a tricky one, but when they face Jin how many wins will they have? When they face the BBQ Olivers, how many wins will they have? And teams know when you're desperate. It's really obvious when you just are so used to losing that you kind of forget how to win.
Yeah. Yeah, the next one after they play Samsung is actually Afreeca Freecs. So they have a really rough start to the season for sure.
But then you start asking the question, who do you want to face? I guess BBQ Olivers, but they won their first series. And
maybe MVP?
A lot of talk that they're good. MVP, sure. Jin they're not fantastic. They're totally not bad either.
I mean, they pushed SKT to 40, 45 minutes in both of the games that they lost. So
it's one of those leagues, Achilles, where definitely take the wins where you can get them.
Yep. Well, for now, it looks like we have everything taken care of with Key. And we are back underway, so it's a little bit of trading back and forth here.
2-time the Flay was really on form from Key. Thought we'd see more Thresh than we have so far. It's only been, I believe this is the second Thresh. I'm not 100% sure. Could have been the first, actually.
I mean, it was really weird before because during IEM Gyeonggi, we saw Thresh
contested.
Banned.
Yeah, contested, right?
Yeah. So it went from, a hell of a lot of that to, I haven't really seen him too much, but he does bring him back out. Mickey roaming over towards this red buff, drops that ward, so they at least spot out Punch, keep tabs on the Lee Sin. He'll be able to take the buff in the end, though. And now we'll have to keep our eyes on how Mickey is going to play this, because he is a bit of a reckless player, so can be pretty much assured that he's going to get pretty aggressive in this lane against Rice, where he should theoretically have the advantage.
Watch for the Dark Passage here. Well, Kha'Zix's going to jump out, so that time has passed.
Yeah,
for a very rapid
farming
gank.
up. I mean, it's smart. They had spotted Punch on the bottom side of the map, know that he would be able to respond to that gank fairly quickly. So, just think better of it. And Songwon moves over to take out that Gromp.
Playing through the early laning phase, certainly nothing remarkable to talk about here. Tank battle in the top lane for now. Cassiopeia just farming. Edge got in his early shot for the tier. Jungle pathing is perhaps the most interesting thing, because it can swing the lanes very significantly, but for now, more interested in the full clear.
Yep, so just going to be steady as she goes. I mean, neither of these teams really want to take any risks at this point. Kongdoo Monster, obviously, would just love to go ahead and close this out right here, right now. And ROX, I mean, it is kind of that awkward spot. It's like, you know, do we try to play as cautiously as possible, or do we do something risky to try to get that initiation, to try to trigger something and net a lead?
There's arguments in both camps,
yeah,
for sure.
I mean, for now, it seems like it's just going to be, you know, the calm aspect. Mickey having that ghost pop. There's going to be a lot of damage coming through. Punch. Oh, he hits the Sonic Wave. Beautifully lined up by Punch. Flashes out over the other side of the wall. Looks like he'll be able to exit safely. And Edge really just setting that one up.
And that was the punch I remember, the punch that I've seen. He can be really good with these skill shots. Not quite an Italy spear, but in that case, the same deletion damage when it came to picking up the first blood. And nice stuff from Edge. He exhausted just for the movement speed debuff and to really allow Lee Sin some time to line up the Q. Connects with it, first blood over to Kongdoo, and I was about to remark, because you were talking about what style for the Tigers to play. It is kind of amusing. They have the polar opposite personality between their top laner and their mid laner. Shy is Mr. Conservative, and Mickey is Mr. Reckless. Not the Fnatic AD carry, but just a crazy, crazy man known for using the package to Vulcan to complete darkness and suicide.
Mickey either looks absolutely brilliant or absolutely just
silly.
Yeah. I was trying to think of a word that would be perfectly fine to use. I was going to go with just, I don't know, ill-advised. Everything he does can look really ill-advised. Kind of like playing up when you have no flash, no cleanse.
The playing up part is a little bit facetious. I mean, he just wanted to hit
okay,
a
with
minion.
not having vision.
Sure, but like he got flash W. Like that was sad times for him. He just really wanted to CS a minion and die. That's kind of the one you have to accept. If you just respect everything, you die. But good wraparound gang. I think it's better to focus on the positive there from Punch. And the reason why I talk about those polar opposites, it's just like a relationship. Opposites can attract. There is a world where Shy's conservatism and Mickey being a carry can propel ROX Tigers forward. It's just in games or situations like this with no wins on the board, and you kind of get the weak points of both personalities, and then it just looks like you're all at sea.
Yeah. I mean, this is the guy that took down Faker and said, I think he needs to practice. Or, well, Faker took him down, said, I think Mickey needs to practice more.
No. Actually, Mickey started this with a long time ago, if I remember. No, you're correct. It was Faker, as you said. In summer, I think it was last year, the first season that the ROX Tigers, that the Afreeca Freecs played, then Rebels, Anarchy, and they've had that tussle, and surprisingly, it has consistently been Mickey on top. Went 4-0 over Faker last split. Not many people can say that.
And that was pretty much the biggest success that Afreeca Freecs did have was over SK Telecom.
They're definitely that team that don't win anything, but can say, well, we beat the best team. So
yeah, that's
kind of a victory in its own.
Well, rip old Afreeca Freecs.
Yep. They're gone now.
No longer there. But, I mean, to their credit, Afreeca Freecs still look damn good. Taking down Samsung, definitely not an easy task, as we saw earlier today. But now Mickey coming over to ROX Tigers. He's having a bit of a rough start to the season. But again, I mean, we saw SK Telecom have a really rough start to the summer split. Losing left and right, having a hard time against teams that they really shouldn't have. And then they still go on to win Worlds. So this is not necessarily indicative of how the entire split is going to go, but you want to be able to get off on the right foot. At least go, 1-1 in your first two games, not lose out both series, because it just sets you up so poorly, especially when you have a tough match schedule. So ROX, if they could win this, if they could take us to Game 3, that'd be really good for them. But again, if they go to Game 3 and they don't close out the series, it's pretty much all for naught.
Kind of the issue I see with ROX is that, let's say you're preparing against ROX, you're coach of Kongdoo Monster in this particular case. You're going to see a replay of very much the early tussle here. Wait for the exhaust. The exhaust was smart. Exhaust just for the movement scene. Okay, it was cleansed, but I like the idea. Really nice skill shot from Punch. And Flashed over to ensure both that the Kha'Zix and the last turret shot wouldn't hit. Punches back mid again. They're just going for it one more time.
Yeah, that's going to be the Sonic Wave. Realm Warp in. Nice petrifying gaze, but it's still not enough to save Mickey's life. Dragon's Rage Kick will finish him off.
And just to, again, complete the point is that that look on Mickey's face tells a story. If you're preparing for the ROX Tigers, you're like, well, Mickey's the guy who's going to make or break the game. Camp him, you know? Just like in summer season and even spring season, 3 Mickey bans when there only were 3 bans was the way to beat ROX. Was the way, sorry, to beat Afreeca Freecs for the longest time. So I guess the issue that I see is that if Shy is solved, he's going to play defensive. If Songwon can't become a revelation in the jungle or actually play jungle carries, it's only Songyun that can really change things, and he's still developing synergy with his support. So again, shut down Mickey, shut down the ROX Tigers seems to be a pretty straightforward formula, and it's when they shake that, just like when Ixu stepped up, just like when Lyra stepped up, the Afreeca Freecs looked like a much better team than when Mickey was having solo heroics on Zed and champions like that. There needs to be more about the ROX Tigers, and sadly right now there's not.
Yep. Just sort of a blandness in the play that they need to try to spruce up, give some life to it.
If there was a music video to describe what we've seen in the 4 games of ROX Tigers, it'd be Killing Me Softly would be the song there.
Would it be that or The Sound of Silence?
You know, both of them kind of suggesting the same thing.
Well, Mickey.
It's a bit late to set up the camp for Mickey, I'm afraid.
Yeah. He's at least keeping up pretty closely in CS. Going to be down by about 12 at the moment, so not the worst spot you could be in considering that you've died 3 times. But has to go with a Negatron Cloak to start things off, whereas Edge is going to be ready to stack things up considerably. Dark Seal with the Tear of the Goddess, and already on the way towards that Rod of Ages with the Catalyst.
You often see the Dark Seal on Riot, but probably just a gold efficiency and item lead thing where he knows that
you have 3 assists.
And Mickey's running on fumes, so anything to just cement your advantage is pretty happy times for Edge.
Yep.
It also suggests that push up your lane. You know that Mickey's playing so defensively now. Roam, maybe pick up some assists or kills and get some stacks. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, you see how much damage he's gotten on that tower. This could be a first brick mid-tier 1.
From a Rise lane.
Yeah, a Rise. And like, I don't think Punch has really stuck around to get damage on the turret at this point. You can see Songwon pops the ultimate. Rune Prison does connect on him. He goes down to about half HP, but ROX, they've roamed up from the bottom lane. Key not really going to line up that Death Sense as well as he would like. Songyun throws out the Crystalline Arrow, is able to take out Cougar. This is the fight that he needed. A double kill coming through from Songyun. 3 kills in total for ROX Tigers. And Edge and Soul, they have to head for the hills. Kongdoo Monster way too aggressive, pushing right into the jungle of ROX, and they pulled the trigger on the teleport. They come out on top.
Yeah, it was a really nice punishment by the ROX Tigers especially. Let's see if Edge actually gets through. Nope, canceled on the Realm Warp.
Yeah, and he is going to go down. 4 kills now picked up for ROX. Nicely done. That's going to give them the gold lead and a breath of life in this game.
Roach, I don't know about... So Roach, the teleport was fine. It was a little bit late. That could be maybe commented on. The target selection here actually altered the Maokai with the Nautilus ult, which he was already in the backline, so didn't actually achieve anything, and Kongdoo is woefully out of position. This is what we would call the throw, Achilles. Doesn't necessarily mean the game's decided, but Kongdoo were... It was one-way traffic, really was. You know, we were definitely commentating as if this would play out like it did in Game 1, which, you know, is kind of understandable. It was a very ordered victory by Kongdoo in Game 1, but first real sidestep from them, they pay a heavy price.
Yep, so definitely going to have to reel it back in and try to regain control of this game. Punch has been doing quite well so far, but whoever made that call to pursue and try to get Songwon, definitely ill-advised, bit off way more than they could chew. And they paid the ultimate price by losing 4 members. Nice devour by Cougar to just pull them away from that death sentence. But now we can see some vision priority coming through from ROX, trying to get something inside the jungle of Kongdoo Monster. Crystalline Arrow goes in, finds Punch, played back in. He is going to go down. Nice Dragon's Rage, but comes in way too late. They get the pick, And Mickey is able to get a kill. Suddenly 1-3-3 as opposed to that 0-3-0 that we saw just a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, good communication by the ROX Tigers. Only level 1 in the Devourer, because only level 6 is the Tahm Kench, so cooldown much longer than it is in the late game. Used the Crystal Arrow, got the pick, good stuff, and they're going to try and turn this into a mid lane turret. Remember, it was just a moment ago that it felt, well, Rise was going to auto-attack down a turret. While they're certainly not going to get it just yet, just show how the game is changing.
Yeah, the wave clear here from Edge, still going to be pretty strong, and it would be risky to try to dive him as fairly squishy Kha'Zix. But you can see the vision control coming through from ROX is going to be looking pretty good in that bottom side of the jungle. Key now roaming up, Edge, flash forward into the play, into the Death Sense, Petrifying Gaze to really lock him in. Songwon, he tastes the fear, he takes him out, Edge suffering his second death, and that might just be first brick if they want to stick in here. Don't have much of a wave, looks like they are going to go ahead and finish this off. So first tower over to the ROX Tigers. They finally start stretching a pretty decent gold lead.
Yeah, big credit to the ROX Tigers. I thought mid lane was over after the third death by Cassiopeia, but Key has come up big. Really like the instant flash play into the hook. Mechanics on point. They had the cooldown on Edge, and just like the wraparound ganks allowed Punch to snowball in the early game, suddenly the snowball starting to affect Kongdoo Monster, and perhaps we have a series on our hands, Achilles.
It might be looking that way, and I mean, if Songwon can really start going on this Kha'Zix, it could be crushing for Kongdoo Monster. Let's see, Roach and Shy. Not sure why we're seeing Roach and Shy, but just farming up in the top lane. And off on the blue, over to Edge. And Dragon getting ready to spawn in 5 seconds. So Punch starting to roam his way over. It is Cloud Drake. If they lose out on that, wouldn't be the end of the world here for Kongdoo Monster. But still want to try to minimize as many advantages here for ROX Tigers as possible.
The reality still exists to that Baron, Achilles. You know, we're 4 minutes away from it spawning, but now that they get a bit more breathing room, the wards suddenly can be more deep. They even have the advantage of having the outer mid lane turret down. Blue buff, 3 members going to Baron. Still, real big opportunity.
I mean, you could do two. You have a Cassiopeia with a Maokai.
That takes a long time.
Sure. Just saying, you could do it.
I think more likely, you push up some wards, get an Ashe pick, and then just have Ashe wave through mid while you power it down. Mountain Drake, if that had gone over to Tigers, suddenly maybe we're talking about the Cassiopeia, but it is on the side of Kongdoo.
Yep. Mickey finishes that Abyssal Scepter. Still will be stacking up the tier, and the Rod of Ages has come through for Edge. Well, he'll have that fully stacked in about 8 minutes or so. So still, I mean, still a lot of pick potential here from Punch as we go into the later stages of the game. If you can lock somebody in straight into a Rune Prison from Edge, maybe the Devour from Cougar, and that member will die unless it's maybe Shy, but we saw Soul and how much damage he was able to do to the Maokai in that last game. This time around, Sunfire Cape is the first item coming through. So Shy taking the preventative steps to make sure that he can actually tank up the front lines.
And on this side of the coin, ROX is the ones with the true pick comp. Thresh, Ashe, Maokai. Cassiopeia situationally. Only one Tahm Kench to provide that Devour. So very crucial that Songwon has 100% kill participation because level 11, so important to Kha'Zix, getting the reset on the jump and that longer range on it. Speaking of picks, they're really considering trying some aggression onto the Tahm Kench and Jhin, but we can see on the minimap that both Rise and Lee Sin were there to provide support.
Yep, could always come in with that Realm Warp. Song Yoon kind of eyeing up whether or not he should throw out that Ashe Arrow. Thought better of it in the end. It's been a bit behind in the CS, but now has that Hurricane so he can clear out these waves quickly, which could open up for some roam opportunities for ROX Tigers. Maybe you walk a little bit further up the lane so you don't have to throw that Ashe Arrow quite as far.
ROX are winning the pressure battle. Lee Sin doesn't often have to cede wards to a Kha'Zix, but roam there from Sangin was good, backing him up. So Vision War inching forward are the ROX Tigers, but certainly no big discrepancy between the two teams.
Yeah, I mean, this all really came off that overly aggressive invade by Kongdoo Monster. It had a pretty firm lead, looked comfortable, and kind of tossed it all away, but definitely not impossible for them to get themselves back in. It's really going to come down to these team fights as we get ready to go into the mid game. Baron going to be spawning in just a minute.
Kind of the quandary you see for Kongdoo Monster.
Oh, okay, never mind. Gugur is nearby.
Quandary you see is that if you just farm it out, the game pace right now is very low, and it's just very much let's give up some mountain drakes or ocean drakes and just farm, farm, farm. If everyone spawned at level 16 with 4 items, it'd be ROX Tigers every day of the week and twice on Tuesdays. So ROX really do have the scaling. Maokai will be there. Kha'Zix getting some items is important. I'm a big fan of the Ashe in the late game as well, so they just have more options, I think, than the Kongdoo Monster. And all right, we're going to see a big investment here.
Yeah, ROX maybe trying to pull the trigger on something. Curtain call will be opened up, locking up Mickey. Gugur does get the tongue lash, but the Dark Passage is there to take him out to safety. And then fourth and final shot will not connect on the Songyun. Roach with a really late teleport channel yet again does cancel it. Shy did the same. So both top laners will be without their TPs.
Much ado about nothing in the end.
Yeah, pretty much.
No summon spells used apart from those cancel teleports.
Just a couple ultimates from the side of Kongdoo Monster, so they won't lose out on a whole lot there. Don't have anything really to contest in the near future. Dragon's not up for another minute and 30. Mountain Drake certainly would be nice to pick up for either team. Kongdoo getting a second would definitely help them out.
I wonder if we're going to see a very situational build come through from Gugur. There's the answering turret. The first brick, or the first turret blood, went over to Kongdoo, but ROX pick up an answering turret. But so that was actually first brick already taken by the Tigers, and then the second. But the reason why I'm talking about is specifically Gugur went Merc Treads just because the pick Tahm Kench, instead of letting him devour someone build, was online. I've actually seen in this situation QSS second, just as a way to guarantee that the Tahm Kench isn't going to be the first one locked up. So there might actually be some value in not going for some of those other really important items, like, for example, the Redemption or just some health or any semblance of tank stats, and QSS. Now, Magic Mantle could just be Locket, which would be another nice purchase on the side of the Tahm Kench, but Tahm Kench has a real big job to play in these fights, and Devour could be the most key ability for the Kongdoo Monster.
Yeah. Keep somebody safe. Somebody like Soul can, really push out some consistent damage on that Jhin, or Edge especially. Could really work out for them. You can see already Abyssal Voyage coming through. Gugur gets the Tongue Lash onto Soul. Shy does have that Sunfire Cape. Devour comes out, and now Punch joining the team. Big shield from the Courage Colossus comes out. And honestly,
not
get
sure.
much done.
Yeah, I don't know if he took too much damage there, Mr. Shy. Certainly not same sort of game as the last game where he was farming, but map pressure advantage was different.
It looks like it is enough to shove him off the turret, so that will go over to Kongdoo Monster. Now, Roach in a bad spot. Death Sentence in the box thrown down. Doesn't get the depth charge off in time, and they'll just be trading turrets, but this is a tier 2 going over the ROX Tigers. So I think they'll be quite happy with that exchange overall.
Yeah, targeted CC or just, an instant cast Ashe arrow into Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix is the perfect champion in that scenario to get both the kill and profit and getting the turret. So ROX are setting up these turret pushes just that much more cleanly than their opponents. And we talked about this team taking Baron. Mountain Drake will certainly make that even faster.
Yep, and no one Kongdoo able or willing try to answer that Mountain Drake. It looks like we will have our third one spawning in about 6 minutes now. But Kongdoo, they're going to try to sneak this, but there's a ward in the back of the pit.
Just spotted, but the Ashe also confirms there's vision on this. Shy's going to walk in. It's going to take a while for ROX to get here. They're doing it fast.
Yeah, the Kha'Zix is nearby, so they're just getting full commit onto this, but can they get out safely? Devour coming through onto Soul to try to get him out here. Shy, Realm Warp, will take them out, but he flashes in, gets that Twisted Advance, they lock down Soul, they take him out. Big Dragon's Rage, it's multiple members of the ROX Tigers, but they're still going to lose Gugur. Looks like 3 make it out alive, Punch, Roach, and Edge will be holding on to that Baron buff. So a decent little bit of gold coming through and some pushing power, but can Kongdoo really utilize this buff?
I mean, with the way the game was going, the texture of the game, it's a really big pickup by Kongdoo Monster. They were of one mind. We spent so much time talking about the potential Baron from ROX Tigers. We ignored what was a very smart one from Kongdoo Monster. Okay, interesting. You can actually hook through.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was going to work out, but I guess it does.
It's good to know. One counter to grounded mechanic, I guess. But this is really good for Kongdoo. It's against the run of play. It's against how the game was going. And crucially, their top laner actually gets it as well. So once that teleports up, going to be a way to at least cause some map pressure, because they just didn't have any map control after the Kazakhs started to get going about 6-7 minutes ago.
Yeah. It's the Edge trying to get onto that turret in mid, but Shy still just so tanky. Having a much better game compared to game 1 there. Now that the Singed was taken off the board, already has the Spirit Visage and that Sunfire completed with a Frozen Heart on the way. So Soul going to be pretty hard pressed to get through that Maokai.
And Soul did mix up the build as well. No Youmu's first, perhaps because the early laning phase wasn't as profitable. Need more item slots in the late game to further this build.
The rotation mid does work out. They're able to take out the tier 1 tower, so 2-4 in that regard. Still down a bit in gold. Roach finds that hit in onto Songwon, locks him up with a depth charge, but Songwon, he just jumps straight into the face of Edge, works him down. He's almost dead. Flash forward by Songyun, able to take him out with a volley, and Kongdoo Monster might have bitten off a little bit more than they could chew. 2 members die just to get Mickey, and they will have to exit.
Kongdoo have to play in formation. Whenever they play on multiple fronts, it's Kazakhs. It's always going to be the person to profit on the side of the ROX Tigers. So ROX win that trade again. Going to see the replay here. You understand what they're going for. They can get a pick on Songwon, who's still very squishy. Maybe they'll finally get on the front foot, but Edge is isolated. Punch is all on his lonesome in the backside. And okay, Soul can open up, but it's not like Songyun is lacking for damage, and at the end of the day, just because of the way they opened up, it's too messy, and messy fights always suit the resetting champion.
Yeah. So ROX Tigers still going to be maintaining this lead. And let's see. Baron not going to be lasting a whole lot longer. 4,500 gold in their favor. And ROX just continue to push forward. Could be looking for more tier 2s. Potentially this one in the mid lane as they push into this bottom side of the jungle. And get some good vision laid down. That sends in onto Googer, followed up with that crystalline arrow. He pops the gray health. He might be able to make it out alive, but no, Songwon goes over the wall as Kazakhs jumping in, getting that reset, and is able to take out Soul as well. So the bottom lane of Kongdoo Monster completely deleted off the face of Summoner's Rift, and suddenly it's just Edge, Roach, and Punch trying to defend this turret. That sentence from Key not going to connect this time around, but meanwhile Shy, he's got a big wave up in the top lane. He's going to start whittling away as best as Maokai can.
It's going to take a while for Shy, but in the mid lane, Punch goes in.
Punch going deep, nicely done by Songwon to really drag him out further. And now Roach all by himself. Box comes down, he's getting slowed up. Still very tanky on the Nautilus, but just being slowed consistently by that Ashe, there's nothing he can do. He goes down. And now Shy pushing in. That's going to be another tier 2 going over to ROX Tigers. They found their win condition. They're going to keep up the pressure.
Feels a bit like when we watched MVP yesterday, that the high expectations we had after game 1 from Kongdoo coming crashing down a bit. We're seeing more of the tendencies that kind of plagued this team the last time we saw them in the limelight. Walking up, you know, Luger unfortunately gets it. It's the reality. Could have gone for the QSS build, but then wouldn't have Locket, and who's to say he would have got out this regardless. But the moment this starts, there's not much ROX can do. The 1 for 2 was, I think, pretty standard. It's just the overstay in the end where Roach ends up just in front of 4 members taking focus fire. That was just wholly unnecessary, and that's when you're giving bonuses over to a team that's already ahead.
Yeah. All right, well, they just keep tacking more and more gold onto the board. And ROX looks like they want to go ahead, get rid of that third and final tier 2 turret. Everybody rotating over to the side. Roach will get caught up by that arrow. He can't get into position to throw out the death sentence yet, but it doesn't matter. Kongdoo Monster just have to completely surrender that over to ROX Tigers. They take it out. And now this is where things start getting a little bit interesting here for ROX. They have to play very carefully as they try to break the base of Kongdoo Monster. Second Mountain Drake for them potentially coming up soon, so that would certainly help.
Oh, baby!
Flash forward by Key. The death sentence flies straight and true, takes out the Jin. And without that curtain call, ROX Tiger is now going to feel really confident pushing up towards this inhibitor in mid.
I mean, Shy just starts hitting the turret and then decides if he wants to press W on the person who's in range. No one's in range. That means objectives are going to be free for the ROX Tigers. Highlight reel stuff from Key this game. We've seen the best of Key on the Bard, famously on the international stage. He's had his ups and downs for sure. Resh is looking really good, and another form of initiation. I liked the comp on paper, then Mickey fell behind, and I'm like, okay, well, from what we've seen, this is the ROX Tigers done. Other members stepped up. Sungyun, we saw glimpses of him being a carry on the Afreeca Freecs, but was clearly a secondary carry. He's gone off this game 7-0-5, 75% kill participation on that Ashe. He's definitely had a big impact in Sungwon. We don't really have a fully formed opinion on Sungwon. We've only seen maybe 10 games, probably less than 10 games in his professional career. He's getting it done on the Kazakhs and vindicating the early priority they put onto it. But remember, Kongdoo actually picked the Lee Sin over Kazakhs on patch 7.1.
Yeah, and he's looking really good. 4-0-9 has that Black Cleaver coming in Ninja Knight as well. So he can really fearlessly leap into the faces of the Kongdoo Monster squad. Baron has respawned. Looks like ROX do want to start this up. Scrying Orb comes down, spots it out. TP that's going to come out from Roche. Doesn't have any flank opportunity, and as you say it, damage is there aplenty. Hook lands on the punch. They take him out. And that Deadly Flourish will do a whole of nothing just to delay Key from pushing forward, but with Super Creeps pushing in, now Baron empowered, you have to expect that ROX have every tool they need to close out this game fairly cleanly.
Double Mountain Drake in this comp is goodbye, Baron. There's no time for hesitation. You know instantly on spawn. Now, the next time, if they do indeed survive to the next Baron spawn, just how fast it can be. And Mountain Drake's always the interesting one because most players, if they've played 1,000, 2,000, these guys probably 10,000 games, they know they can feel out how long it takes to take a Baron based on the enemy items. The extra 20% really does cause a lot of variance.
Oh, for sure. Goes up into the front
Big
line.
initiation.
Big flash in by Mickey. Gets a Petrifying Gaze onto Soul, and they're able to take him out with Songwon just jumping into the back line. 2 kills, 3 kills going over to ROX Tigers. 45 seconds on the death timers here, and you have to expect that this is going to be the end of the line. Cougar getting the Devour onto edge to barely keep him alive, but Super Creeps now pouring into the base, the Nexus Towers in the eyes of the ROX Tigers. And at 32 minutes here, they're going to be able to close out the game and take us to Game 3, not going down without a fight.
See, ending of this game, how many bonus kills, the junk time kills you could say if you're a sports fan right after the game has been decided. GG to the ROX Tigers. It took 4 games, but they get their first win on the board. So important to have that steadier. We'll see how they go in the 3rd game, but I love the draft. This is basically, to me, the ideal draft you can put forward on patch 7.1. Thresh, you know, you can probably plug and play a couple of different supports there, but clean stuff. They didn't have a good start, but they didn't get disheartened by after losing game 1, after their mid laner was camped, their star player in Mickey. They got a little opportunistic. They got a little too opportunistic, the Kongdoo Monster, and then the game went purely to the side of ROX Tigers.
Yeah, way too aggressive from these guys. So definitely going to have to just go back over that scenario. I'm sure the coach is going to have a few choice
It's a short one, though, right? You go over that, and you're like, this can't happen.
Yeah, for sure.
If that didn't happen, the game would have played out very differently. It was one key scenario that basically undid Kongdoo Monster's good work.
Yeah, well, I mean, really good on ROX Tigers holding on in what looked like a very dire, almost hopeless situation. I mean, Mickey starting that off 0-3-0, able to come back in, be impactful on that Cassiopeia. But we have one more game to go through, ladies and gentlemen, to figure out who's going to be taking this series. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have that 3rd and final game.
Days pass since I'd seen a trace of your face. Heard some
일단 이즈한테 궁 쓰는 그 녀석이, 해설과 신음을 오가는 그 녀석이 지구보다 더 큰 질량으로 나를 끌어당긴다. 순간 나는 아리의 매혹을 맞은 것처럼 사정없이 현이에게로 이끌렸다.
헐, 대박! 이번에도 아저씨랑 같이 하는 거예요? 완전 신나.
쿵 소리를 내며 쿵쿵 소리를 내며 다가오는 건 또 저놈이다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Your MVP from Game 2 on the side of ROX Tigers is Key on the Thresh. 75% kill contribution, 2-0 and 13. And yeah, he was lining up those hooks left and right.
But this is the Key that we don't see enough for Kilios. On his day, we've seen his Bard play. Key Bard was something that was really revered around the world back when he, was really putting out massive performance on this champion. And it's Thresh, very similar champion in terms of mechanics, playmaking, on full display here. There's the Key that walks around, dies at level 2, lets down his team. His laning phase I don't think is his strength in any way, but his roaming and playmaking has always been how he's kind of made his name, and this is one of those games.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, something that you mentioned really early on in the laning phase at level 1, level 2 is the plays that he was consistently landing against the bottom lane of Kongdoo Monster. But I mean, this is just pretty much an entire highlight reel video right here for Key. Just hook after hook, the plays on point. Dark Passage always there to bail out his team when necessary.
Oh, this was
beautiful catch on the Soul.
And this is when everything comes together. This guy doesn't have flash. I know all my limits. I go for the initiation. You hit it.
And I mean, you see these plays, from ROX later on. Granted, like they were kind of gifted that opportunity by that over-aggression from Kongdoo, but you see this level of play, especially from Key coming out on the stretch, and you have to wonder, even if Kongdoo didn't do that overly aggressive push into the jungle, would they have been able to bring the game back together?
I want to say no, but maybe that's too high expectations for the side of Kongdoo Monster. And let's just focus on Key for a second before we get into picks and bans for our final game of the night. He just has these highlight reels. He's the sort of guy, when he's auditioning, you look at the reel and like, my goodness, this guy, how is he available? Like, why is he considering not coming to SK Telecom? Why is he considering coming to our organization? And it's those games, unfortunately, so far in his career, have kind of been few and far between. When he finally gets consistency, and maybe not on quite that level, that's definitely MVP level performance, but if Key can keep that up, if we can always talk about Key in those reverent tones over the course of a long season, that's when Key's taking the next step in his career.
Yep. I mean, that was something that he showed us, initially with when ESC ever did come into the LCK from Challenger with Loken at the time.
But then it was a lot of just dying on melee supports during the meta, or walking in on Bard, misjudging his tankiness and dying. It's been up and down for Key, and he's got a fresh start. He's on a new team that's been settled outside of him again. These guys all played together on the Freecs, apart from Shy, who is playing today, compared to Linderung, who's riding the bench. So, new chapter for Key, new chapter for the ROX Tigers, and really interested to see who gets that first match win, because if the Kongdoo of Game 1 comes back, they should come in favorites, but Kongdoo also do have Game 2 under their belts. So, polarizing stuff from both teams, and now we're looking at the picks and bans. We have to mostly focus our attention on blue side because red side is solved. It is going to be almost certainly a Rengar last ban. And now we say, okay, banned away a pick jungler strongest laning support and Tahm Kench. Is it Malzahar first pick? And yeah, it is.
Yep. Looks like they're just going to go ahead, opt straight in for this one.
MF is the safest lane choice against the Malzahar.
So, do they want to? What do they want to couple that with in the bottom lane? Ziggs
Ash
now
MF.
at a,
Ziggs MF, Ash MF.
Ziggs now at a pretty bad. I'm talking about to go along with the Malzahar.
Oh, with the Malzahar.
But I mean, like Ziggs, Malzahar, very popular one in solo queue. Ziggs now at a disadvantage in LCK as far as his win-loss ratio goes, at that 1 and 2, with Bang picking up the only win so far.
I used to take the Ash. That's a deletion level 6 lane. Of course, when Misfortune support made its debut during the semifinals in Madison Square Garden, was Ash MF, and Malzahar Ash is pretty similar in terms of deletion at level 6. So I think Ash is a pretty good option here. Could always go for something more safe against the Lee Sin, but Jin Ash is, certainly still the meta when it comes to the AD carries remaining. Worth noting that is a flex pick on the side of Kongdoo Monster in that Varus. Still haven't seen our first Varus mid of the tournament. Was played in Challenger, but is certainly still a decent pick, if not quite as popular as the bot lane. Kongdoo just had a great game as Ash, so I think you just lock it in quickly.
I mean, Edge, again,
Wow,
one
okay,
of these players
it's Jin.
that... Oh, okay. Wow. All right. Interesting. So Song Yoon moving over to Jin.
The theory here is that Jin can outrange Lee Sin, especially if his team is doing well, and he doesn't have to be doing anything other than ult and W, so isn't in the same kind of range that often Ash is when it comes to putting out damage, and Mickey's going to be hitting the Rift on the Rise. That's a takeaway pick away from Kongdoo Monster.
All right. So draft moving along fairly swiftly here. Punch going back over onto the Lee Sin, of course. And now looks like we might have Edge just going to be swapping champions in the mid lane as Edge will lock in Cassiopeia.
Yeah, Edge's second most played in solo queue is the Cassiopeia. He's a cat main at the moment, just like BDD and Faker, but he's going to go for the lane supremacy of the Cassio. Let's track the bans, because a lot of the excitement so far this week has been in the second round of bans. Kha'Zix banned away. Sungwon made the strongest impression of his career on that Kha'Zix, so that makes sense. So let's consider what's left. It's jungle and top lane for the side of ROX Tigers. Maokai's still available, so I have to think that Shy will be riding that one if he can. On the side of Kongdoo, it is also going to be the top lane, and we're unsure where, actually we do know that's going to be AD carry Varus, so it's going to be top lane support on the side of Kongdoo Monster. Misfortune banned away. Okay, this is nice. This is when it starts getting tricky. Might force a Karma support to come out from Key, or he could go Frisky for the Threshold Bard.
Rek'Sai off the board now, so a lot of jungle bans
for Gugu.
have come out.
My apologies. Trying to reduce the options. Going to be certainly the Malzahar support for ROX Tigers, so moving some of the support options. And Karma banned as well, so basically saying, hey Gugu, want to play Thresh? Tahm Kench also a chance, but then you're really ceding lane control.
Nope, already
Wow,
gone.
He's going to go risky going for the Bard.
I mean, this is a... Oh, well, never mind. I was going to say it's a takeaway from Key, but the Malzahar is already there. So, yeah, Bard for Gugu.
Bard is certainly a target for Malzahar after 6.
Yeah, I think he'll get chunked out quite a bit. I mean, even pre-6, if you could get the minions on top of him, he'll really work through him. I mean, not when there's a Deadly Flourish route. So if you can line those up, you can really work through a Bard's HP bar very quickly. Olaf locked in, though, for Songwon after the jungle champion.
And no, not Maokai.
Oh, never.
Really extending that champion pull, Shy.
For Shy, what a surprise. I am shocked.
Now, Roach could go back to Singed. That's an option. It's not banned this time.
That's true. I think that, honestly, that might be the best bet for him, because the Nautilus just... It's going okay. Obviously, went noodle fight up top. CS was there.
Honestly, I thought his
CC,
decision-making in team fights wasn't great on the Nautilus, especially when he ulted Shy during that ill-fated 4 kills donation over to ROX. So back to the Singed, and that's a smart move from Kongdoo Monster. Interesting that it didn't get banned this time, but they were really trying to force supremacy around bot. Malzahar first pick, double ban of champions that lane pretty well against the Malzahar. And honestly, you see Bard, and you're like, okay, I feel vindicated. But now it's all about the 2v2, so suddenly playing around the bot lane is going to be the most intriguing to follow, because ROX have set up their draft to abuse bot lane post-6. And whether Kongdoo can cause enough commotion in top to force the hand of Olaf and force him in top, or whether, I mean, with this clear picture, basically Kongdoo knows exactly what they've set themselves up for, but it's a gambit still to go for the Bard support.
Yeah, I mean, Bard always bring in punch on that Lee Sin magical journey through the wall, drop him right in the middle of the lane, and try to follow up with CC from there. We'll have to keep our eyes on Sungwon. Obviously going to have a really strong start to this game. See if these guys are going to play around with invading on each other.
And as the meta developed, it actually felt like Lee Sin was seen as a pseudo counter pick to Olaf, in that he didn't die in the duels because he could get out, and it felt like players, by the time we got to Casper Cup, were favoring Lee Sin versus Olaf despite losing, say, level 3 trades. So they opted into the Olaf versus the Lee Sin. So it's still a good jungle matchup, at least, for Kongdoo Monster.
Yep. I mean, Lee Sin has had those recent tunings coming through, so we'll see how that matchup is still going to play out here now. But it's game 3. ROX Tigers looking to net their first win. Kongdoo Monster the same in their debut in LCK Season 7. Let's go ahead and get onto the Rift for the third and final game.
Credit to the fans who've stayed here at Sungam East Stadium. It is 10:45 p.m. local time that our final game of the night is starting, because of all the delays we had.
Yep, Korean fans, always pretty dedicated. So we saw multi-man push into the top side of the jungle there from Kongdoo Monster, but didn't go up to the brush, didn't really want to invade, got a little bit of vision down, so just trying to spot out where Songwon is going to be starting.
And those Kongdoo Monster banners or flags, whatever you want to call them, look pretty cool. Punch fan in the audience. Punch on the Lee Sin. That was definitely a bit of a punch giveth, punch taketh away in the previous game. Smashed Mickey to the point where Mickey was 0-3-0, then was one of the big proponents of the extensive invade onto the blue side that gave away 4 kills, and just really didn't have the same impact after that. So see how he develops once again on the Lee Sin in game 3.
We'll see. Also, I mean, just Googer on this Bard. It's going to be a really big question mark for us moving into this game.
Worth noting that they slam this lane 2v2 pre-6. This is really good for the Bard. Bard has a lot more options in lane than the Malzahar that doesn't have any true CC till a level 6.
I mean, if you can just set up those Cosmic Bindings, really lock up Songyun, you can punish him quite heavily.
Underlord's Bard as well, of course.
Cougar, though, is getting whittled down by those Malefic Visions, has these little health packs he can throw on the ground. It will help him out with the sustainability. But for now, you can already see Soul and Cougar just shoving up under the turret.
Hey, this lane's always going to get level 2 first, because you can just go Q on Varus and push in the early level. That opens up the freedom for getting those health packs. Bard level 1 has always been perhaps the most fearsome support. Just walk up, Thunderlord's proc everywhere. She should be asleep.
Yeah, this is past my bedtime, especially yours.
I'm going to speculate completely and say it might be a family member.
Ooh.
Perhaps that would excuse late awakeness.
But also show why they're popping off so hard with those light up signs.
A lot of fandom in Korea. It's good to see fans for these two more unheralded teams. Seems weird to say that about the ROX Tigers, of course, but it is a different world in 2017.
Yep. I mean, you know, I came back up to the desk at the beginning of this series, and you told me I had a little bit of a surprise, and I found these pins sitting here, these legacy ROX Tigers pins from last year's members, and I'm just like, oh, they're all gone. They've gone off to different teams now.
And that's all about one of our intros. Of course, we're showing the intro previews at the start. So far we have Return of Marta and the splintering of the ROX Tigers. Some of the biggest storylines has been the Superstars coming back and the Superstar team breaking up.
Oh.
Sungwon wasn't super serious there. You could tell because didn't ghost.
Edge is going to try to turn this one around, though. Punch arriving from the sidelines. Could land the Sonic Wave. Got a bit of damage in onto Sungwon. Has him pop the ghost, so nicely done by Kongdoo, just reapplying the pressure.
Sungwon was kind of half-hearted. Didn't ghost to start with. Thus he kind of walked up. Like, I'm Olaf, you have an axe, but get too much done, then just ended up using his ghost anyway, so something, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Top lane is going to go very Singed-esque. Basically that means, if you didn't see game 1, we're seeing the matchup once again.
Dark Seal ×3.
Yeah, a couple of those dank seals. Get the corrupting potion. Pressure, 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 and then Zarot Portal make Maokai's life no fun.
Yep. For the Righteous Glory in the mix for good fun.
Yep.
Good fun for you, bad fun for everyone else.
I mean, playing Singed is just the most fun. Even if you're dying, you're like, I'm proxying, I guess, guys. You tell your team, don't worry about it, I got this.
Whoever invented proxying was just somebody that needed an excuse for why they had died 7 times in the first 10 minutes.
To be fair,
of the
at
game.
the time, it was a broken strategy because of how assists and death streaks worked, because you could just run around and don't have to worry.
It became so worthless for
exactly.
the enemy
It's
to
like,
kill you.
well, he got most of a turret down, and I killed him and got 30 gold, I guess. This cannon minion over here gives more.
Thank God that's in the past.
Yeah, the assists definitely... The assist interacting with streaks, kill and death streaks, was the big change there, because inevitably you would get assists somewhere. And also now I believe CS interacts as well, so they've just done a lot of different things that make it much less viable.
Well, now that Singed is back in the meta, I'm ready for Dr. Mundo to make his return. We go full Season 2. Be quite nice.
Do you want to see Dr. Mundo back in the meta?
I mean, I enjoy playing him. Pretty mindless, but, you know, he's fun to play. It's always good when you get down to that sliver of HP, and then your ultimate takes you back up, and you manage to escape from 5 members of the enemy team.
And we know they can play on the front foot. Nothing to respect about a level 3 Malzahar.
Yep, and Punch does get that a Raptor. Like, maybe the silence from Key would be able to take it away. Ooh, Edge. Barely avoids getting hit by that axe. Punch now joining in. Just gonna dash forward. Edge has to be careful. Axe connects.
Interesting that it's been such an extended laning phase. No one has backed between Ryze and Cassio, 2 of the champions that back the earliest to
get
their
the tears. That they would want to do that, but so far has not come through yet. You can see the back now coming out of Edge. Punch is here to catch the wave. Get him a bit of golden experience.
Might actually be Tier Catalyst first buy for Ryze. Started with the Mana Crystals, so we're only talking about 1,400 gold, I think it is, for those 2. So actually should be comfortably able to pick up both.
Tier so far. Yep, there we go. Has it.
Even
and
fit in,
boots.
Even got some nice shoes.
Well,
nicely
done by him.
Some decent shoes. They'll be nicer when they're upgraded.
Yeah.
But this is what you do with Singed. It's what I was kind of interested to see, was that a lot of the vision supremacy, both teams controlled a quadrant, but somehow ROX had a vision supremacy around their top side, even though Maokai can never really peek out of top because he's dealing with minions under his turret, and Kongdoo controlled the bot side. Now you're just playing around the Singed pressure. Things like enemy blue, big camps, even Gromp, for example, pushing in really deep wards. As you can see, there's a control ward on the enemy blue. Should be able to get so much information. It's something that's kind of lost. You know, I spent a lot of time in Game 1 talking about the value of the Zarot portal and the fact that the bot outer turret never went down, I think, in the whole game. Minions provide vision. That's one thing that's lost to a lot of players at the highest level. And the fact that you can keep these turrets up or always have your opponent in vision clearing minions means you know exactly when they're channeling that teleport. You can time that 3.5 seconds. They're accountable at all times. They lose minions when they come down. That's what Singed causes, the environmental effect of him, and just the fact that you just want to kill him because he's so damn annoying.
It really is. So far, Roach hasn't quite hit that big point of annoyance. Just has the triple Dark Seal coming through, doesn't have the Corrupting Potion quite yet. But it's once we see those teleport plays coming through from him, where he's going to be trying to hound down Songyun. That's when the nuisance really comes out.
I mean, just the Singed pick effectively you can say causally, has removed the blue buff from Rise. Rise couldn't get his blue buff because Cinch pushed up and they stole it away. That can definitely be rinse repeat in a few minutes' time. Punch is wearing the blue buff of his enemy. So that means that Cassio, who will start to get pressured and take some bad trades as levels go on. It also means Tier is stacking slower. Things like Gromp and blue buff are very hard to claim on the side of the ROX Tigers because of the Cinch.
Yeah. You see a nice denial on the recall there. Songwon trying to go back to base. Picks up a couple items, a control ward of his own, but still hasn't spotted that one out by the blue buff, so it's just going to be...
That one was his own buff. That wasn't
a lot of valuable, a lot of value for Kongdoo. It's late.
We have been casting for 6 hours now.
Yep. And I've been awake for about 13.
Well, this is the price we pay. We get to see excellent games. We get to see a lot of fun, but sometimes the 6-match days do tend to drone on, especially when we had, what, 50 minutes of pause today, maybe 45 at least.
It was a pretty significant amount, surprising amount for sure. Definitely not something that we're very used to.
I don't know if they'll be allowed to bring the same peripherals next time. It seemed like it was mostly peripheral related for Freecs. Sorry, for ROX Tigers.
For Songyun and Key.
So I think of Songyun, I'm like, yeah, for the Afreeca Freecs. I'm like, wait, no, it's all changed.
Let's go to whole 9 yards and tell them they can't bring the same bot lane.
I mean, do they have anyone else to play?
Nope.
Well, that's a problem. You're forfeiting, guys.
Well, Linderong, you are now an 80 carry.
We're a bit slow here. Again, this is the singed environmental game so far.
Yep.
No first blood at 10:50.
No Dragon takes yet. It's both teams waiting for their opponents to make a mistake, but actually, there we go. Nethergrass coming through. Nice Bard ultimate onto Songyun to interrupt the curtain call. Soul goes low, trying to kite back as best as he can. Roach way too far forward, has to sprint out of here. Goes low.
Any
damage?
damage?
Pop the ghost, and with the arrival of Mickey with that Realm Warp, able to come up with a kill. Nice double stun there with the Cosmic Binding. Songyun goes low. He gets taken out, but they trade a kill back onto Punch. Petrifying Gaze catches Mickey stunned into the wall. Cougar lining him up, and that's going to be a kill coming through for Soul. Nicely done. Kills exchanged on both sides, 2 for 2. Kongdoo Monster coming out with a very slight gold lead. Malefic Visions on Cougar, not going to be doing nearly enough damage to kill the Bard.
Punch gave up his life there. It was a nice engage. It was the second Q in to kick Flash onto the enemy AD carry. That was what really kicked off the second part of action here. We start up with what happens when you have Malzahar Jhin. One of the reasons to take Bard is that interrupt onto Songyun. So that's the one argument there. So well timed on that one. This could have been the end of the fight. Could have just been Roach going over, and it ended up being an overall 1-for-0. But the reason we see the re-engage is that Edge is coming in full health, full mana. There's multiple low members, and Edge, he flashes in. He can't really close the distance. Cassio does that damage in mid to short range. So it's not the full purchase out of what they wanted from the Cassio, but did end up picking up a kill nonetheless.
Good on Kongdoo Monster to fire back. Get that 2-for-2 exchange after the engagement coming through from Key. Almost has the Nethergrass back up now, so could go for another one if he really wants to. But Roach, it has begun. Merc Treads are there, so he can't get locked down. Corrupting Potion coming through, and he's going to start stacking up. Or that's a Rot Portal, more than likely.
Still first going to be the Righteous Glory.
Okay.
It's actually very late on his Catalyst. Went for the Merc Treads early, just to have a bit of magic resist. Doesn't want to itemize into resist till he gets the Zarot Portal, though. Now, pace of the game has been slow. No team has really edged forward. No objectives apart from the 2 kills on each side have gone down.
Yeah, we had a momentary explosion, and then it's slow right back down. Ooh, Edge actually trading really well into Mickey. Shreds him down below half HP. Meanwhile, on bot, looks like Curtain Call.
Key also thrown out as well.
Yeah, with the Nethergrass was used. Might have been onto Cougar by the look of, by the state of his HP. Soul throws out that Arrow of Corruption, going to be cleansed off immediately by the Ragnarok, so just an exchange of ultimates between an AD carry and the jungle.
There was respect paid there because Punch was pathing to bot. Bringing help here, so multiple members understand exactly what's going to happen. This could be a fight.
Yeah, they throw out the ward. Punch is able to go ahead and take out that red buff. Gets ruined by the Deadly Flourish, but ROX don't want to overcommit. Meanwhile, Soul, he's been knocking down this turret. A little bit more time, would have been able to take it, but all the same, on the cusp of getting that first brick gold.
The kill's not coming through with the second ultimate here from Malzahar. Starting to cost him. Gugu's being able to play around the map, doing it well, but this time Soul's caught.
Yep, gets exhausted. Nice Bard ultimate coming through, locking up Key and Songwon. Punch jumps onto the former, takes him out. Gugu does go down, but now Song, you know where to go, and Punch starting a rampage, comes up with the double kill. Can't quite get the triple, gives one over to Soul for good measure. 2-0-3 for the Varus, 3-1-2 for the Lee Sin. This might be the first brick going over to Kongdoo Monsters. Mickey's down to half HP, but looks like they will go ahead, let Mickey clear this out. They'll back off, spend this gold that they just got.
But Kongdoo have been impressive at playing around what looked on paper to be a very punishing 2v2 they opted into. Gugu plays this as perfectly as you could like. You have to hit that ult there or Soul dies for free, but Punch gets into position, sure. Gugu ends up going down, but just buying time for both his carries. Punch had a good start in game one. Another good start here, 3-1-2 early into the game. And Kongdoo, I'm surprised the bot lane's going so well, but I'm happy to see Gugu. It's not Key on Bard, it's actually Gugu on Bard. Making creative pathing, allowing Punch to get red buff steals, and it's playing around the lane that we know how it goes, 2v2.
Yeah, I mean, you know, 0-1-5, that first death right there in the bottom lane, already 100% kill contribution with this Bard. Punch, though, walking blindly into the jungle, getting jumped on as that W to try to take him out the safety, but it's not enough. He goes down, Mickey able to come up with a kill and try to trade one back. It's a nice petrifying gaze to lock up the rise, but doesn't have the damage to finish it off. Meanwhile, teleport being completed by Shy. Kongdoo Monster divided. Soul all by himself, has nowhere to go, gets rooted down by that Twisted Advance and the Rune Prison. Comes up with another kill for Mickey. A 2-for-2 overall as Songwon and Key have fallen. Kongdoo, do they go for more? Roach is here, he's full HP, but so is Shy.
ROX Tigers end up getting the better kills, though. You'd have to say in terms of quality, take down the AD carry and the enemy jungle. He was the only one that died on the other side. Two turrets very, very low, though, Achilleos. Kongdoo got the bot lane. We've seen a couple of times down to about 300 HP. Same with this mid lane turret. So while the global gold first brick hasn't been achieved just yet, getting closer and closer to the structures actually opening up the gold lead between the two.
All right, well, Kongdoo still turning up the heat. Still able to bring that to an even exchange, despite how shaky that looked by the time the teleport was completed by Shy.
And this is cool. It's really cool to see with Edge of the Night in. The Edge of the Night was the rush from Sangyun just because we're like, okay, they brought, it's in the mid lane. We are seeing a trade here. Mickey's going to go low.
Yeah, petrifying gaze, gets the poison. Mickey has to flash away. Nicely done by Edge, really showing that prowess on the Cassiopeia.
There's limited interrupts on the side of Kongdoo Monster, and Bard does have the ranged interrupts that Edge of the Night actually picked up to interact with that.
Yeah, nicely done. Wasn't sure how this item was really going to fit into the meta, but it's finding its niche purposes.
I think a lot of people just saw it as another serrated Dirk item for, say, Kha'Zix and the other melee champions, or armor pen stackers, or lethality stackers, I guess we should more accurately put them, but I like it for its sieging reasons. 10 seconds is a long duration, so the fact that you can have it on demand versus a Banshee Veil that can be poked away is really strong. When you're like, I need to be resistant to spells for this 10-second duration, I decide when that is. There's a lot of power in that ability, and of course, itemized as well for 80 damage.
All right, well, Kongdoo Monster just going to keep moving along steadily. 2,000 gold separating these teams. At 18.5 minutes, we saw that they were able to pick up the first dragon of the game. Another Mountain Drake going over. Ocean will be our second one to spawn in 5 minutes. Baron on the way as well. can already see Kongdoo starting to show some priority to gaining vision up around this top side of the river.
I think we're a Zarot portal away from Kongdoo repeating their performance in Game 1. We do see the Catalyst converted into the fully formed Righteous Glory already for Roach, but while we're still seeing the same proxy fund that we saw in the bot lane in Game 1, the Zarot portal is kind of the missing piece of the puzzle.
Now 3 members grouped up in the top lane. Cougar and Soul, of course, here. After taking that tier 1 and bottom, a natural swap up to the top lane. But Punch is going to be coming along. This turn's already down to half HP. Bard ultimate gets thrown out, does find Key. Edge winning over the wall. They jump on him, and he gets popped. Edge comes away with yet another kill for the team. Nicely done here by Kongdoo Monster, continuously rotating around the map as a singular unit. They find another kill, and they just keep pushing forward. Now eyes set on the mid lane. Mickey does have blue buff. He is full HP. It might be hard to get through this wave clear, but the turret is already pretty low. Air of Corruption comes through, locks him up, but that's going to be the curtain call being answered out by Songyun.
Conga Lion.
Roach, yep. Everyone follow the Singed.
Ult here was to dissuade the turret from being taken, although some members getting low.
Yeah, Edge gets chunked out. Roach goes pretty low as well. Already used the ultimate, so won't be able to get too much HP back. Let's see, he still has a couple charges from that Corrupting Potion, but I think he used all of them. Interruption on the recall of Edge. Nicely done by Songyu. They really want to push in and try to get this turret. TP coming back, though, from Roach to really dissuade them. Songwan coming around the sidelines. Let's see how far ROX really wants to go. Cougar goes low, jukes out away from that Deadly Flourish. Lockdown onto Roach with the Nether Grasp, and they're able to pop him. Songyun comes away with the kill. No minions, though, to really help them take out this turret. And Soul has rejoined the team in mid.
This is a really good window of pressure from the ROX Tigers. They noticed that all the wave clear was low or needed to back, so they ended up forcing a teleport. And what is Singed going to achieve under a turret? It's a reason why Singed didn't exist in a lane swapping meta, is that when there's multiple members in front of him, he can't wave clear. There's nothing he can do unless he's just way ahead. So in the end, wasn't able to wave clear, wasn't able to dissuade anything. Sure, they don't lose the turret, but I like ROX realizing that this is when we can stay. There's overstays and there's calculated stays, and this was calculated by the ROX Tigers.
Yeah, and they get a lot of damage in, so one revisit to that turret can certainly help them take it out. Soul trying to get some damage in onto Shy. Still very tanky Maokai, as that Sap Magic passive to rely on to keep himself sustained. But yet again, you can see Punch coming right back up to the top lane, playing around Soul and Cougar continuously. And this should be them knocking out the turret. Songyun taking a detour to cut back across through the jungle. Edge throws out the Petrifying Gaze, locks up. Mickey goes low. Can he make it out of here? No summoner spells left to help keep him alive. Shy chasing in, but there we go. Twisted Advance comes back off of cooldown. They lock him down. They take him out. Edge losing his life, but ROX, they lost that top tier 1 tower, and now Roach, he's pinching in from below. Ultimate comes through from Bard, locks up Songyun and Mickey. Nethergrass back onto Roach yet again with the Deadly Flourish, and he just gets deleted. Punch now in a bad spot, has to juke over to the side, but the axes from Songwan are still coming through, and there's a curtain call to boot. Songyun snipes him out. One more shot would find Cougar. He flashes away, but Mickey is still able to take him out. Now, with 4 members dead, ROX Tigers, they're going to set their eyes on the Baron.
I mean, Kongdoo had to be smarter about seeding the mid lane out of turret. They got the turret in top, they lost a member in mid, but they felt confident once again to try and contest for an outer turret that was dead to Rise. They don't. Baron's down to 5,000. No spine to contest, and I don't know what Soul can do. 1v5.
He can get silenced out and just about killed. Has one more piercing arrow. I think ROX know this. There we go. They will be safe to take out the Baron. They do so successfully. That's going to swing them into a gold lead, as well as kills 10-8 down a turret. But they can make up for that now that they have the Baron.
I mean, the turret was already so low that it was so optimistic they would stop it, and they didn't have the numbers to win an engagement. So in the end, they overstay, opt into Jhin, having all the time in the world, no one to interrupt him whatsoever. He'd already seen the ultimate go down. Doesn't matter whether they need to channel the Edge of the Night or not. And Kongdoo do so much well and then make critical errors, and that might actually cost them a whole series.
Yeah, that is pretty damning. This is exactly what we saw from Kongdoo in Game 2.
I mean, Game 2 was insanity. That was just complete loss in a single play. This is just twice misjudging situations that, with our, benefit of full information, being reserved, being out of the fire of being in a competitive game, seems straightforward, but Kongdoo strategically just tripping over.
I mean, I think that having the information of how low that turret is should have been enough to dissuade them from trying to defend it, but ROX, they keep the ball rolling. Dragon picked up for them. Ocean Drake, another mountain going to be coming up. And if ROX can net that for themselves, things are going to be really painful for Kongdoo Monster, as they're just going to start losing all of their structures. And I mean, that could even start right about now as ROX grouping up into that bottom lane. Could be looking to push down that tier 1 tower with this Baron buff while they still have it.
And you just track back the previous play and how everything happened. Kongdoo was set up perfectly. Singed goes straight to the bottom lane. In the top lane, we see multiple members rotating on the opposite side of the map to Singed, and Cassio just has to play defensive in mid. It was Edge who was too far over, got caught by the Realm Warp, and also Songwon coming from the side and died. So he was the one that was overextended. It was just the individual decision by Edge, and then the team decision to overcommit, try and wave clear and keep the outer mid lane turret down is what changed the game. This is a big Realm Warp.
Realm Warp, yeah, straight in underneath of this tier 2 tower. We're gonna be able to finish this one off by the look of things. He does go low, but nice. Turret's even lower. The ROX Tigers pulled the trigger on that. Nicely done by Mickey. And they pick up yet another objective. This gold lead starting to really stretch in their favor. Move back down towards the mid lane. Kongdoo Monster late to react. They might just lose another one.
Yeah, big Baron buff power play here for sure. Mickey's going really aggressive. Zoning, you would think, but they're just going for kills.
I mean, yeah, the Arrow of Corruption comes out, but it doesn't give them a whole lot. Shy way too far forward, gets kicked back in. Or tossed back in, rather, by Roach. Now Songwon trying to sprint away, can't do so. Roach gets another toss onto Mickey. Petrifying Gaze slows him up. Roach still going to be alive, and now Kongdoo Monster turning the heat back on, trying to find more kills. It's just Songyun and Key left alive. Roach a little bit too low. Songyun comes up with a kill with a deadly flourish. The Sonic Wave not going to connect. Punch. You have to play carefully. One more shot. It's going to be the crit. Nether Grasp in onto Edge. The bouncing grenade. 2 kills picked up by Key. They turn it right on its head. And there we go. The deadly flourish comes through. Songyun. Wow, what a performance from Key, and Songyun just completely saved that for ROX Tigers.
Just madness from Kongdoo Monster. The moment that Singed walked in, took 1 burst damage, so just backed away, hit a couple more skill shots, and then Kongdoo still keep filing in into Songyun, who's been free farmed, who's been doing well. ROX start this off, and Shy's like, okay, I'm the Immortal Maokai, but we're not at that point yet. He's 1v5, truly no value at all from the Bard ultimate either, and you're like, okay, this is the throw. This is where ROX have just been silly. And remember, this is 2 for 0 so far, 3 for 0. It's 5v2. Let's remember that, 5v2. But first Roach disrespects Songyun, dies. Some nice skill shots there. We can back away now. Would have been a 2v4 scenario, but it's just they put so much faith in the numbers that the turnaround. Malzahar still has ult, didn't have space before to use it. Everyone files in, I guess 2v2 you'd call it, and Varus is caught out at this point, can't do anything, and solid turnaround you'd have to say by Songyun. It was
such a greedy chase, but as soon as that Sonic Wave, that initial Sonic Wave directed at Songyun did not hit, that should have been the moment that they peeled back, but Kongdoo Monster just tunneling so hard on wanting to get these kills, and they pay the ultimate price for it. The last tier 1 tower goes down. They've lost 2 tier 2s. A third one very well could be on the way, as ROX has grouped up as 4 members in the top lane.
Seeing Kongdoo in many ways fall in front of our eyes.
Soul getting rooted. A redemption coming down. Cougar has that big Nethergrass coming through onto him. Maleficent's taking him down steadily as well. Roach and Shy in the bottom lane. And it looks like they're just proxying each other's waves at this point. So the top laners just playing their own little mini game. But Kongdoo Monster desperately trying to hold on to this tower. Mickey comes around the backside, finds Cougar, still very healthy. They get a pop onto Punch, take him out. One more shot from Edge, there we go. They are able to finish him off. Mickey gets the shield. Can he sprint out in time? Yes, he can. He is able to live, actually jukes away from his own teammate's spell. But it's just Roach now. And honestly, don't think there's a whole lot he can do. That's going to be the tier 2 going down. Mickey and Songwon stuck inside the base of Kongdoo Monster. But with the wave pushing forward and the death timer still coming through, it's looking like that might just be an inhibitor coming through from ROX Tigers.
Yeah, it could have been a rotational game, Achilles. They just kind of gave it all away after taking top tower and then losing more than acceptable losses in the mid lane. And from there, greed for kills. This comp isn't about kills, it's about the map pressure that champions like Singe can put out. And ROX have just, seen champion kill champion as 1 by 1 or 2 by 2. They come and file into first Songyun, then other members. ROX Tigers, they're doing their thing, and it's Kongdoo Monster, the exact opposite of game 1. They've forgotten their win conditions, and it's probably going to cost them all the points.
Yeah, it's definitely looking that way, and man, what a way to debut back into the LCK. Kongdoo Monster, a team that had a lot of hype built around them. One of the rosters that has stayed together, has had that consistency, but still falling back on, or falling into the trap of tunneling on these kills rather than thinking about the objective game.
But it's just amazing that the team that took the Rift in game 1 is the same team that's taking the Rift in game 3 with a lot of the same champions. Like they knew how to win with a Singed comp, and now it's just lost them. It's late. There's a lot of potential reasons, but I don't think excuses that are outside the game should be able to excuse what has been a very, very sloppy game 3 from Kongdoo Monster.
For sure. And ROX, they just keep pushing forward, trying to get that final nail hammered into the coffin of Kongdoo Monster. A Mountain Drake picked up for them to go alongside. Ocean Elder will be coming up next in 5.5 minutes. The Baron is there and ready to go. And ROX, you have to think that they certainly have priority when it comes to taking that objective. One ward inside the pit here for Kongdoo Monster, and one in the river, so they will see ROX moving over towards this. They'll know if they start it up, but can they do anything about it?
Question is no, Achilles. They do have the Bard ultimate, to at least reset it for a while.
Look at the damage here. Yep, Bard ultimate will come out, as you said. Still down to about 2,000 HP. Punch goes into the pit. They pull off. He actually gets the steal. He pays for it with his life. But that's actually going to be Soul able to pick off Key. Big curtain call opened up. Soul goes down as Songyun is able to snipe him out. Roach picks up a kill onto Songwon, however. A 2 for 2 so far, plus the Baron steal. Can ROX find an even trade?
Dead.
No, that's going to be Shy going down now. A 3 for 2. Roach will go down a 3 for 3, but still Punch making the hero play, able to walk away with the Baron, and that keeps Kongdoo's hopes alive.
And now we have to look to ROX. They need to actually be able to manage the Baron pit. They had a Malzahar who can suppress and stop the Lee Sin from getting in. Wasn't able to do that. How many times did we see Tucson in our first series of the day flash over and Malzahar ult to stop the jungler? That wasn't there. That's a gap in the playbook for ROX Tigers, and this game should have been decided by the Baron. It's now going to be extended by the Baron.
Yep. Now Punch having to clear out these minions. Double super creeps up the top lane. Really hammering down onto those Nexus towers. Bottom inhib turret as well. Almost got taken out by Mickey, but I mean, let's take another look at this heroic play by Punch, because this is really the only thing that's keeping Kongdoo in the game right now.
I mean, why is he allowed to get in the pit? That's the question I have. They didn't stop the Baron fully. It was at 2,000 when he went over, and it went down from there. Didn't have vision over, so perhaps there was a lack of wards, but it's very clear what's Lee Sin. We've seen it time and time again. Poor stuff from the ROX Tigers. They need to be better in scenarios like this. They have someone like Shy. They should have voices that are problem solved in these scenarios, but when the heat was on, they weren't good enough, and that gives up the Baron. They may still win, but it's a big, big donation over to the Kongdoo Monster.
Yeah, I mean, just 5,000 gold separating these teams, and that's with ROX coming in, 4 turrets above them, 7 kills
Hit
up.
down as well. They'd done everything right to set up for Baron. It's just the actual setup is what let them down.
See how they approach as they try to finish out this game all the same. Looks like bottom lane, with that turret being as low as it is going to be the target. The top lane and will naturally be pushing with those super creeps, so it is a little ways off.
Yeah, from an experience perspective, we're actually pretty much all even. Only difference is Shy being a level above Roach. Otherwise, experience for Edge and Soul is good. Gold leads 5,000, which still relevant at 34, but certainly touching distance for Kongdoo Monster. And with super creeps pushing in, they have plenty to farm. And now it's like, okay, ROX, how do you problem solve this one? Because turret dive's still possible with Maokai, but it can go awry as well.
Yep. Songyun, he has that fourth and final shot. He can tell that he really just wants to walk up and pop the turret down with that. Instead, it's going to put Peel back, throws out the curtain call.
Binding.
Not really finding anybody. Gets a nice shot onto Edge. Meanwhile, Key getting tossed in underneath the turret. He's going to go down. Edge picks up that kill. Shy going really deep in underneath the tower as it falls. Makes a hell of a lot of damage here from Edge on this Cassiopeia, but they can't come up with a kill yet. So far, a 1-for-1 as Roach did go down. Edge getting rooted by the Deadly Flourish, and with Songyun and Mickey still fairly healthy, looks like they're going to try to stick around. Gets a root in on the punch, works him down pretty well. But do they try to go for the inhib? Would definitely be risky. Mickey getting stunned up. Punch comes in, kicks him in. That's going to be a kill picked up by Soul. Make that a double as Songwon goes down. But Songyun is able to answer for it as he finishes off the Bears, finishes off the
longest twisted advance of all time.
Oh boy, dashes over the wall. And looks like he will make it out alive. Inhibitor still standing, but minions on the Nexus turrets.
Oh, this game is being played on the razor's edge. Big kick by Punch, gave up his life, that all the damage was done.
They lost the tower.
Yeah, they lost it. Nexus turret still have one up, and now Roach respawns to help with the wave clear. The inhibitor didn't go down in bot, but is now a much easier objective for ROX to set up around. Oh, it's edge of your seat stuff. It didn't need to be this way, but ROX's Baron management is what caused it. I thought both teams would back away, but once Guga flashes in, even though he missed the Cosmic Bind, he's going to go for it. Big engage takes down Mickey, but their carries die as well. And now there's just no damage left, and Shy, well, he teleports back in. Full health, but this is by far the longest as, okay, that's interesting interaction.
Huh.
He apparently traveled too far and then had to go through the magical journey again.
But he still got the Rudolph when Punch came through. All right, well.
Has anyone traveled in a magical journey longer than Shy? Perhaps no.
I don't know. Interesting.
Shy's definitely seen some stuff now.
This is this is one of those things that needs to be that I want to see tested by Vanderil on YouTube.
At least now we can say first hidden feature of 2017.
We figured one out. Oh boy. Well, the game is now closer than never really anticipated it to be, but ROX are looking to change that as they start up this Elder Dragon.
There is the only real ranged initiate that Kongdoo have, apart from Singe being annoying.
Cougar making those curtain call shots, has to take the magical journey out the opposite way. Away from the dragon, Roach going forward, Key throws out the Nether Grasp. He's going low, but he still has that Guardian Angel up. Songwon pops to Ragnarok, doesn't have a whole lot of places to go.
A lot is down here for ROX, so it's actually deceptively risky for them to try anything, but they're just buying time. The minions are trying to end the game.
Yeah, the minions certainly are helping them out quite a bit. Bar Ultimate not going to connect. Elder Dragon goes low. It's picked up by Songwon. That's going to be pretty crucial for the rest of this fight. You can see pushing forward already. Songyun comes up with a kill on to Punch. Cougar goes down. Roach gets his Guardian Angel pop. Then now Edge the target. Gets melted out immediately. Mickey picking up the double kill. Roach doing what he can, his damnedest to just get rid of Key, but in the end, it's not going to help him. The Nexus is exposed, the super creeps are there, and honestly, it might just be the Winions ending the game for the ROX Tigers. Mickey finishes off Soul. There we have it. The Nexus going to go down 38.5 minutes. ROX Tigers put a win on the board, 2-1. Over Kongdoo.
Bit of a silly ending to the game, but deserved winners are the ROX Tigers. Certainly didn't look like this would be the way when Mickey was 0-3-0, 10 minutes into game 2. But over the balance of the series, they deserve the win. Shy gets a series win as well. A lot of happiness around the ROX Tigers, but both teams with really a focus on the mistakes when it comes to the VOD reviews. Both teams, whether it was the drafting phase, the decision-making, the Baron taking, it felt like a battle of teams that aren't going to make it outside the bottom three. And that's a worry, given the Kongdoo Monster would have been setting their sights higher, and in some ways, so were the ROX Tigers.
I mean, that has got to be one of the longest VOD review sessions that these guys are going to have to sit through for sure. There's so many things that the coaching staff on either side is going to have to run through and nitpick. Kongdoo Monster definitely need to learn some restraint. A lot of overcommitment in all three of the games. Didn't cost them until game 2, but rough stuff from them. They're going to have to try to bounce back in their next series and put a win on the board. But for now, ROX, they're able to do just that.
Kongdoo, they've got a blueprint for success. It's called Game 1 of this series, but they've also got 2 VOD reviews, stars on the side, where they've made some very clear mistakes that they should be able to refine. So all's not lost. It's only the first series of the season for Kongdoo Monster, but no points from it will be a sore spot. We know that they face SK Telecom T1 in their next, and that's probably going to be no points there either. ROX Tigers really needed this win.
Yeah.
Their schedule's not easy either. No team, honestly, has an easy schedule in LCK Spring 2017, but this is one of those 6-pointers where the points go one way, they're also denied from the other team, and some of these teams might not have many points come the end of the season.
Yep. Well, speaking of points, let's go ahead and get an update on the MVP points. It's going to be Songyun. Couldn't really give it to anybody else. Baby Mickey made a decent case for it, but 14, 2, and 10 on the Jhin, really sticking it to Seoul. 83% kill contribution. That's going to be his first MVP nomination of the season.
Yeah, made me look like a fool. I was like, where are the other carries to help out Mickey? And Songyun stepped up in both games. Great Ashe in game 2. And then his Jhin play in game 3 was pretty damn good as well. Probably the highlight of this will be Kongdoo Monster contriving to give him as many kills as possible when they were in a 5v2 scenario. But the accuracy was there with the ultimates as well. And in general, clean stuff from Songyun in the last 2 games.
I mean, also over to Keep playing this Malzahar. I mean, especially Songyun and Key ending up with this 2v5.
Yep.
Able to pick up kills. Just wonderful stuff from this bot lane duo.
And I mean, you say 2v5, that's the actual amount of champions alive, but I mean, Malzahar's not involved in the first kill. That was Roach just overrating his own tankiness. Punch missed. They could have given up here, but then Edge decides he's going to go in as well.
Hello.
And this is where Key comes back in, sitting on the Nether Grasp AoE, which of course is doing magic damage to both. Punch, who actually did, to his credit, give up after missing the Q, ended up just being collateral damage anyway. And from there, the ROX Tigers, they did complete the game. They did close it out. They were the better team on the day, and they pick up the points.
Yeah, I mean, both of these squads really rough around the edges, but I mean, if they can just, buff out those scratches, then I think that, these teams really could have some success here in LCK. Are they going to be a playoff contention team? No, but they definitely could avoid, getting relegated, having to play through that promotion tournament, make sure that they are going to be remaining in LCK. So we'll have to see. We'll have to keep our eyes out on these guys. Kongdoo, as mentioned, do have a really tough schedule. Both of these teams have to play against SK Telecom within the next couple days, and then Kongdoo moving on to Longzhu. So definitely tough schedule ahead, but let's go ahead and hear from our MVPs on the side of ROX Tigers. Joel can take it away with the translation for our interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Joel with your last translation of the day, and we are doing an interview with the ROX Tigers, who gets their first win of the day, first win of the season, and we are here with today's MVP, Songyun and Key. Congratulations on the win. Can you give us a comment on the win? After losing the first game, we were extremely worried because our schedules after that was planned was against very tough teams, and we were really needing this win today, and we were really glad that we got it. And with the Key, I want to ask that, with this newly formed bot duo, you were facing up against a pretty tough opposition in the Kongdoo Monster. What do you think about that? Yeah, we weren't really pressurizing the lane as much as we wanted, but we were trying to build up slowly and take our time. and we were just looking for opportunities, and we were able to get them.
분명히 뭐 쓰레쉬가 최근에 대세픽도 아니고 좀 플레이.
And Thresh is not really a major pick in the support role nowadays, but you decided to pick it for today, and you did really well on it.
플레이 스타일이 좀 시시가 있어서 뭘
For my play style, I like having these CC opportunities and these options to create some crowd control, and that's the reason I picked Thresh for today.
예전에 함께했던 눈꽃 선수도 또 쓰레쉬 명품이었잖아요. 그렇죠.
And you also, Sangyun, you also played with Snowflower, who was actually exceptional at Thresh. And what do you think about that kind of interaction? Well, Snowflower's gone now, and he's just a goner, and you know I'm with a new guy, and I think he's just a better support overall.
간판 서포터로 과거에 ESC 에버에서도 엄청난 활약을 보여주셨기 때문에
Ouch.
그런 기대감이 있는 것 같습니다. 그러면 경기 영상
No love lost between those two.
And can we show? Let's look at a replay real quick, and let's talk further about that. And this was really the moment when the comeback was really happening. You guys weren't really ahead before this. We were kind of forcing the fight between the opposition and really trying to constrict the space so that the opposition team had to fight against us. Did Shy decide to call to take the fight? Is that why he took the teleport? We were really just pretty out of control on this one. We were just trying to be pretty instinctual with everything. And I decided that because I had my flash available, that I was able to get the kill. And the aggressiveness of you guys, it was really showing today as usual. And a lot of people are, you know, obviously comparing you guys to the old ROX Tigers. What do you guys think about that? Yeah, it's very natural for, you know, people to compare to us, compared to the old ROX Tigers. But today, I wanted to talk about Mickey. When he was playing the Cassiope today, he wasn't doing what he was supposed to do, and I think he was doing half of what he was supposed to do. But you know, as he was getting those 3 deaths, I was really frustrated at him. That you know, I thought he could have picked it up after the first death, but wasn't he really? I think he was just really out of it after a few deaths. But you know, with Mickey trying to continue to be aggressive even after the 3 deaths, I think that was really a turnaround for us to win the game. What do you want to tell Mickey about his aggressiveness that really didn't show as well as it should have today? What do you want to tell him about that today? Well, for me personally, I'm not a carry type ADC, but I'm supposed to be just a person that just kind of standing like a tree and just being stable and creating more stability for the team. But as Shy too, you know, he said that, you know, he only trusts himself and nobody else. And I don't know what he means by that, but I think we need to continue to work this out within our teammates to find a good balance. Do you feel satisfied with your play today? I think the thought that we really had to win today was really big on my mind today. And I think that really translated into my play today. With the previous game against KT, you guys really did have a tough time. And of course, you know, with Shy not coming up in the first game, Sangyun kind of commented on that. But what do you want to say about that? Well, Shy is a very experienced player, and he really plays the centerpiece of our team, where he really creates a balance for our team. But it really gives us a confidence. Just him having, you know, playing with us, it gives us a lot of confidence. And Sangyun, you usually have your parents coming up and cheering for you today. And do you want to say anything to them today? I always thank my parents for taking their time and coming out.
그동안 어쨌든 몇 번 인터뷰를 했었던 상현 선수보다 이제 키 선수가 한번
Well, we had a few interviews with you, Sang-yoon, in the previous season, but we get to have more interviews with you, Ki. Do you want to say anything? I'm so nervous. I don't know what to say. Well, for the remainder of the game, I'll just try my best to do what I can, so you keep rooting for us. And that seems to be the interview. Back over to you guys.
All right, thank you very much, Joel. So, I mean, you heard it there. Wants to just be the one grounding the team is Sang-yoon. And Ki, really nervous. I don't think he's ever been nominated for MVP before.
I imagine he has in games, but I don't know if he's actually made it through to the interview
That's
stage.
true. Fair enough, yes.
May have done, but regardless, first of the year for him, and gonna have to work on the interview skills. But otherwise, the gameplay was good.
For sure. Well, our next matchup, not going to be tomorrow. We have tomorrow off. It's going to be on Saturday here in Korea, same time, 5 p.m. Korean Standard. And it's going to be BBQ Olivers versus KT Rolster. Tall order for BBQ Olivers to try to win that match. But you never know. They won their first series, so they'll try their hands against KT Rolster. Longju versus Jinair, second one of the day. And then on Sunday at the Kongdoo studio, it'll be MVP versus Afreeca. Freecs MVP gonna have to bounce back after their loss versus BBQ. And
Double bounce back day.
Yeah, and then Kongdoo will have to do the same. But this is against SK Telecom T1, who looked extremely dominant yesterday.
And just so you guys know, scheduling-wise, we did have midday matches Korean time on Saturday last season. Every day, 5 p.m. Korean Standard Time, 8 p.m. Korean Standard Time are 2 match starts, so it doesn't change throughout the week. Always the same.
Yep, will always be the same time. So whenever you tuned in today, you'll be able to do the same on Friday, on Saturday, etc. That's going to close it out from us, though. We'll see you guys in 2 days for more LCK action.
Just need a little something to hold on to. Another day at the puppet show.